Chapter 137. Father. Li Shimin was a little annoyed. Father. During this period of time, His Majesty has forgotten to eat and sleep because of the drought in Longyu Road. In addition, during this period of time, the Tujue and Tuyuhan are also a little dishonest, so Empress Zhongsun tried to mediate. She could also see that Li Shimin was a little annoyed. However, as a daughter-in-law and the Empress, she had to stand up and persuade. She knew the knot in Li Shimin's heart. Every midnight, Li Shimin would wake up because of the black tortoise gate. He would only remove his disguise at midnight. At that time, he would be his true self. He was afraid of the screams in his dreams. He was afraid of the screams. He was afraid of the screams in his dreams. However, only he and Zhongsun Wugo knew about all of this. Therefore, Li Shimin could only work so hard that he forgot to eat and sleep, hoping to forget the past and the sorrow. Who would know about these scenes? He was only in his 30s, but his hair was still white. If it weren't for Zhang Feng's worm egg that made Li Shimin's old age slightly recover, Zhongsun Wugo wouldn't dare to look at Li Shimin's haggard face. After all, she was a woman. Why wouldn't she hope that her husband could let go of all the knots in his heart? She knew that the knot in his heart was Li Yuan. However, at this time, it seemed that, with Zhongsun Wugo's persuasion, Li Yuan's anger also slowly weakened. He looked at Li Shimin lightly and said, "Even my daughter-in-law understands the truth. Don't you understand? I'll ask you one thing. Now, what is the reason for the panic in Chang'an City? Don't use the drought as a pretense. Do you think I'm really old and confused? I don't even know this little thing." "Huang Degue, you tell His Majesty." Li Yuan scolded a few times and instantly panted heavily. He waved his hand and let Huang Degue speak. In an instant, a beautiful imperial concubine served Li Yuan tea and combed his back. Huang Degue's teeth were chattering. How would he dare to say that? However, he had no choice but to say it now. He knelt on the ground with a thud. Huang Degue looked as if he had just eaten feces. He said bitterly, "Your Majesty, retired emperor, at this time, the drought in Longyu is basically under control. However, I didn't know that Chang and other prefectures were stocking up grain. It was your Majesty's order." "Don't know." Li Shimin smiled playfully. The way he looked at Huang Degue was extremely cold. It was the first time. For the first time since entering this place, Li Shimin glanced at Huang Degue. He was originally an official of the Guanglu Temple. This time, his careful words could already be considered to have offended his superiors. However, he was someone from the Shandong series who could still speak. Moreover, he knew that this time, Li Yuan was giving him a chance to find a way out for himself. If there was even the slightest mistake in what he said, then not only would he be affected, but even the Shandong series that the emperor was very dissatisfied with would also be affected. But he had no choice but to struggle. Watching Chang and city and other prefectures crazily stocking up grain made him envious. If he didn't fight for some benefits for the various forces in Shandong at this time, then he would have no chance at all. Moreover, after thinking about it, he finally decided to take the risk, bypassing the emperor and directly coming to see Li Yuan. Taking advantage of Li Yuan's birthday, if he pressured the emperor at this time, then the various clans in Shandong would once again make a fortune. After all, the huge amount of grain hoarded was enough to make people go crazy. The clan had already promised that if this accident happened, as long as he made a prompt decision to resign and then fled back to Shandong, then everything would still be in time. Thinking of this, Huang De took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, at this time, the drought in Longyu has been resolved, and there are 5 wars. I wonder if your Majesty is storing so much grain for Tubo? I was worried that your Majesty would send Tubo precious grain from the Tang Dynasty to Tubo and help boost Tubo's arrogance." So, Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. He looked at Huang Degue as if he was looking at a dead man. "Are you saying that I'm confused? I don't dare. I'll die 10,000 times. Huang Degue decided to speak frankly. "I'm just fighting for a mouthful of grain for the villagers of Shandong. What's wrong with that? If your Majesty is unwilling, I'll pretend that I never mentioned this matter." Huang Degue said all that he could say and couldn't say in one breath. In an instant, he felt comfortable. However, Li Yuan was not happy. Back then, didn't you know that if it wasn't for the support of the nobles in Shandong, would the Tang dynasty be where it is today? Would you be as awe-inspiring as you are today? Tell me about it today. I know about the matter in Shandong. Tell me in front of me. How are you going to solve it? Li Yuan was annoyed. He didn't want to delay anymore. At this time, his face was extremely pale, and his forehead was already sweating. Li Shimin bowed. He wasn't prepared to tell Li Yuan. In fact, he didn't know how to resolve the conflict at this time. He could only delay until he saw Zhang Feng before he could make a conclusion. He had really had enough of this kind of suppression. Father, you will know about this on the day of your birthday. For the time being, it's inconvenient for me to tell you. Everything will come to light on the day of your birthday. Chapter 138. After he finished speaking, Li Shimin no longer paid attention to the furious Li Yuan, coldly glanced at Huang Degui, and then left with large strides. Even that determination was no different from the Xuanwu Gate back then. Li Yuan was somewhat aghast. Under Li Shimin's gaze, Huang Degui's entire body trembled. Out of the back hall, Li Shimin looked at the scorching sun in the sky and took a deep breath. Second brother, how do you plan to end this matter? Don't tell me you want to see Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Sun Wugo had never seen Zhang Feng, but Li Shimin's mouth, these two words had never stopped. Since half a year ago, Li Shimin would show off in front of Zhang Sun Wugo. And when Empress Zhang Sun Wugo knew that all this was done by that person, she was also surprised. So at this time, after seeing Li Shimin's troubled face, she unconsciously thought of Zhang Feng. The matter between me and father should not be delayed any longer. The birthday is an opportunity. I don't want to waste it, and father's body seems to be unable to withstand the torment. I also want father to secretly think of family. Alas, Li Shimin sighed deeply. Governing the world, he could play with the world and applaud, but there was only this freak Zhang Feng. He could not figure him out, but his intuition told Li Shimin that Zhang Feng was the foundation of his immortal dynasty, although he did not want to admit it. But from every time Zhang Feng's words, that sense of strategy made him incomparably envious. At this time, the two had already become friends. In this matter, Li Shimin's intuition told him that no one other than Zhang Feng could solve it. Your Majesty, seeing Li Shimin's burning eyes, Zhang Sun Wugo wanted to say something, but hesitated. Why not summon him into the palace? Second brother doesn't lack an imperial censor by his side. Furthermore, I've noticed that even Wei Zheng seems to be praising this kid. This concubine would like to meet him. Li Shimin shook his head. How can I not want to? But he has already become my friend. Brother, if I summon him into the palace before he makes a decision, for one, all the officials will not accept it. And with his novel opinions, do you think all the civil officials will tolerate him? Zhang Sun Wugo was silent. Li Shimin was right. This imperial court was a big divat. Not everyone could participate in it. Once he stepped into this circle, he would be shattered by the impact. Moreover, he was just a small figure without any background. Li Shimin sighed again and got into the carriage. The time is not the time. On the other hand, the matter of Chang and city's grain hoarding did not weaken at all. In a situation where the public did not understand, Zhang Sun Wuji directly said that whoever deliberately inflated the grain price would be beheaded. Whoever spoke nonsense and incited civil unrest would be beheaded. Merchants who dared to hoard grain privately would be beheaded. Those who dared to use power for personal gain would be beheaded. After the four orders were issued, the whole of Chang and fell into a state of panic. Zhang Sun Wuji and the others were even busier at this time. On the one hand, it was because of the grain issue, which was previously carried out in secret, but now it was an open matter. On the other hand, the progress of the matter was a little stagnant. This worried everyone so much that they almost pulled out all their hair. At this time, our General Cheng Yaojin and Zhang Sun Wuji's precious son were on the move. The two stubborn experts of Chang and city set out. In an instant, everyone in Chang and city was shocked. What could Qing Chumo and Zhang Sun do? Zhang Sun Wuji was famous for being stubborn. Although Zhang Sun Wuji would give him some face, the two of them had formed a clique and pulled out almost half of the stubborn people in Chang and city in an instant. And the initiator of this matter was Wei Zheng. He stood on the gate tower with a smile, looking at Wei Shuyu, who took off the armor of the Jinwu guard, and said, "Son, now is the time to test you. Now, you are no longer the son of Wei Zheng. You are the spear in His Majesty's hand. Go, take your brothers, and show His Majesty what you have done." These words instantly made Cheng Chumo and Zhang's son explode. With a roar, they grabbed their weapons and rushed into Chang and city. Du Ruhui looked at Du Go with worry in his eyes and asked, "Brother Wei, can this method really solve the current chaos in Chang and city?" Everyone else was the same. They were afraid that their precious son would cause trouble. However, Wei Zheng still looked in the direction of the East Market and said, "This is a test. This time, if these bastards can really solve the chaos in Chang and then stock up the food smoothly, this will be their invitation to become Zhang Feng's disciple." No one was a fool. They instantly understood the idea of Wei Zheng, the old fox. Even Cheng Yaojin had a rare moment of enlightenment at this moment. "Wei Zheng, do you mean that as long as the food chaos in Chang and is solved, my son can go to the tavern? What if the outsiders are criticized because of this?" Wei Zheng was speechless and smiled slightly. "Not only that, it's inconvenient for us old guys to show up. Now it's up to them. After all, the world will belong to the young people in the future. This time, not only will they solve this problem, but they will also deal with the nobles from the foreign countries and make them understand a principle." "What principle?" everyone asked in unison. Wei Zheng's eyes were fierce. He said word by word, "This is the Tang Dynasty." Chapter 139. Just as Chang and city was in chaos in a small tavern, it was when Zhang Feng's talk show had just started. The cowardly guards of Jinla, who knew nothing about the power of the fine wine of the Tang Dynasty, each drank a jar of 55-proof white wine. At this time, a large number of people had already been drunk. Some were crying and screaming while hugging the table legs, some were giggling, and some were vomiting so much that they even vomited out bile. Now, they were all vomiting. However, the Crown Prince was the Crown Prince after all. Although the wine of the Crown Prince and the Princess was only diluted by 20 degrees by Zhang Feng, their faces were still red at this time. Together with their dark faces, they looked like the color of sweet potatoes at this time. The two were attracted by Zhang Feng's speech. At this time, they no longer cared about their identity. They stared at Zhang Feng with their big black eyes and asked, "Master Zhang, may I ask, how can we make Jinla as rich and powerful as the Tang Dynasty?" "Rich and powerful?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the Crown Prince, stared at the huge jade on Princess Dala's chest, and said, "Let me ask you, how many people do you have in Jinla?" The Crown Prince of Shiwa frowned and counted with his fingers for a long time before he said with a big tongue, "About 300,000 households, less than 400,000 households." "Then, you want to compare with the Tang Dynasty with so few people? Do you know how many people there are in the Tang Dynasty?" Zhang Feng stretched out his hand as he spoke. He said mysteriously, "More than 5 million households." Of course, he didn't know how many people there were in the Tang Dynasty. Besides, how many people there were was none of his business. Could it be that the small Jinla kingdom would actually count them seriously? If he really did that, then in minutes, the butcher's knife of the mighty Tang Dynasty would cut off their livelihood. However, even though it was just a random number that Zhang Feng came up with, Prince Jinla and Princess Jinla still gasped. "Hiss, 5 million? So many? Then, Master Zhang, how did the Tang Dynasty become so rich and powerful?" As the Crown Prince of Jinla. This time, with the help of Li Yuan's birthday celebration, it was also the first time they came to the Tang Dynasty to seek some experience that they needed. After all, those ministers and envoys were all closely watched by the officials of the Tang Dynasty and at all levels, so they had no chance to come to Chang and to experience life. But they were different. They were juniors, and they had also received the approval of the Tang Emperor to come to Chang and city, the most famous city in the Tang Dynasty, to broaden their horizons. After all, the land they lived in was basically saline alkali soil, and the grain production basically depended on the trade with the Tang Dynasty. If Zhenla could learn a little bit of craftsmanship, it would be very good for his development. This time, he was able to enter the tavern because he was attracted by the strange chair and the strange pot. What was the most famous thing about the Tang dynasty? Porcelain. However, Shiva had never seen this item before. It looked like porcelain, but when he touched it, it was actually iron. And it was the kind of iron that was poured into one. If he could get such a technology, then Zhenla would be saved. How could Zhang Feng not know this silly guy's purpose? This Zhenla was a typical fool with a lot of money. If he didn't take advantage of him, who would he take advantage of? Zhang Feng deliberately kept silent for a moment. Then, he whispered mysteriously, "I'll only tell you about this. You mustn't tell anyone else." "Master Zhang, please tell me." Hearing this, Shiva was so excited that he almost hugged Zhang Feng and kissed him. However, when he saw Zhang Feng hesitating and glancing at Dala from time to time, he finally saw the palm-sized jade on Dala's chest. He pulled it off Dala and handed it to Zhang Feng with both hands, saying, "Master Zhang, please don't take offense. We forgot the etiquette. It's just a little token of our respect." Zhang Feng smiled. Under Dala's round and shy eyes, he wiped the jade and stuffed it into his arms. Such a big jade with such a good water source. It must be from the old pit. Good stuff. He thought about it happily, raised his wine bowl, and said passionately, "Seeing that I hit it off with Prince Shiva today, I am really lucky. Come, let's drink together." A bowl of wine went down his stomach. Zhang Feng stared at the pink jade earrings on Dala's ears again and said, "Do you want to get rich?" "Yes. How could Shiva not want to? He definitely wanted to get rich. Otherwise, why would he come here?" Moreover, although this small tavern was old and shabby, the fine wine, the delicious food, the strange wine jug, and the casual lounge chair in the corner were all full of temptation. If he could get his hands on any of these things, it would be an endless wealth for Zhenla. Moreover, he dared to guarantee that there was no other tavern in the whole of Chong, or even the whole of the Tang dynasty. Seeing this, Zhang Feng shook his head mysteriously and said, "I wonder if your highness' desire to get rich is strong. What I am about to say may overturn all your previous common sense. So please think twice before you make a decision." Seeing Zhang Feng being so mysterious and serious, Shiva couldn't care less and quickly swore, "Master Zhang, please save my people." Chapter 140. Shiva was not an impulsive person. He also knew what the price of being impulsive was. But now, on one hand, it was because of the alcohol, and, on the other hand, everything in this small tavern was shocking to him. Although he was the crown prince, there were at least 30 brothers who wanted him dead. If he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, he didn't know who would get the throne in the end. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and went all out. Zhang Feng had achieved his goal. He completely used the great deception technique. Let me ask you, what are the specialties of Zhenla? Jade, top-grade jade, coral, seafood, and all kinds of fruits. Shiva reported truthfully. Zhang Feng nodded. Then what is your business? What are your main cash crops? This Zhang Feng was a little angry. He was afraid that what he said would be different from the Zhenla of the future. However, he knew that Sawatika was an industry thousands of years in the future. When Shiva's words became sluggish, he knew that his opportunity had come. His goal would soon be achieved. "I won't hide it from Master Zhang. My Zhenla's location is rather barren, so I'm very ashamed. My Zhenla's cash crop basically depends on fruits and seafood. My goal in coming to the Great Tang this time was to obtain some farming experience. Our food supply is basically not enough to feed our people." Shiva said it was very miserable, but in Zhang Feng's impression, the rice produced in that place was very expensive even in the dignified Huaxia. Why was it so difficult to grow this thing in Zhenla during the Tang dynasty? Wasn't this his opportunity? Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Zhang Feng scolded with resentment. Shiva and Dala's eyes widened in an instant. Dala asked naively, "Then may I ask Master Zhang, what's ridiculous about it?" She was a little angry. Looking at Zhang Feng's chest, she was so angry that she pouted her lips high. For a woman, that jade was something that she had to wear from birth. It had to be taken by her future husband when she got married and then passed on to the next generation. However, in this small tavern. Brother Wang treated it as a gift and gave it to this pervert. How could she be happy? However, this person was quite good-looking. Thinking of this, Dara's face turned even redder. Zhang Feng couldn't see this scene, but Shiva saw it clearly, but he didn't say anything. He was just waiting for Zhang Feng to speak. Zhang Feng didn't say anything and remained silent. Shiva instinctively glanced at the pair of earrings on Dala's ears. He gritted his teeth and gestured for her to step down. Then, he respectfully placed the earrings in front of Zhang Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was furious. "What are you doing? I've already said that we hit it off, but you can't use this thing to humiliate me." Siwa and Dala almost believed him when they saw Zhang Feng pressing his earlobes under his palms as he spoke. The corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably. "Fine, one expert. We can't offend him," Shiva patiently asked. "Master Zhang, please save the people of Jinla. If Master Zhang is willing to help, Jinla will definitely give you a big gift." "Sigh, this is boring." Zhang Feng waved his hand repeatedly, but his eyes were looking at the two of them from head to toe. "About this, I'll ask you a question. In the Tang dynasty, there's a saying that goes, 'Those who rely on the mountain live on the mountain, and those who rely on the water live on the water.' Do you understand? There's such a saying in the Tang dynasty?" Shiva blurted out subconsciously. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly cupped his fists. "Master Zhang, please enlighten us. This kid is stupid. Sigh, such a simple thing. Fine, let me ask you. Does Jinla have a lot of water?" "Yes. Moreover, it's mostly salty and alkaline land. That place is really not suitable for planting. Even fruits can't be grown there." Shiva sighed. "That's right." Zhang Feng slapped his thigh. "You're fundamentally wrong about this matter. Idiots. Damn it. What a F***king idiot. You can't even figure out such a simple question. Are you uncivilized barbarians? What can be grown in that alkaline land? Do you think Elder Yuan is the culprit?" However, with a purpose in mind, Zhang Feng patiently asked again, "To your east, is it facing the sea, where flowers bloom in spring?" "Master Zhang, have you been to Jinla?" Shiva was shocked. If he hadn't been to Jinla, how could a small shopkeeper from the Tang dynasty know so much? Although it was not a secret, Shiva felt that an ordinary person like him wouldn't have the ability to cross mountains and rivers to go to Jinla. "Don't tell me you haven't been to Jinla, but that's not important. I'm just asking you, right?" "Yes." Shiva was even more certain that Zhang Feng was that mysterious expert. He might be the kind of immortal that was described in the ancient books. At this moment, he was even more respectful and almost knelt down. After getting the answer, Zhang Feng confirmed the direction and said regretfully, "Don't any of you know the principle of relying on water to make a living?" Chapter 141. Zhang Feng really wanted to pry open this guy's head to see what was inside. How could they not know such a simple question? Although Jinla had only been established for a short period of time, Zhang Feng understood the history of Jinla and other places after thinking about it carefully. Now, it seemed that other than Jinla, there were only some tribes living in groups. After thinking about this, Zhang Feng sighed. This time, he had given Lao Li and the others free labor. The seafood in the sea had long made him hungry. "Let me tell you this. The sea is a treasure given to you by God. Don't you cherish it?" "Yes. Some of our people rely on the fish in the sea for a living, but this thing can't be eaten for a long time or it will cause problems. Moreover, if we sell it, the merchants of the Tang dynasty will not care about our fish and shrimp. So, Shiva also had his own difficulties. Of course, they knew that there were treasures in the sea. However, the merchants of the Tang dynasty were extremely crafty people, and the Tang dynasty also had a sea, so it was impossible to export this thing to the Tang dynasty. "What do you usually catch? Tell me about it." Zhang Feng was interested. Shiva said in detail, "Just some fish and nothing else." "All right, there are corals, but that place is too dangerous. We don't have a powerful ship like the Tang dynasty, so..." Zhang Feng slapped his forehead in distress. Fine. He finally knew why there was no seafood in the Tang dynasty. They only knew how to fish. What else was there in the sea except for fish? Damn, were those shrimp? Australian lobsters? Tuna? F***CK. What about the nutritious sea cucumbers, sea urchins, starfish, and seahorses? You guys are treating these things like trash. Trash. Uncivilized. Zhang Feng felt sorry for those good things. Sigh. I was born in a treasure mountain, but I came back empty-handed. Zhang Feng looked up at the sky and sighed. This shocked Shiva greatly. However, no matter how he asked, he was unable to wake Zhang Feng from his thoughts. However, he gritted his teeth, took off a string of top-grade pearls from his neck, and presented it to Zhang Feng. This made Zhang Feng blind. He put away the pearl with a smile. Zhang Feng said with a straight face, "You're not allowed to spend anymore. Actually, in this sea, other than fish, did you see anything else? For example, something that has long antennae, swims in the water, and jumps. Something like that?" As he spoke, Zhang Feng turned around and took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from the counter. He drew the general shape of a shrimp and other marine products. Both of them grew up by the sea. Although Zhang Feng could not tell them their names, the two of them exclaimed as soon as he drew, "Oh my, I know this. This is a sea bug. We can't even kill them all. They've almost eaten all the fish eggs. This is a sea crab. It's green and as big as a bowl. There are too many of them. This one is soft. What's this? This one looks like a worm. This one is soft. I know this tentacle monster. Father and the others call it an 8-legged monster. I heard that fishermen often fall victim to them." Zhang Feng drew one for every one of them. Shiva and Dara could name them, and when they heard it, they realized that these things were rampant. F***CK. You treat such good things as dog shit? F***CK. What a waste. Zhang Feng said seriously, "These are the real treasures of the sea, and the fish you're talking about are all dregs. Remember, you must keep what I've drawn today a secret. This is something that even the fishermen of the Tang dynasty did not know about. This is the gift of the sea. But what's the use of these?" Shiva finally asked the most important question. The key was that there were so many of these things that all of them were angry because they were the goddess of the sea. The crabs were still okay. Some people still ate them. However, there were too many bones. As for the others, they were horrified just by looking at them. Could these be Kuwait treasures? Zhang Feng said again, "Believe me, if you give up on farming and devote yourself to the sea, I can guarantee that you will make a fortune in less than a year. These things are very valuable." Shiva was shocked. Zhang Feng nodded solemnly. Businessmen are particular about seizing opportunities and creating hype. If you believe me, I can guarantee that there will be caravans buying these things in less than 3 months. And most importantly, you have to sell these things yourselves. If you can't, who knows what you really have? You're hiding it yourselves, and you want the merchants of the Tang dynasty to pay for it? Are you stupid? Zhang Feng was speechless. In this era, although there were such seafood along the coast of the Tang dynasty, there were not as many as Sawatika. That place was a paradise for seafood. And at this moment, he thought of a plan. Only Lao Li and the rest were left for this plan. If this plan worked, not only would he be able to get away with the grain storage crisis in Chong, but he would also be able to save Lao Li's life. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look outside the door and murmur in his heart, "Old Li, you have to change your big mouth. As a brother, I can only help you up to this point. As for the grain storage issue in Chong, it depends on His Majesty's mood." Chapter 142. When Zhang Feng saw that there was a crazy food grab in Chong and City, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Moreover, it was Li Yuan's birthday now, and the envoys of various countries were coming. If this thing broke out at this time, it would be really serious. He didn't know why Li Shimin chose to hoard food at this time, and with such great fanfare, but it must have something to do with Old Sun. When Old Sun left in a hurry that day, he knew that this guy would definitely tell Lao Li. But from a matter of hoarding food, he faintly sensed that this big mouth wouldn't have said it in the mansion of that old guy Zhang Sun Wuji, right? Thinking about it this way, Zhang Feng was a little panicked. Hoarding food at this time, the current emperor's head was either kicked by a donkey or he was going to make a big move. But it was obvious that this big move was related to Li Yuan. However, this had nothing to do with him. He was just worried that if this matter made the emperor angry, he would definitely kill people to deter the world. Then who would he kill? Of course, Lao Li and the other small businessmen. At that time, he was afraid that he would die before the system was activated. At this time, he unexpectedly met Sawatika. This unexpected guest made Zhang Feng applaud. He really came at the right time. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng excitedly told the two naive people about the commercial secrets related to aquatic products in detail. But in fact, this was not a secret at all. In the future, this was a common thing. It was just a business method to buy low and sell high, but it was regarded as a supreme treasure by the naive Prince Shiva. While Zhang Feng was trying his best to persuade them, the gold and silver of Shiva and his sister were all in Zhang Feng's pocket. Zhang Feng was so embarrassed that he felt a little embarrassed. Hey, this is what I said. You have to remember it well. Shiva solemnly stood up, excitedly performed the noble etiquette with Dala, and then said solemnly, Master Zhang, you are too serious. You are a friend of Jinla. Jinla will definitely worship your portrait in the future. Damn it. Was he cursing me? Zhang Feng didn't want to lose his temper. For the sake of Jin Yu, he coughed and said, There's no need for that. We hit it off so well. Let me talk about something else. Jinla is not suitable for growing food. It's better not to waste food and labor. If you bring real preserved seafood and precious fruits to Chang and city and offer them to King Tang, you could just sit back and enjoy the rest of your life. Zhang Feng's words were all over the place. Shiva and the other two were so excited that they screamed. Then may I ask, sir, how can our fruits be transported here after such a long journey? Moreover, we have tried before. It is very difficult to transport aquatic products and fruits here. Along the way, we have to go through layers of screening. We can't be careless. Basically, we can't pass Jiangnan. Everything stinks. This was a difficult problem. But how could this stump Master Zhang? He waved his hand and said, I was wondering what kind of problem it was. So it's just this trivial matter? I'll tell you. Have you heard about the water wheel that the Tang dynasty used to support Tubo? As long as you can please His Majesty, he will reward you with 100 water wheels. Then, you can transport fruits and aquatic products to Chang, and as I said, and those aquatic products are still alive and kicking. Really? Jinla is at least tens of thousands of miles away from Chang'an. What kind of thing can transport those things here? Everyone in the world knew about the water wheel. How could they not know? But that thing was a drought-resistant thing. How could it be used here? Zhang Feng rubbed his hands slyly. Shiva immediately knew what was going on. He hurriedly undid an emerald belt from his waist and handed it to Zhang Feng reluctantly. He said with a smile, Master Zhang, this belt. Before Shiva could tell him the origin of the belt, Zhang Feng exclaimed, Good stuff. Then, the belt appeared on Zhang Feng's waist. Where did this thing come from? Zhang Feng was too lazy to ask, and he was too lazy to listen. Wasn't this a whole piece of emerald that was hollowed out and carved out? Although it looked good, it was a waste of God's gift if it was on you. He put away the belt. At this time, Zhang Feng said seriously, Prince Shiva, don't take this thing out again. Zhang Feng, don't care about such vulgar things. However, this emerald is good stuff. I like it very much. Without waiting for Shiva to speak, Zhang Feng also knew that it was time. Why did this grandson have a small warehouse on him? The table was full of things. How could he take them out from his body? Cough, cough. Listen carefully. This water wheel was invented by me. What? Is what Master Zhang said true? Shiva exploded. He knew that this thing was very precious. They had never even seen the real thing. But now, in Chang, in city of the Tang dynasty, someone in a small tavern in the city said that he made this thing. If someone else had said that, Shiva would definitely have chuckled and spat in his heart. But after seeing Zhang Feng's wine pot and reclining chair, and then hearing Zhang Feng's mysterious business lecture, Shiva suddenly felt that he had hit the jackpot today. He had met a god. Chapter 143. Zhang Feng was so embarrassed that he was about to get cancer. Being stared at by two dark monkeys with shining eyes. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not help but feel flustered. He hastily coughed and said, "You should think about this matter carefully. As for the water wheel, if you understand, I will tell you how to transport seafood and fruits, as well as the method of preserving freshness. Now, I will tell you another way to make the country prosper. Are you interested?" Yes. Shiva wished he could strangle Zhang Feng's neck and shake out the things in his head. Seeing that Zhang Feng was finally not long-winded, he was so excited that his muscles were cheering. What a good man! If he could solve the problem of hunger and make Jinla prosper, then everything else was nonsense. Seeing Shiva like this, Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said with waning interest, "Actually, you really deserve to die. I remember there is a small island south of where you live, about 10 days by boat. That island is rich in spices. That thing is everywhere. You only need a piece of broken knife to exchange for a big bag. Do you know how much that thing can be sold for in Chang'an?" "How much?" Shiva and Dara's eyes were wide open. 100 coins. A whole 100 coins. Yes. Shiva could not help but gasp. He knew that place, but he only knew that those things could only be used to smoke rooms and mosquitoes in summer in his palace. Most of the time, the people cut them for firewood. But now, when he heard Zhang Feng's words, Shiva's face turned red. Damn it, he had wasted so many things for nothing. Not to mention selling a bag for 100 coins. Even if he could sell a big cart for 100 coins, or exchange it for a cart of food, he was already so excited that he was about to cry. After all, up until now, most people in Jinla were basically hungry and full. Thinking of this, he could not help but want to beat himself to death. Hurriedly grabbing Zhang Feng's hand, Shiva asked excitedly, "Master Zhang, may I ask if those things you mentioned are sold in Chang'an? I don't want to wait a moment longer. You should also know the difficulties my people are facing now." In the depths of his emotions, this guy actually acted out a sad scene, wiping his snot and tears on Zhang Feng's sleeve. Zhang Feng hurriedly pushed him away in disgust. He seriously doubted whether this guy had some kind of genes. No, didn't Sawadi Ka have such fetishes? At the thought of this, Zhang Feng's entire body was covered in goosebumps. Okay. Stop crying, you're a man. Come. Since this old man has said it, the spit of a man of the great Tang is a nail in his mouth. As long as you shut your mouth, this old man will tell you right now. Zhang Feng was so embarrassed that he had cancer of embarrassment. It was fine if he didn't think about his past life, but when he thought about it, Zhang Feng instantly exploded. He hurriedly shook off Shiva and hid on Dala's bench, seeking comfort. Dala was so embarrassed that his face was as red as a ripe peach. "I'll write it down for you. Otherwise, with your IQ, I think you'll forget it all before you go out." Zhang Feng flung Shiva's hand away in disgust. He glared at Shiva, who was sitting far away from him. Then, he wrote and drew on the paper as he spoke. Spices are more popular in the aristocratic circle of the Tang dynasty. Now, the main source of spices in the Tang dynasty is Persia, Shui Yinta, and Dashi, which is thousands of miles away. However, these spices are not as pure as your Jinlas. But remember, there are a group of Russians and native monkeys living there. As for whether you can get them, it depends on you. Also, look at this hellflower I drew. You have to stay away from this thing. If you have any evil intentions and bring it to the Tang dynasty, I can guarantee that not only will you not be able to earn money, but that will also be the day of your Jinla's destruction. Hellflower. Prince Shenlan nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. He had seen that stuff before. Eating it would make people go crazy, and it would also make people lose their minds. That stuff had basically been burned to death. However, seeing Zhang Feng mention it so seriously, Shiva was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Zhang Feng's calligraphy was very good. Although it could not be compared to a calligraphy master, it had its own unique flavor. As for whether Jinla could understand it or not, he didn't care. He wrote the words Zhang Feng at the end in big letters. Then he looked at Shiva as if he was looking at a monster. "I'm giving this to you because we're fated to be together. Do as you see fit. Also, remember one thing. I remember that you have this thing on the Jinla beach, right?" As Zhang Feng spoke, he took out a fist-sized piece of black and slightly yellowish salt from the counter and asked. Prince Shenla looked at the salt and said doubtfully, "Isn't this thing poisonous salt? I have a lot of it. Is Master Zhang interested?" Interested? Zhang Feng's teeth were hurting. He bared his white teeth and asked, "I can eat as much as you have." Chapter 144. Siwa and Dala looked at each other. They looked at Zhang Feng as if they were looking at a monster. This thing had troubled them for generations. Because of this thing, they could not grow food. Many things could not be grown. Moreover, there were so many of these things that it made one's hair stand on end. They could not eat it. Not to mention that not a single blade of grass grew nearby. Even animals did not dare to come close. But now, this mysterious Master Zhang actually wanted it? That's really too good. Deal. It was rare for Siwa to not be shy. He grabbed Zhang Feng's hand, scaring Zhang Feng so much that he bounced up reflexively and almost jumped into Dala's arms. "Don't. It's improper for men to touch each other. Please respect yourself. I'm a very self-disciplined person." Zhang Feng waved his hand repeatedly. Then he glanced at Dala, coughed, and sat still. He regained the demeanor of an expert and said, "I want to ask, do you have a lot of these things there?" Sigh. Siwa sighed. "Master Zhang, are you testing my sincerity? I know that Master Zhang must have been to Jinla. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to know so much about Jinla. Don't you know that there is at least an area of a city in the south of Jinla with this thing? Every year we spend a lot of manpower and financial resources to manage this thing, but this thing is like the stones in the ground. There are so many of them that it makes one's hair stand on end. This is the main reason why our people can't fill their stomachs. I didn't expect Master Zhang to like this thing too. If that's the case, I'll make the decision and give it to Master Zhang. But my country's strength is limited, and this thing is rich in poison. So if you want it, you can dig it up yourself. No matter how much you want, Jinla will open the door and give it to you." He was not stupid. As the prince of a country, he had seen Zhang Feng's magical ability. If he still did not know that Zhang Feng was after their thing, then he would really be a pig. Zhang Feng's head was a little twisted. He thought that this guy was easy to fool, but he did not expect that he would be led into a dish. Could he go to Jinla? Could he go? He couldn't go. If he did, it would no longer be a treasure. It was quite simple to refine this thing. As long as his people dared to go, the art of making salt would definitely be leaked in less than half a year. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. His expression didn't change as he glanced at Shiva and said, "I have some use for this thing, but it's not that useful. I know a merchant who buys this stuff. If you want to sell it, I estimate that a cart of this stuff can be exchanged for 10 caddies of grain. Do you want to trade?" Zhang Feng spoke without blushing or panting. After saying that, he couldn't stand Shiva anymore and took a sip of wine from his bowl. Then, he put away the paper on the table and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Shiva seemed to have realized that if he didn't agree to this matter, then everything they had discussed before would be for nothing. Because until now, Master Zhang only told him that those things could make him rich, but he didn't tell him the ultimate goal. He also knew that this poisonous salt seemed to be an additional condition. Although he didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted this thing for, he didn't ask. A cart of trash could be exchanged for 10 caddies of grain. That was just as saying 100 carts could be exchanged. Heavens! Thinking of the countless poisonous salts, his eyes burned with passion. He gritted his teeth and pressed down on the corner of the letter, saying, "Master Zhang, let's talk things over. If you want to give you a few carts of this thing, it's not a problem. It's not about the grain or not. If you really want to do business with this thing, then I'll be serious. A cart of 10 caddies of grain? Oh, I'll take it seriously." Zhang Feng smiled and sat down again. He patted Shiva's shoulder that was full of dust and said, "That's right. This thing is actually not worth much. I'm just testing you to see if you have the sincerity to do business with Jinla. I can guarantee that the people I know are powerful enough to take all of the things I mentioned before. But as for everything else, you'll have to discuss it yourselves. I just saw you because of fate." As he spoke, he removed Shiva's hand and crumpled the paper into a ball under Shiva's and Dala's fierce gazes. Dala didn't care about anything else. Although he was blushing, the beauty hidden under his dark skin made him look a little more pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, Zhang Feng wouldn't have been so unscrupulous. Master Zhang, my brother and I came to Chang and to solve the grain problem of Zhenla. Today we saw so much grain in Chang and city and heard that His Majesty the Tang Emperor is stockpiling grain. Therefore, we have to discuss this matter seriously. We will tell my father everything that happened today. This matter must be approved by him personally. You should discuss this matter as soon as possible. After all, I've only met that businessman twice. Maybe he will go to Dashi on that day. He had finally taken the bait. Lao Tzu was going to become the savior of Sawatika. Lao Tzu, I've added another bargaining chip for your life. I hope your bad temper doesn't kill you now. Otherwise, Lao Tzu would really be alone in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 145. Achu, in Taiji Palace. At the same time, Li Shimin sneezed loudly. He was originally copying Zhang Feng's handwriting, but now the brush drew a long horizontal line on the paper. Li Shimin frowned. He muttered, "Who is talking about me? Second brother, you are being paranoid." Zhang Sun Wugo glared at Li Shimin and helped him put on a cloak. "You have been standing for 6 hours. Don't tire yourself out." Li Shimin put down the brush and patted the back of Zhang Sun Wugo's hand. He gently hugged her from behind and said with incomparable tenderness, "Guanyin maid, what do you think of Zhang Feng?" Zhang Feng. Zhang Sun Wugo thought for a moment. He glanced at the paintings in the study and said calmly, "Although I have never seen this person before, for this person to be able to write such a world-shaking poem that even the great scholars of the present age and the great literary heroes are unable to create, this in itself is a miracle. Moreover, the drought in Longyu was easily resolved by him while drinking and chatting merrily. He also used a small price to make Tubo and Tuyuhan fall into his endless schemes. Even if Zhuge Liang was alive, he could not compare to this. However, his status is low after all. If second brother insists on recruiting him now, I feel that it is still somewhat lacking in consideration." "No, Guanyin maid." Li Shimin turned Zhang Sun Wugo's graceful body around and said, "I know that the time is not right." He himself said that the time is not right. Therefore, I want to send Changxian, Qin Ke, and Ke to the tavern to learn his unique way of governing and the way of business. What do you think? "No." Zhang Sun Wugo's face was filled with shock as she hurriedly interrupted Li Shimin. Although this child's abilities are exceptional, he is still a commoner. If the emperor wants to send the crown prince and the other princes to the tavern, what will happen to the court? This will shake the entire country. But Li Shimin's face was full of bitterness. He was anxious to say something. However, before he could say anything, Empress Zhangxuan's little hand pressed against his lips. "Second brother, I know that you want Changxian and the others to learn a few more things as soon as possible. But have you thought about Hongwenguan and Imperial College? Do you want to be condemned by all the civil officials in the court?" Seeing Li Shimin's gloomy expression, Zhang Sun Wugo gently said, "This concubine knows that in the imperial court, you are a lonely warrior. You long for someone to stand in your shoes and help you without a shred of selfishness. This concubine also knows that Zhang Feng's position in your heart has already surpassed everyone else. But this matter needs to be taken slowly. At the very least, Zhang Feng still needs a noble title." Li Shimin had a flash of inspiration. "Yes, we will immediately issue an edict to bestow him a noble title. This way, all the civil and military officials in the court will not have a single word of complaint. Your Majesty." Zhang Sun Wugo hurriedly blocked the agitated Li Shimin. "What name are you using? Right now, the matter of Tubo cannot be exposed. Moreover, the true effects of the water will have not been revealed. Even if the contribution of the salt-making technique is meritorious, this is not the time." Li Shimin vexed and viciously broke the red sandalwood jade brush. He sighed, "It is rare for us to have a close friend. However, we can't do anything right now. Only something as insignificant as money can express one's sincerity. However, Guanyin servant, you should know that Zhang Feng's goal is not money. If he wants to be rich enough to rival a country, then the method of cooking locusts, as well as the mysterious wine and delicacies, which one of these would not allow him to make a fortune. However, he did not. He Perhaps it is because he is too lonely. At this time, Li Shimin somewhat believed Zhang Feng's words. He was an old monster who had lived for 5,000 years. However, when he thought of his exaggerated and indifferent way of speaking, it was completely to talk about loneliness. It was because he was lonely, endlessly lonely, that he told me everything. But how could Li Shimin not know the importance of each and every one of these things? If he really wanted to make money, he could completely know the value of the water wheel, and it was not only so much. However, the money given to him, he did not even count it and took it into his arms. It seemed that he was greedy for money, but in fact, he was hiding his loneliness. Was this the attitude of looking at the overall situation? When can we have such charm? Originally, he was prepared to find Zhang Feng earlier today. However, the trivial matters of Chong and city, as well as the matter of the foreign envoys, made him extremely busy. Only now did he have some free time. However, when he was free, his mind was full of Zhang Feng. At this time, Li Shimin had an urgent hope. He urgently hoped that Zhang Feng could be by his side and let him stand in the main hall of the political announcement palace. He wanted to let those decadent and useless civil officials see that the Tang dynasty was not only decadent people like them who only cared about their own interests and did not have the slightest intention to improve and innovate for the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, he looked at the fiery sunset outside the window. Li Shimin put his hands behind his back, like a lonely wolf, looked up at the sky and said, "Guanin's servant, follow me out of the palace to see that bastard." Chapter 146. In the end, Empress Zhang's son still didn't follow Li Shimin. This time, Li Shimin didn't bring anyone with him. He brought Xiao Gizi and Wei Shuyu's team of Jinwu guards, changed into the gorgeous clothes of merchants, and turned into the East Market through the Yanqi Gate. At this moment, Zhang Feng, who was thirsty, paid the price of a poem by Li Bai and completely exploited Shiva and Dala. Then, he waved his sleeve and said, "I'm tired. Please go back." The two trembled with fear as they held Zhang Feng's calligraphy. They kicked the servants who were pretending to be asleep awake and then bowed and left Zhang Feng's store. Shiva even tactfully closed the door for him. When he hid behind the door and heard the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, Zhang Feng's mouth was about to reach his ears. "I'm rich. I'm really rich. Jade. They're all top-grade jade. Damn, these idiots. Although they're stupid, they're really rich." Looking at the table full of jadeite and other valuable items, Zhang Feng concluded that if he sold these things, he would definitely be able to amass an unimaginable amount of wealth in a short period of time. But was he greedy? Greedy my ass. He was a collector. He liked this name. He couldn't bear to see good things being covered in dust. Anything in the hands of others was equivalent to asking for his old life. Any one of these things, if passed down to the future, would be a priceless treasure. He was thinking, if he could return to the modern world after the system was activated, should he bring Lao Li and the others to see the modern Chang city? Presumably, Lao Li and the others would be so excited that they would suddenly have a heart attack, right? While looking at the table full of treasures and laughing foolishly, Zhang Feng didn't notice that the door of the tavern was opened again. A voice that was cloaked in the setting sun appeared in his ears. "Shopkeeper, who are you trying to rob? Why are there suddenly so many treasures?" The person who came was Li Shimin. After seeing the treasures on the table, he was envious. He couldn't help it. He was poor. In the Tang dynasty, he needed money. Moreover, the Emperor Emeritus's birthday was about to be celebrated. He was having a headache about money. Now, seeing the table full of money, his eyes couldn't help but light up. But at this moment, Zhang Feng was like a hen protecting its chicks. He pounced on the table and stuffed all the treasures on the table into his clothes, leaving only the string of pearls and some small parts outside. Seeing this, Li Shimin says, "Yo, Lally, I thought you were caught in the prison. Zhang Feng laughed and threw all the treasures on the floor inside the counter as if they were rubbish. Then he clapped his hands, "Tavern he." Feng, he took out a jug of fine wine from the counter and said, "What's going on today? You don't seem to be in a good mood." Ignoring Zhang Feng's jesting, Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng with interest, looking him up and down. Zhang Feng was a little angry. He had just experienced Sawadika. There were still many shadows in his heart. He didn't expect that before he could recover, he would be stared at by Lao Li again. It would be strange if he didn't explode. Ahem. Zhang Feng coughed. Li Shimin retracted his gaze playfully. Looking at a dropped earring on the table, he teased, "So, you brat, you robbed Yan Lai restaurant? Get lost." Zhang Feng, who was embarrassed and anger, shamelessly put the earring in his pocket and said, "If I had that ability, I wouldn't have opened a small tavern. By the way, why are you here? Where are they?" Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, Li Shimin didn't bother to ask. "They're all busy stocking up grain now. They're very busy during this period of time." Zhang Feng was puzzled. "Then why are you so free? You still have the leisure to come here? Tell me, did you get into trouble, waiting for me to bail them out?" He didn't believe Li Shimin's words when he was eating. But Li Shimin didn't intend to say anything about this. This matter did go wrong, but fortunately, Lord Zhang's son will take care of everything. We're fine for the time being. We're fine. That's good. Lao Li, you have a good life. Now that you've met me, you see, everything is going smoothly. Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng. Don't be confused. Seriously, do these things belong to those Jinla messengers? Don't say no. This jade is a special product of Jinla. It's precious. You know, this earring can be sold for more than 10 taels of gold in a circle of noble women. With Li Shimin's sharp eyes, how could he not know who the people who just went out were? But looking at their clothes, other than the clothes, the rest of the ornaments were all gone. Even Prince Jinla's belt and Princess Jinla's head ornament were gone. What could this mean? This guy must have cheated them badly. Seeing that his lie was exposed, Zhang Feng stopped pretending. He smiled and said, "When I saw so many people stocking up grain in Chang'an City, I thought something had happened to you. I was thinking of getting some money and using my connections to bail you out. I didn't expect that my efforts were in vain." However, Zhang Feng changed the topic and said mysteriously, "Lao Li, I have a big business deal. Do you dare to do it?" Chapter 147. Li Shimin's eyelids twitched. He forcibly suppressed the urge to ask Zhang Feng how to solve the predicament in Chang'an City and his father's conflict. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What kind of deal is so mysterious? Is it related to Jinla?" Oh, as expected of Lao Li, his brain was better than Old Wei and Lai's sons. "I guessed it from those fools." Li Shimin curled his lips. Even a fool could guess it, okay? However, Zhang Feng's words were very effective on him. It was very strange. There was no shortage of flatterers in the court, but Li Shimin was annoyed when he saw them. He wanted to kill them, but he was looking forward to Zhang Feng's praise. And it was the kind of praise that was full of sarcasm. This made Li Shimin very happy. He cupped his hands and personally took a jar of wine from the counter. Without waiting for Zhang Feng's instructions, he opened the mud seal and drank from the jar. What kind of friendship do we have? Although we have never been on the battlefield, but it can be considered a friendship of life and death. Everything that I have now is all because of your guidance. Just tell me, what kind of deal? I've been waiting for you, Lao Li. Zhang Feng pulled Li Shimin to sit beside him. He hooked his arm around Li Shimin's neck and said, "I'll tell you. Do you know why LA's people were like that just now?" "Why?" "All right, I forgot. How did you manage to trick them into giving you something so precious?" "Trick?" Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and immediately showed a look of disdain. "Do you think I, Zhang Feng, relied on trickery? I relied on my own ability, okay? But this stupid prince is really a King rich idiot. Look, TSK. He took out the jade pendant onto LA's neck and shook it, making Li Shimin want to snatch it. "This is the filial piety money I gave them when I pointed them out. I earned it with my own ability. Then tell me, how did you point them out?" Li Shimin was interested and forgot many of his troubles. It seemed that only in this small tavern could he really show his true nature. "Do you know what Zhen La's specialty is?" Zhang Feng asked mysteriously. Li Shimin was really confused. What did Jinla produce? Every year, the tributes were basically ordinary goods. In that place, people were so poor that they couldn't even afford to wear pants. What else could they offer? But seeing Zhang Feng's expression, Li Shimin couldn't help but become excited. Did you find something new? Yes. Let me ask you, old Li, have you ever heard of relying on a mountain to live off the mountain and the water to live off the water? I've heard of it, and this matter has been taught by the Han people for generations. Li Shimin was sure. Alas, Zhang Feng sighed. Do you know that idiot Zhun La doesn't even know this? Don't you think it's infuriating? Born in a treasure mountain, but starved to madness. I think in the whole world, Zhun La is so naive and cute. Just tell me, what did you find? Li Shimin didn't wait for Zhang Feng to finish his long-winded speech and hurriedly poured him a bowl of wine and asked, Don't worry, listen to me first. This matter is related to the long-term supply of table salt and the important point of whether the Tang dynasty can firmly control the surrounding countries. So powerful? Li Shimin was also shocked. He hurriedly put down the irritation in his heart. He listened carefully. Zhang Feng was not in a hurry now. What do the coastal areas rely on for a living? Laoli, fishing. The coastal areas of the Tang dynasty rely on fish for a living. Isn't Zhun La doing the same? Zhang Feng shook his head and asked again, Then what do they catch? Fish, just fish. Is there anything delicious in the sea? No way. Zhang Feng wanted to vomit blood. The sea. The coastal areas. What kind of place was that? That was a treasure bowl. Let me tell you, the most worthless thing in the sea is fish. Do you think those skinny, salty fish taste good? Li Shimin shrugged and sighed. You may not know. Sea fish are basically an important way to extract salt from the sea. The inland relies on this salt to survive. What do you think these sea fish mean? Wrong. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin as if looking at a fool and said, I really doubt you. Are you a businessman? Can't you think this way? Let me tell you, the most worthless thing in the sea is fish. And those things that you think are the most unsightly are the real good things. While talking, Zhang Feng took out a piece of paper again. He seriously drew the shape of a sea cucumber on the paper and said, This thing is called sea cucumber ginseng. You know it, right? I know this. But what does it have to do with this? Is this sea cucumber also a tonic? Zhang Feng exploded. It's more than a tonic. This thing is a great tonic. Do you know? If you eat too much of this thing, it can replenish qi and blood and also nourish the kidney. Let's not talk about other benefits for the time being. Look at this. While talking, he drew lobsters again, especially Australian lobsters, seahorses, starfish, and so on. These are all tonics. When some things are combined with each other, it will be a medicinal herb, extremely precious medicinal herbs. And in this shell, this thing, grind it into powder, add some medicinal herbs, and add some pearls. It's a supreme treasure for women to beautify and whiten their skin. Zhang Feng's saliva flew everywhere as he talked. In the end, he tinkered with a set of things for the beauty and skincare of later generations. And Li Shimin's whole body froze. Chapter 148. If it was before, Li Shimin would definitely think that Zhang Feng was talking nonsense after drinking. He would naturally take it as a joke. However, this was Zhang Feng, who had once saved him. How could his words be false? However, thinking about it, Li Shimin felt particularly awkward. Such a good thing. How could he not recognize it in front of him? How could he not feel uncomfortable? Moreover, Zhang Feng had just said that there was a treasure mountain in Jinla. Wouldn't Li Shimin be the same? Li Shimin's face was about to turn green. He stared and asked, Then, do you mean that there are treasures everywhere by the sea? Are you questioning the current emperor's blindness? No. You don't dare to say that. Zhang Feng hurriedly stuffed Li Shimin's mouth with a fried yellow crab. If someone were to hear this, they would be dug out of their graves and whipped their corpses. Although Zhang Feng had no relatives in this world, he was afraid. In this feudal society, he did not dare to be careless. Laoli, I say you're stubborn. If you continue to talk about the state affairs and the current emperor so foolishly, our fate will end here. Who is that? That's the current emperor. The good emperor who almost knelt down to the people for the sake of the people. Take a lantern and look for him. Look through the history books and see which emperor is better than the current emperor. Zhang Feng's method of giving a piece of meat with a stick made Li Shimin extremely uncomfortable, but he also enjoyed such treatment. He did not know if he was cheap or not, but at this time, it was no longer important. He was short of money. Now, as long as he heard that he could make money, he would want to take it as if he was crazy. Moreover, Zhang Feng said it in such a mysterious and dignified manner. Could it be that this little Jinla is so important? What you just said, I believe there are also some in the waters of the Tang dynasty, right? Why should Junla benefit while the people of the Tang dynasty suffer? Before you do, don't they always say that they want to stimulate the economy and set up cooperatives? Why is that? I said you're stupid. You're still a god. You're really stupid. Zhang Feng was filled with disdain. Let me ask you, this ocean is only so big, but how many people did the Tang dynasty have? If it was prosperous, the Tang dynasty would have to rely on the sea for the rest of its life. What about the next generation? The next generation, they ate up everything in the sea. What are you eating now? Are you stupid? Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Why do you always want to eat all the grass around your nest? Wait for the hunters to come and become a delicacy? Li Shimin was once met with a supercilious look, but this time Li Shimin was not angry. Instead, he was incomparably shocked. Zhang Feng was very direct. They had enough to eat for the rest of their lives, but what could they leave for their descendants? Just leave behind a mess? How could they be immortalized? They would go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Li Shimin could not help but break out in a cold sweat. His forehead was full of sweat. Priceless advice. Li Shimin smiled bitterly. I've read poetry and books, but I've forgotten such an obvious truth. As he spoke, Li Shimin stood up solemnly and bowed to Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng accepted it happily. Li Shimin could understand this truth, and he was very satisfied. At the very least, if there were more such merchants, the Tang dynasty would not only last for 300 years, and there would be a lot more legacies that could be left behind. This was what Zhang Feng was most satisfied with. He was not satisfied. When the time came, he would buy Australian sponges from abroad for a few hundred yuan per caddy. This thing was not valuable, but he could only watch it be cheated. Why? Because it was extinct. Because of those idiots in history, it was extinct. The future generations wanted to eat it. Sure, please go abroad and buy it for tens or hundreds of times the price. If Zhang Feng's plan was implemented with Lao Li, Zhang Feng could foresee that in the future, the whole world would be bought by the Tang dynasty and the people of Huaxia. After it was all bought, sorry, but do you want to eat it? Come. Lao Tzu could sell as much as he wanted. You don't want to buy it? Get lost. That was heroism. Huaxia lacked such heroism. That heroism was originally there, but it was obliterated by the extension of history. Zhang Feng's appearance was to prevent Huaxia from suffering any humiliation in the future, although he did not have any illusions. But the moment he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he had such a dream, since he was here, the most prosperous Tang dynasty in history. Then, let the Huaxia people, in their heyday, let them surpass everything, cross the ocean, and let the flag of the Tang dynasty be planted on every inch of land in the world. Let them be free labor for the Tang dynasty. Only then would it be worthy of Zhang Feng's title of the Emperor of Eternity. The Emperor of Eternity who truly completed the unification of the world, not the half-baked Emperor Qin, Shi Huang, and Emperor Wu of Han. At this moment, Li Shimin was sighing. His heart was spreading and burning. And Zhang Feng was the same. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the world in the future was no longer so narrow. He was no longer alone. Which chivalrous person was not a lonely fighter? It was just that he let the trajectory of history, under the premise of normal operation, let him turn faster and farther. That was what he wanted to do in the future. Since he was here, then, he had to leave some memories for Huaxia. He would leave a thick and colorful mark. Chapter 149. Li Shimin was very shocked. Such a brilliant plan. This was really a plan to eradicate the family. This plan might be carried out for several generations or even dozens of generations. But in his hands, he was the person at the helm of this plan. He controlled the future of this plan. This was even more exciting for his dream of a golden age where all countries would pay homage to him, although he knew that he would not live until then. But at this time, he could imagine the expressions of those foreigners who would kneel in front of his tomb and tell him about his deeds thousands of years later when all countries came to pay homage to him. Li Shimin could not help but laugh at his fantasy of a golden age. And Zhang Feng did not disturb him. He knew that Lao Li was enlightened. This was a kind of sublimation. It was also a part of his plan. The Great Tang needed merchants like this. These honest merchants lacked the scheming and deceit of the later generations, only a patriotism. This was rare and commendable. He had simply helped the lost find the lighthouse in their hearts at the right time. Hey, Lao Li, are you thinking about the future? Zhang Feng stared at Li Shimin and asked with a smile. Li Shimin's dream was shattered. Not only did he not blame Zhang Feng, but there were also traces of tears in his eyes. Yes, I see the future now. 10 years later, the golden age of the Tang dynasty. That is what we want to see the most. When we go to every corner of the world, we only need to show the name of the Tang dynasty, and the whole world will bow down to us. What a glory this is! We are no longer the four-legged sheep that others say, and no longer the target that anyone can bully. They can only carve 2 words in their bones. The Tang dynasty. But what a pity! There are too few people in the Tang dynasty who can have such awareness. Li Shimin shook his head. He abruptly picked up the wine jug and poured it over his head to hide the tears at the corners of his eyes. That's quite a lot. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and said, "Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, heavenly lightning struck a forest, and a huge fire burned in the forest for more than 100 days. There were flames everywhere in the air, just like the stars in the sky. Among them, one of the sparks was the size of a fingernail at first, but it drifted and drifted, and in the end, it was only the size of a needle tip that was about to extinguish. When he was about to die out, he landed on a withered grassland. Then, he slowly used the remaining heat of his ashes to ignite the entire grassland." Li Shimin listened attentively. It was as if he was the spark in front of him. Li Shimin cried out in surprise when he heard that spark had used its last bit of heat to ignite the entire grassland. And then, Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and patted him on the shoulder. After that, the grassland burned for an entire year. The soil was burned until it was bright red. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. This place could no longer grow a single grass seed. However, after a rain, everyone was shocked to find that this grassland had once again bloomed with even more luxuriant weeds than before. This, Li Shimin was shocked. Zhang Feng looked at him, dipped the brush in the ink box, and waved the brush on the gray-white wall. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The spring breeze moistens things silently. Fire can start a prairie fire silently. Although it was a poem that was pieced together, Li Shimin was shocked. Looking at the words on the wall, he couldn't help but be shocked. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The spring breeze moistens things silently. Fire can start a prairie fire silently. God, Zhang Feng, Lao Li, I hope that you must pass on this sentence for generations to come. Don't underestimate a single spark. Its momentum of starting a prairie fire is unstoppable. No force can stop it. However, it is a catalyst that burns rotten traditions, breaks and establishes, and moves forward. Li Shimin choked. A spark. A spark. Right now, what his imperial court needed the most was a spark of fire. Everyone was adhering to the rules. How could they let the cavalry of the Tang dynasty take another step forward? Although there was a powerful strategy and an unprecedented planning ability, no one carried it out. This was the momentum of starting a prairie fire. This was how the lofty skyscraper toppled. Zhang Feng, Lao Li, Lao Li, am unable to repay your kindness to me. Don't say that you will repay me with your body. I will kill you. Zhang Feng was speechless. He hurriedly supported Li Shimin's kneeling posture and said speechlessly. Zhang Feng's words perfectly resolved the crisis. Because just now, on the beam of his house, Wei Shiyu's crossbow was already aimed at him. That's enough, Lao Li. Let's not be pretentious. Every one of us has a role to play and a mission that we need to complete. I am the one who will make this wheel turn, and you are the one who will make the wheel turn. Laoli, do you want to build a prosperous Tang dynasty with me? Chapter 150. Yes, why wouldn't I? Li Shimin didn't even think about it. Until now, he no longer had any doubts about the mystery of Zhang Feng's origin. Damn it, Zhang Feng is from the Tang dynasty. Does he still want to harm the Tang dynasty? Let all the doubts go to hell. Seeing Li Shimin so determined, Zhang Feng nodded. Then he said, "This is why I strongly recommended Dahai to Zhenla when they throw themselves into the sea and happily transport goods to the Tang dynasty. Zhenla is really a Zhenla. In fact, he is a member of the Tang dynasty. I'm a dog of the Tang dynasty." Hiss, what a vicious plan. However, Li Shimin's fists were clenched tightly. He was extremely excited. Wei Shuyu, who was on the beam, was also shocked by Zhang Feng's plan. It could even be said that Zhang Feng's words just now opened the door to another world for him. He had heard the name Zhang Feng from his father for a long time, but even if he asked anything about Zhang Feng, his father didn't say a word. Today, he was lucky enough to accompany the emperor out of the palace. He didn't expect to see the mysterious person who was highly praised by his father and all his uncles, and who hid very well. Today, he secretly sneaked into the beam of the tavern without anyone knowing. He was worried about the emperor and wanted to see how powerful Zhang Feng was. Now he saw it. She took a deep look at Zhang Feng. He seemed to be about the same age as her, but he had such talent. He was able to make her father shocked, praise him all day long, and admire his calligraphy all day long. This was something that Wei Shuyu would never forget for the rest of her life. He glanced at the words on the wall again and silently remembered them in his heart. Then he quietly sneaked out. Zhang Feng, I'm looking forward to the golden age of the Tang dynasty that you mentioned. Regarding this, Li Shimin and Zhang Feng did not notice at all. However, this did not affect their conversation. From the price of the aquatic products to how to sell them, and so on, Li Shimin smacked his lips and said, "This Zhenla is really sitting on a treasure mountain. Tell me, what else does he have?" "What else?" Zhang Feng smiled. "They have a lot of things." While talking, Zhang Feng showed off a handful of jade and said, "Look at this thing. This is a good treasure. In the future, everything will be yours and mine. Are you satisfied? Also, do you know how profitable the best spices on the market are?" Li Shimin was shocked. Touching the sachet on his belt, he asked, "Could it be that Zhenla also has this thing? This thing costs 100 strings of coins per caddy." "Huh." Zhang Feng smiled faintly. "Laoli, what if I tell you that that place not only has another kind of spice in the world, but its price is so low that you'll go crazy? What will you do?" "How low?" Li Shimin went crazy. "About 1,000 strings of coins per cart. F*CK. Li Shimin exploded. "A whole cart? How many stones would that be? Only 1,000 strings of coins?" Li Shimin could not help but have the urge to drool. Looking at Li Shimin's exaggerated appearance, Zhang Feng patted him on the shoulder in annoyance. "This is nothing. If you sign a long-term supply contract, the price of that thing will be even lower. And you know that in Zhenla, that thing is only used as firewood. Do you believe it?" Li Shimin had the urge to order the troops to send out now. Such a good thing. And Zhenla waste it like this? What a waste. What a reckless waste of resources. How good would it be if it was given to me? How good would it be if I had this thing in the Tang dynasty? Li Shimin went crazy. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin's crazy eyes and laughed a few times. He seemed to be a little drunk. He had been drinking since noon. Even the god of wine would be F*King drunk, let alone him. He got up dizzily, sat on the ground against the wall, patted the floor beside him, and waved his hand. Li Shimin simply sat cross-legged on the floor. Zhang Feng said mysteriously, "This thing is just one of them. There's another thing that you should have heard of, that is lychee and bananas. You're used to calling them ganjiao. There are also many strange fruits. Because of poor preservation, they have only been sold in the places closest to the Tang dynasty. I gave them an idea. Let these fruits and seafood be transported to Chang and fresh." "What idea?" Li Shimin asked. Among the tributes of Zhenla, there were indeed fruits, but they were basically dried fruits. He craved those things. Not only him, but the Empress and the others also liked those things. Moreover, every time Zhenla came to offer tributes, the noble women of Chang then would pester the ministers and often come to him. What idea could he have? Everyone was wringing their hands. If only there were fresh ones. But now, Zhang Feng actually came up with an idea. This aroused Li Shimin's great interest. What else is there? It's just a water wheel. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? That thing could be used to fight the drought, and it could even be sold. Otherwise, are you going to use the useless water wheel to chop firewood? Chapter 151. Li Shimin's head was swollen and hurting badly now. He felt dizzy. It was as if someone had hit him hard with a stick. His original plan was to sell the remaining 80,000 water wheels to Tubo or Tuyuhan. But now, it seemed that this plan had to be changed. There was a way out for what was originally a headache. Do you want it or not? If you don't, I'll turn around and use it for business. This was far more cost-effective than buying a water wheel. How much would it cost to build one? As long as you Tubo or Tuyuhan have food, my Tang dynasty will make as much as you want. No, now it had to be changed. He couldn't use the wood of the Tang dynasty. If you want it, exchange it with wood. Li Shimin suddenly felt that he was so wise and mighty. Brother Zhang Feng, just say it. What other good things do you have? Just tell me all of them. Don't spill the beans. It's really making me anxious. Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait to go back and personally summon Prince Jinla and the others. It would be best if he signed the contract tonight for 100 years. No, a 500-year contract. He would directly tie him down. Zhang Feng saw that Li Shimin was really smiling at this time, without the worry when he entered the door, and said slowly, Actually, the map outside Jinla is very big. They are very wild and barbaric. There are even places where people are still eating raw meat and drinking blood. There are countless resources in such places waiting for us to explore, so Jinla is our first step. And Jinla is actually nothing. Lao Li. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. He was afraid that what he was about to say would scare him. An endless supply of salt. Even if it was recorded in history that it was mined from the Tang dynasty, at least during Zhang Feng's time, there were still people mining. Although at that time, no one cared about salt. He only wanted to take a look out of curiosity when he heard the old man in Sawadika talk about it when he was traveling. This was enough to show how abundant the production of this thing was, right? Even after thousands of years, they still couldn't finish digging. If this wasn't a treasure, then what was? Zhang Feng wanted to completely turn salt into a cheap commodity. This Zhenla was the key to this. Otherwise, with the amount of salt produced in the Tang dynasty, not to mention selling it, it wouldn't even be enough for them to eat. But now everything is fine. With this toy, those with big necks could scram to the Tubo Turks, Dashi Empire, and other places. The Tang dynasty does not welcome you. No, it's Lao Tzu. Zhang Feng doesn't welcome you. Brother Zhang Feng? Brother? Brother, wake up. Originally, Li Shimin had been waiting for Zhang Feng to say something, but after waiting for a long time, he finally realized that Zhang Feng was laughing sinisterly. That smile was so cheap that Li Shimin wished he could slap him away. He shook Zhang Feng to wake him up speechlessly. Zhang Feng coughed without blushing and said, Lao Li, I think you'd better be prepared first. What I'm going to say next may don't talk nonsense. Just say it. You're a porcelain hammer. Fine. I'll say it. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. He couldn't even pretend to be cool anymore. If I'm not comfortable, you won't have it easy either. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, Do you know what's the most valuable and precious thing of Zhenla? What does the Tang dynasty need the most now? Don't talk about food. If Zhenla had food, he wouldn't have come to the Tang dynasty to ask for food. Li Shimin curled his lips. It's not food. It's something else that concerns the people's livelihood. Li Shimin couldn't figure it out. He was very anxious. There were too many things that concerned the people's livelihood. How could he know what Zhang Feng was up to? Just as Li Shimin was about to strangle Zhang Feng's neck, Zhang Feng stretched out a hand to stop Li Shimin and then said a word faintly. Salt. There are countless salt mines that can at least supply all the people in the Tang dynasty. They won't dry up even after 500 years of free trial. Boom! Li Shimin felt like he was struck by lightning. Otherwise, how could he fall to the ground? And there was a big bump on his forehead. However, all of this was not important. Li Shimin grabbed Zhang Feng's collar and asked with a very serious expression, "What did you say? Say it again?" Zhang Feng was also confused. This Lao Li, why did his expression and aura look a bit like a person? However, at this time, he was drunk and dizzy. How could he have a mind to think about who Li Shimin looked like? He patted the shocked Li Shimin and said, "Lao Li, that's where you're wrong. I told you to be prepared. You didn't wet your pants, did you?" Under Li Shimin's murderous gaze, Zhang Feng was terrified. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Actually, this is true. I was just casually asking. I didn't expect that at least one city area in Zhanla is a poisonous salt mine that even birds and beasts don't dare to enter. I estimated that if we can get it within 500 years of the Tang dynasty, everyone can buy a caddy of salt for only 1 coin. Li Shimin still didn't believe it. However, he also knew that his attitude was a bit too excited. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was drunk at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely give himself away. Li Shimin smiled bitterly. He still couldn't be as calm as an ancient well. He put his arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder and asked, "Then, what kind of price did you pay? I believe that the people of Zhanla can't think of this, right?" "Hee, you may not be able to guess my answer." Chapter 152. Li Shimin was speechless. He wished he could strangle Zhang Feng to death. This bastard always pretended to be mysterious to keep him in suspense. Couldn't he just say everything he knew in one breath? Would he die? However, salt that could last the Tang dynasty for 500 years. This was something Li Shimin dreamed of doing. He just didn't expect that there would be such a treasure in the barren land of Zhanla. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Li Shimin sighed. He smiled bitterly and said, "Zhanla used to be a barren land because of that. But after what you said, didn't it become a land of treasures?" "Treasures?" Zhang Feng smiled. "If I told you that in the south of that place, rice can be grown 3 times a year, would you believe me? If you control the port of Ma'i, you can make all kinds of seasonings and aromatherapy for food. At that time, if the wheat and sorghum of the north could be successfully cultivated as well as the rice of the south, and they could be obtained from that small tribe, how could there be a famine in the Great Tang by then? By then, even if you don't control Tubo, Tuhun, and other countries, the food of the Tang dynasty will be enough to fill people to death. Other countries will beg you to give them some food." Zhang Feng didn't plan to say this. He was going to keep it as a trump card. When he entered the imperial court, this thing would be the capital for his rise. Although he knew that the imperial court had always been a battlefield, who would dare to oppose him when he controlled the food lifeline of the Tang dynasty? Lao Tzu wouldn't give you any food even if he had it. "You'll starve to death, you bastard." This was Zhang Feng's life-saving trump card. He didn't dare to use it easily. This encounter with the people of Zhanla reminded him of the richness of that place. That was why he kept scolding those people who were sitting on a mountain of treasures and starving to death. They deserved to starve to death. They deserved it. Zhang Feng spat again in his heart before he patted Li Shimin's neck in satisfaction. "Brother, just you wait and see." In their eyes, it was indeed poisonous salt. But as long as it's in our hands, it's a treasure trove. Not only will the people of the Tang dynasty have salt to eat, but we can also guarantee the consumption of salt in the surrounding countries. The 500 years I said is a conservative estimate. It's an estimate based on the predictions of all the people in the surrounding countries. Gulp. Li Shimin swallowed hard. His voice was a little hoarse. "Brother Zhang, brother, you are my true brother. Let me ask you, what price did you pay? Could it be that you want to marry that dark-skinned princess? You are really a good person. Eh? Marry that Darla? No, no, no. Lao Li. Lao Tzu was not blind. How could he be interested in such an idiotic woman? He's just sitting there all day, not even laying out a fart. What I need him for?" Li Shimin sighed again, revealing a, you know what I mean, look. The look in his eyes was complicated. Although he was trying his best to quibble, Li Shimin understood from the first time he saw Zhang Feng send the two of them off. The princess and Zhang Feng were reluctant to part with each other. Men, who was not lustful, men who were not lustful. One was a gentleman who loved openly, and the other was a man who sacrificed his life for the sake of righteousness. Li Shimin suddenly felt that he and Zhang Feng were the same kind of people. They were doing this for the sake of righteousness. Gentlemen, nothing could be better than this. When we enter the palace, if I let you suffer even a little bit, I, Li Shimin, will pronounce my name backwards. Li Shimin secretly swore. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was furious. The more furious he was, the more Li Shimin felt that this was likely to be true. In the end, Zhang Feng did not explain. Who cares? Son of a bitch. Was it easy for Lao Tzu? Come on, don't be so upset. Men, although the Jinla girl is a little tanned, I've been there before. It's the same even if I blow out the lamp. But to be honest, I saw that girl. Other than being a little tanned, her figure's really good. In Chang'an City, you can't find someone like her. Enough. If you continue, Lao Tzu will get angry with you. Zhang Feng was furious. If he had known, he would not have brought this up. Zhang Feng hurriedly changed the topic. The price I paid this time is actually not much of a price. A cart of poisonous salt and 10 caddies of food. Do as you see fit. Get lost, get lost. Lao Tzu wants to sleep. Zhang Feng was speechless. He did not want to talk to Li Shimin anymore. This old pervert was always staring at women. Lao Tzu was a good youth of the 21st century. If he did not even have this bit of aesthetic sense, then what was the point of living? I'd rather die. Li Shimin was also furious. He stood up with a bang. He did not even care that his robe was torn. He asked in a trembling voice, "You said a cart of poisonous salt, 10 caddies of food?" Zhang Feng said in a low, muffled voice, "Just 10 caddies. As for what kind of food you give him, it's up to you. I don't care, but you must keep the price as low as possible. Give him a blow and give him a sweet date. Otherwise, if others take advantage of the loophole, or if those people from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Agriculture find out, you will lose your life." Are my Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Revenue so unreliable and greedy? Chapter 153. Li Shimin was at a loss for words. Although he knew that the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works were very pedantic, was the monthly payment really that serious? What kind of person would be described by Zhang Feng as someone who valued money as much as his life? Brother Zhang Feng, what you said is a little too much. Although I've heard of the Nashi people, they are a little pedantic, but it's not like what you said, right? Li Shimin still wanted to fight for it. He was definitely burning up. Was this his imperial court? This is the imperial court. Zhang Feng testified for him. Zhang Feng's expression was solemn. Although he was tongue-tied, his face was red, and his head was dizzy. He still knew the seriousness of the matter. Lao Li, we are brothers. That's why I'm saying so many heartfelt words to you. You must remember that the people don't fight with the officials. You must remember this. Although the current emperor is a good emperor, the group of officials around him are a group of people who have lived a life of wisdom. If it involves their interests or makes them feel that you threaten their interests, they will not hesitate to kill you. This is the reason why I asked you to get in touch with Zhongsun Wuji. He is the Minister of Justice, the emperor's brother-in-law, and an experienced official. He knows a little about the ways of the world. So, get along with Zhongsun Wuji more. Even if you earn a little less, don't provoke the Ministry of Works and the Imperial Court. If such a day comes, you'd rather hand over all the technology and assets you know, or throw them to Zhongsun Wuji. Run as far as you can. That's the best. The Imperial Court is a nest of quarrels. Your every move is no different from a flea in their eyes. But once a flea like you touches the foundation of their life, they will slap you to death without hesitation. Zhang Feng said with a heavy heart. Li Shimin was silent. He knew best what the Imperial Court was like, but he was still very grateful to Zhang Feng for his advice. He only dared to say such words because he truly regarded him as a brother. If it were anyone else, who would dare to say such words? Who would say that? Although Zhan La looked like a fat piece of meat, once this fat piece of meat made people jealous, he would immediately become a piece of smelly meat that attracted flies and smelly bugs. Thinking of this, Li Shimin wanted to get up and give Zhang Feng a Confucian bow, but he couldn't get up after a long time. After a few jars of wine, they were all drunk. How could he still have the strength to get up? Li Shimin didn't get up anymore. After some jesting, he asked, "In the middle of Jinla, there is Nanjiao. It won't be easy to get there." "By?" "Not a fart." Zhang Feng couldn't take it anymore. He roared with bloodshot eyes. "Do you have a pig's brain? I just told you to get closer to Lord Zhang's son. It would be best if you could pull in that fearless Chang Yaojin. At that time, when you go to Jinla, you only need one token from the two of them, and it will be enough for you to go unimpeded. And you can get the goods just by sitting in Chang'an City. Why do you have to go to Jinla? Do you think it's too easy?" Li Shimin was despised again, but Li Shimin didn't care. He asked about the specific industry plan again. That was the extinction plan. The more he talked about this plan, the more excited Li Shimin became. At the lowest price, they would exchange food for poisonous salt mines and then process it a little. The first salt, which was the poisonous salt, would be sold to the Turks, Tubo, and Tian. Then they would exchange the salt for food without silver. 1 caddy of salt would be 1 caddy of fine grain. In just a few decades, the entire grassland would be full of big-necked people. At that time, they would have no combat power. If they wanted food, they would have to use resources to exchange with the Tang dynasty. Then they would distribute all the cattle, sheep, and horses on the grassland to the people of the Tang dynasty. No one would want them. Nonsense. They were all farmers. Who didn't want to have a mule to farm? At that time, not to mention that there were many cattle and sheep on the grassland, such a big Tang dynasty, with 1 sheep per person, would be distributed to them in minutes. At that time, there would no longer be a sheep, a cow, or a horse on the grassland. Would a people on horseback without a horse be worthy of it? And what would the Tang dynasty pay for it? His decision was to put in a little effort, collect the goods, and then throw them to the people who were lining up to ask for them. Done. He didn't even need to carry them on his back. Who wouldn't be willing? The more Li Shimin listened, the more excited he became. In the end, his whole body trembled like a pendulum. Extinction plan. This was really a F*King extinction plan. Moreover, the Tang dynasty didn't even have to pay a penny, but they made a lot of money and firmly controlled all the countries in their hands. Li Shimin almost choked. "Brother Zhang Feng, are you really not an immortal?" "Immortal?" Zhang Feng, who was dizzy, laughed and said, "Have you ever seen any immortal?" Li Shimin shook his head. "That's it. No one has ever seen an immortal. How can I be an immortal? If I were an immortal, wouldn't it be great if I could turn stone into gold in one breath? Would I have to work so hard?" Li Shimin blinked and didn't say anything. He knew he couldn't win. However, this plan caused him to become anxious again. He cupped his fists, staggered up from the ground, and was about to slip away. But he was caught by Zhang Feng. "By the way, Lao Li, I almost forgot. Why did you come to me? Did you encounter any difficulties?" Chapter 154. Li Shimin was also stunned when he heard that. He rubbed his groggy head for a long time before he remembered the purpose of his visit. He personally went to the counter to take a herbal teapot and drink a mouthful of cold tea. Then, he threw it to Zhang Feng and said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I think you did it on purpose. You even saw through that." Zhang Feng took the teapot with a smile and leaned himself against the wall to drink. Sigh. When Li Shimin thought of the business, his whole spirit was refreshed. "This is my family's business, so it's not good to talk about it. But I really have no choice. Say it. As a brother, I don't have any other skills, but I have a glib tongue." Li Shimin ignored Zhang Feng and seemed to be immersed in his memories. "Originally, there were 3 of us brothers. My father built a family business with his good friends in the Guanlong area for the sake of singing. At that time, I was going to take the imperial examinations and become an official, but my father promised that as long as I helped the family work hard, he would let me be the head of the family in the future. Then your father went back on his word and let your brother be the head of the family, right?" Zhang Feng asked with his eyes wide open. Li Shimin didn't say anything and nodded. Zhang Feng suddenly had a strong interest in Lao Li. "Lao Li, don't tell me you're that person in the palace? F***, your experience is so similar." Zhang Feng's words instantly alerted Li Shimin. He didn't know what was wrong with him that made him see a clue. He laughed and said vaguely, "How can my identity be compared to that person?" "That's true." Zhang Feng smacked his lips. He would rather die than believe that this master had any connection with that person in the palace. Damn it, there was no possibility at all, okay? "Let me tell you a story," Zhang Feng said faintly. "Speaking of which, there is still half a month before the birthday of that person in the palace. But look at how the current emperor treats him. Although your experience is similar to His Majesty's, let me tell you, even if you're just a little commoner in His Majesty, you're all the same. We're all mortals, born and raised by mothers and fathers. The difference between us and animals is that we have feelings. Although the current emperor has used some tricks, he still wholeheartedly wants what his father wants. Even if he has to run hundreds of horses to death, he will still get it for him from the ends of the earth." Li Shimin fell silent. His eyes were filled with worry. Zhang Feng patted his shoulder and said, "Actually, have you ever heard of this saying? The son wants to raise, but the father doesn't wait for him. Is it the father's fault for not teaching him well? If your father didn't make a promise back then, you might not have achieved what you have today, and you might not be able to see me today. You should be glad that your father didn't let you enter the big dive vat in the imperial court. But I'm already in it," Li Shimin shouted in his heart. "Brother Zhang Feng, you said that the son wants to raise, but the father doesn't wait for him. I'm indeed facing this problem now. My old father, because I fought for the position of the head of the family, and my brothers left the Tang dynasty one after another, so he has always hated me and doesn't like me. He's very similar to His Majesty. I also want to redeem myself. Previously, I was young and impetuous, and my brothers joined forces to mess with me. How could I not resist?" Zhang Feng fell silent. Was Lally wrong? That was right. He was the same as His Majesty. They just wanted to survive in the cracks. This might be the characteristic of the men in Guangzhou. Where the hell did this tradition come from? For a lousy reputation, to destroy the false title of the head of the family, they didn't even understand the principle of family harmony and prosperity? Did they have to fight to the death? "Lally, actually, I have no right to ask about your family's affairs, and I don't dare to make decisions for you, because every family has its own difficulties. I can only say that all of this today is your family's own fault. Listen to me first." Zhang Feng pressed Li Shimin's shoulder to shut him up, and then said, "I don't want to hear about your past. I think it's not as wonderful as His Majesty's. But you have to remember that there's no overnight hatred between father and son. Your original intention is for the family business. This is understandable, but please remember one thing. Admit defeat. You're a father now. Do you want your children to learn from you in the future?" Li Shimin was abnormally shocked. He really hadn't thought about this matter. It's the father's fault if the son doesn't teach. He knew this sentence from Old Man Kong. "But I know you have concerns, but you must remember one thing. Think more for the future generations. Admit defeat and lower your head to your father. I know your personality, and you're not that hard to talk to. Otherwise, do you think I, Zhang Feng, am willing to be friends with anyone? If that's the case, then right now, the streets are filled with my brothers and friends. Please, Brother Zhang Feng, enlighten me. My father's birthday is in a few days. I'm also thinking about how to resolve the conflict between us at this time, but I have no way. So, it's like this, how is there no way?" Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously and pointed at his head. "Think carefully. Do you have a way to resolve your father and son relationship?" Chapter 155. Want. If I want, will I expose all my dirty linen to you? Li Shimin shook his head speechlessly. Zhang Feng wanted to slap Li Shimin's head hard to see if he was a blockhead. However, he reached out his hand and stopped in the end. He couldn't reach it, and he didn't have the strength. He staggered and fell to the floor. The teacup in his hand was thrown into Li Shimin's arms. In an instant, he looked like he had wet his pants. Li Shimin frowned at the sight. Zhang Feng acted as if nothing had happened and simply laid on the floor. The cold floor made him feel a little less drunk. At this moment, he finally understood. Why did those drunkards prefer to sleep on the floor and the curb instead of sleeping on a bed when they were drunk? It was so damn comfortable. You're a blockhead. To think that I've told you so much before. You didn't listen to me at all. Let me ask you, why is your father unhappy with you? Are you the one who snatched the position of the head of the family? Wrong. He promised to give it to you, but you snatched it from him. This is his fault. If you can't do it, don't agree. But why can't he get along with you? Is it because I drove my brothers away? Li Shimin asked hurriedly. No. Zhang Feng stamped on the floor randomly. This is all because of one original intention, which is to revitalize the family business. No matter how you become the head of the family, your father hopes that you can lead the family to glory and glory. Let me ask you, are you bringing glory to your ancestors now? Li Shimin was silent. He was deep in thought. Although your family business is nothing in my opinion, if you want to resolve the conflict between you and your father, let me ask you something. Before you came here, were you angry with your father? Yes, because of the grain storage. That's it. Since he's willing to talk to you about business matters, it means that the conflict between you two can be resolved. As long as he doesn't care what I do, I'll just give him a cold shoulder. Zhang Feng was extremely thirsty. He pointed at his mouth. Li Shimin simply stuffed the spout into Zhang Feng's mouth. Li Shimin was shocked. Imperial father didn't ignore me. Although he was in the depths of the harem, he still cared about the people's livelihood. Then if I were to make all my plans... I got it. Brother, do you mean that if we tell him all our plans and prove that we are working hard for the sake of the family, our conflict will be resolved? If you don't want your father to be angered to death by you at his birthday, then go ahead and say it. Zhang Feng was speechless. I said you have a pig's brain? And you really do have a pig's brain? Where's your business sense? It's really hard for me to imagine how big your business is. How can you ask such a stupid question? Li Shimin was instantly ignited. Alas, damn you. Is this how you talk to your old brother? Do you look down on your old brother so much? I'm already having a headache, so why don't you come up with an idea? Are you insulting me? Hey, it seems that it's a good thing that you can lose your temper. Zhang Feng smiled embarrassedly. Before this matter is confirmed and the contract is signed with Jinla, as well as the matter regarding Tufan, we have to wait until the contract is signed. Until the deed is done, don't tell anyone. Otherwise, you can go find a crooked tree. What for? Li Shimin was confused. This crooked tree. However, Li Shimin instantly understood. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. However, Zhang Feng didn't wait for him to lose his temper and said, "From the way Jinla's people came today, I can see that this is a good day for the birthday of the person in the palace. You have to seize the time and try to drag the emperor or Zhangsun Wuji down in these 2 days, no matter the cost. In this way, you can sign a contract. It's best if the contract is signed by Tubo, Tuhun, and Jinla. I'm sure that the main reason why Tubo and Tuyuhun are here is because of this. Are you so sure? I'm so sure." Zhang Feng was certain. This matter has been left unchecked for a long time. I think it's already June. Logically speaking, they should be freaking anxious, but they haven't done anything. That means they're waiting for the drought in Lan Yudao. Li Shimin was also shocked. He thought carefully for a while. In his mind, the list of tributes presented by Tubo and Tiuhun's envoys appeared. He didn't notice it before, but now that he thought about it carefully, it was really more sumptuous than before. Could it be that what Zhang Feng said was true? This time, they wanted to use the birthday of the retired emperor to confirm this matter. How confident are you? Li Shimin grabbed Zhang Feng, who was drinking water, and asked. 80%. If the retired emperor doesn't cause trouble. It was a sure thing. Although Zhang Feng said it was 80%, it was definitely 100%. Because, with Zhang Feng's temper, he would never smooth things over. He would always leave a safe place for himself. Li Shimin's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. It seems that Chang is going to have a big change in this birthday. Chapter 156. Li Shimin was a little scared, but he was also looking forward to it. He was afraid that if something went wrong during the birthday celebration, he would have to bear the infamy. The infamy of being a murderer and usurping the throne really made him feel uncomfortable. If he could solve it during the birthday celebration, that would be great. But could this matter be as good as he thought? No. There were always some people who liked to see him fall, and even hoped that he would fall. Li Shimin was very clear about this. Thinking of this, Li Shimin could not help but clench his fists. This incident, everything was gathered at the birthday celebration, which also made Li Shimin feel deeply pressured this time. If he could overcome it, then the overall luck of the Tang dynasty would skyrocket. However, if something were to go wrong, he would be plunged into an irrecoverable trouble. The most important thing was that these plans could not be known to anyone. At this time, a trace of murderous intent flickered in Li Shimin's eyes. Brother Zhang Feng, tell me, Lao Li, also know about this matter. Everything seems to be very colorful, but it is also very dangerous. If something goes wrong, then the birthday celebration of that person in the palace will be the day that Lao Li, will be exterminated. Just tell me how I should deal with this matter, and also solve the conflict between my father and me. Zhang Feng sobered up a little. Actually, this matter still depends on one person. Oh, Zhang Sun Wuji. Lao Li, don't you know that this matter has actually been in our plan from the beginning? Plan? There was a plan from the beginning? Li Shimin immediately became spirited and quickly asked, I'd like to hear the details. Regarding this matter, you've always stood on your own side, but you've forgotten to look at the overall situation. Even until my death, I've been mentioning Zhang Sun Wuji. Could it be that you don't understand why I must have you go find Zhang Sun Wuji? A buzzing sound was heard. Li Shimin had thought through all his problems. Why did Zhang Feng keep saying that the people should not fight with the officials? Why did he keep stressing that they had to take a small share and let Zhang Sun Wuji and the royal family take the majority? Why did he keep emphasizing it? Now, he finally understood. Zhang Feng had been plotting all along. It was a path where he could advance and sweep everything before him. And if he retreated, he could retreat safely. Although he was drunk now. However, his words still shocked Li Shimin. He had thought of all the possibilities. What was Zhang Feng thinking? How did he manage to strategize? Could it be that he had been plotting and weaving a net ever since the first time he fell in love with Long Yudao? He was aghast. He also wanted such an ability. Although he and Zhang Feng were now brothers, he also knew that Zhang Feng was teaching him. He was teaching him everything. During this period of time, Zhang Feng was like a mentor opening many windows for Li Shimin. However, he was a little hesitant. He fell into Zhang Feng's flowery words and lost his ability to strategize. He also ignored Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng was teaching him how to rule a country. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, who was leaning against the wall in a daze. He wanted to ask, but in the end, he could not say anything. He struggled to help Zhang Feng up, put together 2 or 3 long stools, and laid him flat on it. At this moment, Zhang Feng woke up. Instead of saying that he was awake, he had not slept all this time. Lao Li, we are brothers, aren't we? Your business is our business. Actually, from the moment I saw your face when you came in, I knew that you were lost. Remember this, the way of business is the way of the wolf. I believe you know about the animal called the wolf, right? Think of yourself as a wolf. Although you are in the middle of a storm, you still have to control the overall situation. This is very important. This is very important for the continuation of the whole tribe. You have forgotten what it looks like. I know. Li Shimin now felt like he had returned to the time when he was a teenager studying. He humbly remembered these 2 words. The way of the wolf. Come on, I'm very sleepy, so you should go back quickly. Don't let your wife wait too long. On the day of your father's birthday, remember to send a waiter to my shop. I'll personally prepare a table of delicacies that you've never tasted before. Hee. Let me tell you another thing. There's no problem that cannot be solved with a meal. If it can't be solved, then 2 meals. The old man is now enjoying his life in peace. This meal is very important. No matter how big the conflict is, I guarantee that your father will call you brother after drinking 3 jars of good wine. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Feng fell into a deep sleep. Li Shimin looked at the sleeping Zhang Feng and then looked outside. Unknowingly, the outside was already brightly lit, and an oil lamp was lit in the corner of the restaurant. It must be Wei Shuyu's doing, right? He looked at Zhang Feng again, took off his coat, and put it on him. Then he said thank you and quietly closed the door and left. As soon as he left the restaurant, He saw Wei Shuyu's face as if he had seen an immortal. Li Shimin glanced at him, his voice extremely cold. You saw it all? I saw it. Forget it. Chapter 157. In the Daming Palace. At this time, Empress Zhang Sun was sitting in the imperial study, looking very anxious. Zhang Sun Wuji, Wei Zheng, and the others were also waiting for Li Shimin anxiously. Originally, they came to report the news brought back by the spies in Chang and City and all the prefectures. But they learned that Huang de Gui went to the retired emperor to complain, which made the already tense atmosphere even more tense. It was going to be Li Yuan's birthday soon. Now, there was such a big mess. What should they do? The temperature in the evening was obviously lower, but everyone's faces were still full of sweat, and they didn't dare to wipe it off. Although Empress Zhang Sun was sitting there with a calm face and reading the emperor's poetry collection, everyone knew that the empress was the most terrible at this time. What time is it? Xiaoan? After a long time, Empress Zhang Sun asked lightly. Her personal maid hurried to the door and looked for a while, and then reported with trepidation, Your Highness, it's the evening now. Still no news of His Majesty? Your Highness, my son Shuyu sent a letter. His Majesty is drunk. Maybe he's on his way back. Wei Zheng was a little guilty, but he still spoke frankly. A person who can control the whole situation and make it so watertight, who also has such a novel salt-making skill, and who can make such good wine and food. Your Excellency Wei, tell me, what do you think of Zhang Feng? Wei Zheng was a little confused about the Empress's intention. He exchanged glances with the others, and then said truthfully, Your Highness, we can't catch up with Zhang Feng's knowledge. Moreover, Minister Du, Fang Shangshu, and Shang Shangshu have all talked about his knowledge. This person's knowledge is basically the best of 100 schools of thought. This old subject was fortunate enough to witness his talent. Although he kept talking about business matters, it seems that this lad has a bright future in the business world. But I heard that this person doesn't like money or these things. Why are there so many people like him? Is he really willing to stay in a rundown tavern? Seeing that everyone was nervous, Empress Zhang Sun smiled faintly. This is not the imperial court. This concubine is also a little curious about this child. That's all. Everyone, there is no need to be reserved. After all, His Majesty wants the crown prince to learn the way of ruling the country from him. This concubine is his mother, so I have to know about the crown prince's teacher. Hearing this, everyone could not help but heave a deep sigh of relief. In an instant, everyone started talking. Yang, I old Cheng know a little. Brother to Zhang Feng. Although he's just a small tavern shopkeeper, his ability to command is something that I can't catch up to. He is a piece of military material. Yes, an unpolished jade. Old Black. What did you reserve him? This old man thinks that his talent and knowledge, as well as his analysis of the current situation, are enough to look down on the world. Our Tang dynasty's imperial court urgently needs the injection of such fresh blood. Only in this way can the imperial court, which is like a pool of stagnant water, have a trace of vitality. If I may be so bold as to ask, what? I haven't made a decision yet. Are you all in a hurry to rope him in? Just as Wei Zheng was about to kneel down and ask the Empress for permission, Li Shimin's voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. Everyone was so scared that they hurriedly knelt down to welcome him. Li Shimin's face was full of unhappiness. He glared at Wei Zheng and the others. Under the worried eyes of Empress Zhang Sun, he sat down on the dragon throne. Li Shimin was very surprised. Wei Zheng and Zhang Feng had only met 2 or 3 times. How could such an upright and plain-spoken person like him be willing to lower his noble head and humbly beg the Empress for Zhang Feng's sake? How rare! This was truly a rare sight. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Feng's charm was very strong. I know that all of you are thinking of the Tang dynasty, but let's talk about this later. I have an extremely important matter to discuss now. Empress Zhang Sun heard this. She stood up and said, Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. As the Empress left, everyone's eyes were burning. Everyone knew why the Emperor left the palace this time. They couldn't tell whether the Emperor had solved this matter or not, but from his words, They could tell that he was in control of the whole situation. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, have you found a way to solve the problem with the retired emperor? Let's not talk about this first. There's another matter, which is more important than this. If it goes well, the Tang dynasty will immediately enter a prosperous era. If it fails, the Tang dynasty will face a disaster. What? A disaster? Everyone was shocked. Was it really so serious? What was it? Did the Turks march southward? No. I just received the news that Longyou Road didn't receive any sign of the Turks' army. There was no one else except for the group of envoys who came to the capital. Everyone was anxious, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. However, Li Shimin heaved a long sigh. I saw the crown prince and princess of Zhenla entering a tavern today. Chapter 158. Zhenla, isn't that the small country on the border in the south? Your Majesty, the Zhenla diplomatic group is in Honglu Temple today. The envoys from other countries are basically in Honglu Temple, accompanied by Minister Yin Zhen of Honglu Temple. We didn't find the Zhenla diplomatic group going out. No. As Fang Xuanling's voice fell, Du Ruhui's eyes darkened. Today, when this old subject received the imperial order to receive the foreign envoys, I found that they brought many people of the same generation. I heard that they wanted to experience the glory of the Tang dynasty, so this old subject let them out of the palace as usual. The more Du Ruhui spoke, the paler his face became. The tavern was a secret in everyone's heart. It was actually discovered by the Zhenla people, and it was even seen by the emperor. This was serious. Du Ruhui was ready to punish, but Li Shimin waved his hand indifferently. This matter is not your responsibility. I was careless. I also didn't expect them to sneak into the tavern, but I found something interesting. Speaking of this, Li Shimin actually smiled slightly. Can you guess how miserable the crown prince and princess of Zhenla were when they came out? Zhang Feng actually robbed them clean. What? Wei Zheng was shocked. If this matter alarmed the Zhenla diplomatic group, the tavern was bound to be exposed. But Li Shimin was still very indifferent. He waved his hand and said, I was also worried before, but when I finally entered the tavern, I found that this kid actually liked that Princess Zhenla. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Zhang Feng liked that kind of person? Oh my god, this taste. Cheng Yao Jin smacked his lips. Brother Zhang Feng, you should have said so earlier. If he likes this kind of person, wouldn't it be better if I bought hundreds of Uji and sent them to him? Li Shimin glared at him. I was also wrong about this matter. Maybe I was thinking too much. Zhang Feng actually blushed for the first time. Li Shimin wanted to laugh when he thought of Zhang Feng's embarrassed look. Everyone was even more confused, but they felt that it was awesome. She wondered if she should send some women to Zhang Feng to satisfy his cravings. Li Shimin shook his head. Let's not talk about this for now. Actually, these are all my guesses. Don't try to use them to make up stories about him. However, I learned two important things today. If he hadn't gotten drunk with Prince Zhenla, and if I hadn't poured him a jar of wine and made him drunk, I wouldn't have known that he knew so much. At that time, when I heard about this, I was so shocked that I broke out in cold sweat. Everyone was even more confused. What kind of major event was this? It actually made the emperor, who was always calm and collected, break out in a cold sweat. Your Majesty, are you saying that this matter is related to Zhenla? Zhang Sun Wuji asked softly. Yes, this matter is indeed related to Zhenla. Brother Zhang Feng had a few ideas. He squeezed out all the valuable items from the crown prince and the princess. When the two of them left, they still kept the calligraphy that Zhang Feng gave them as if they were treasures. I knew that something big was going to happen. Sure enough, Zhang Feng has another big plan. Zhenla is in the sea and is surrounded by water on all sides. There are many waterways and, correspondingly, there are also many aquatic products. Let's not talk about these. These are all trivial matters. Also, he said that the spices in that place were used by the aboriginals as firewood after some minor adjustments. These are all important points. The important point is, he found a salt mine in Zhenla. Li Shimin briefly said what he knew in one breath. Although everyone was dumbfounded, They were still waiting for the emperor to speak. Although they wanted to ask, they didn't dare to interrupt the emperor's mood. They had seen the emperor's gloomy face earlier today. Now that he was in a good mood, no one dared to ruin it. Seeing that no one asked, Li Shimin felt a little bored. He picked up Empress Jiangxuan's teacup and drank a mouthful. Do you know how big the salt mine is? We are stupid and don't know. Everyone said in unison. Li Shimin shook his head and didn't blame them. One must know that when he heard about it, he almost fainted from shock. Thinking of this, Li Shimin imitated Zhang Feng. His expression was dignified, but he waved his hand majestically and said, "Come on, give me a seat. I'm afraid that you will faint when you hear about this. So be prepared." Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't it just a salt mine? Was there a need for this? Although everyone cursed in their hearts, they still thanked him and sat down. At this time, Li Shimin said mysteriously, "Feng Xianling, tell me about the landscape of Jinla." Your Majesty, according to the information we got, Jinla is surrounded by water on 3 sides. There are a total of 21 cities with a total population of about 300,000 people. They are basically distributed in the north, east, and west of Jinla. As for the south, I heard that it's a barren land where birds and beasts are extinct. Yes, that's the place where birds and beasts are extinct. Minister Feng, how big is that place? Feng Xianling seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "It's almost twice the size of Chang'an." Twice the size. Li Shimin was secretly surprised. However, he was more convinced of Zhang Feng's words. That place is where the salt mine is located. Zhang Feng said that the salt there is enough for the 5 million families of the Tang dynasty to use for 500 years. Can you guess what price Zhang Feng paid to get it? A cart of salt and 10 caddies of grain. Dawn. Chapter 159. The sound of people falling to the ground was within Li Shimin's expectation. The white jade tablets in everyone's hands, and even Cheng Yaojin, fell to the ground. As for those who didn't fall, their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. 500 years. What was the effect? Millions of families. 500 years? Wei Zheng and the others couldn't help but groan. Once upon a time, they didn't dare to ask for that. They were only willing to use a little bit of poisonous salt on important days. But one day, the people of the entire Tang dynasty could use it in their sleep. This they thought they were dreaming. Li Shimin was the same. Don't worry about it. When I first learned about this matter, I was also like this. Now, you all know that Zhang Feng, you and I have mastered the art of making salt. What is this? This is the lifeline of the Tang dynasty. We only need to use a little method to get countless things that others think are waste. Then, we can refine them a little and make them into non-toxic and harmless fine salt. What do you think of this business? Your Majesty, there is so much salt, and the art of making salt is not a profound secret art. Moreover, it is so far away. If someone is interested, they can find out about it after a little inquiry. What if Jinla or other countries steal it? What do you think? Wei Zheng asked the doubt in his heart. Li Shimin waved his hand. I also asked about this matter, but Zhang Feng only said one sentence. Spread the wealth. The salt collected can't be used, but the amount of salt we can make is not something that anyone can control. We get the first batch of salt and sell it to other countries. Then, we quietly refine the salt and sell it to ourselves. Although there are some differences in the color, after grinding, it will be snow white, right? No matter who it is, they won't be able to see the difference. Only we know that it is actually poisonous salt. What do you think of this plan? Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and asked. Vicious. Your Majesty, everyone knows that poisonous salt can't be used. If anyone eats it for more than a year, even a strong man won't be able to lift a stone. Although the refined salt doesn't have that much poison, it's still harmful. If someone were to find out about such a vicious plan, the consequences would be unimaginable. No way. Li Shimin waved his hand confidently. I've asked Zhang Feng about this matter. He said that the first dish of salt is fine. At most, after eating it for 10 or 20 years, one will develop a neck disease. Furthermore, at that time, there will be problems with one's constitution. Everyone was shocked. It would take 10 to 20 years for the problem to be discovered. They didn't dare to think about it. He had also thought things through. With Li Shimon's narration, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. It seemed that Li Shimon was getting drunk. Or perhaps he was a little tired. He waved his hand and asked Wei Shuyu to come forward. I'm a little tired. You can ask Wei Shuyu about the details. We'll settle the details tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, we'll settle this matter and sign the contract for him. What do you think? Everyone looked at each other, then stood up and respectfully sent off Li Shimon. Then, Cheng Yaojin grabbed Wei Shuyu's Mingguang armor and asked, Boy, tell us, what did His Majesty and Zhang Feng talk about? If you don't behave, Lao Tzu will beat you to death. Wei Shuyu cried. She looked at Wei Zheng with pleading eyes. Wei Zheng pretended not to see. He said in a low voice, Old Cheng, let's not scare the child. What if the child is frightened? Lao Tzu will fight it out with you. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, his face immediately turned pale. He withdrew his hand embarrassedly, sat on the stool, and waited with his ears pricked up. With Wei Zheng's protection, Wei Shuyu became bolder. She gave a fist salute and said, Uncles, I followed His Majesty to the small tavern today and eavesdropped a little at the door. Zhang Feng's plan. Under the angry stares of the crowd, Wei Shuyu hurriedly stopped showing off. She shrank her neck and said, He means to use these things to exchange for grain. 1 caddy of fine grain and 1 caddy of salt. F***CK. Did Brother Zhang Feng come up with this plan? What there's no grain? For example, what about the Turks? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui's white beards were trembling. They asked hurriedly. Zhang Feng didn't say anything about the Turks, but I think he means to exchange cattle and sheep. Moreover, he said that the horses will only be exchanged for grain, not salt. Hearing this, everyone cursed in unison. F***CK. I knew it. This bastard's plan is vicious. Using horses to exchange for salt. And it's this kind of salt. Ha 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 ha. If Shelley and Tully know about this, I really want to see their expressions. They're a race on horseback. Without horses, what can they use to fight the Tang dynasty? This is a good plan, but in the end, everyone understood, because this plan was mentioned by Zhang Feng from the beginning. But they didn't expect that Zhang Feng wouldn't stop until the Turks were dead. They want to know how the Turks offended Zhang Feng to make him hate them so much. But let's not talk about Zhang Feng. Which one of them didn't hate the Turks? Under Wei Shuyu's baffled gaze, everyone burst into laughter for a while. Then, everyone fell silent. Wei Zheng sent Wei Shuyu away with a solemn expression and said, Everyone, this matter is settled? It's settled. Let's do it. The bold ones are stuffed to death, and the timid ones are starved to death. This contract is signed. Chapter 160. Zhang Feng was very tired. Really tired. He had slept on the floor of the tavern for the whole night. At this moment, with one hand on the wall and the other on his waist, he slowly lay down on the recliner and felt a little better. Damn Laoli, don't you know how to put me on the recliner? Looking at the iron wine pot under his waist, Zhang Feng felt a toothache. He would never get drunk again. Damn it. It was too lonely to be alone. Zhang Feng supported his waist with difficulty, dragged the recliner, and slowly opened the door of the tavern. He hung a sign on the door, saying that the tavern was temporarily closed. Then, he groaned and laid down under the crooked tree, going back to sleep. Laoli should have used his connections to go to Honglu Temple by now, right? If this matter succeeds, then Lao Tzu's plan will succeed. Wulin, is there a Wulin? Last night, even though he had gotten drunk, he still wanted to drink with her. But the guy on the roof beam, he saw it with his own eyes. He could climb up the roof beam without making a sound, and even point a crossbow at him. It seemed that Lao Li's family was also very deep. Zhang Feng had only seen people with such superb climbing skills on TV and in novels. Wuxia. Could it be that there were also Wulin people in this world? There was also Jianghu? Then he had to think about it carefully. When the time came, would he go to the end of the world with his sword, or would he give up his power to the world? Just as Zhang Feng was thinking about whether there was a Wulin in this world, and whether he should go to the end of the world with his sword. The sun was already shining on the paper window of Chang'an City. With the sound of 3 gongs, the bustle of Chang and began. The market is open. The Imperial Palace. The morning court session ended in a hurry. In Taiji Palace, Li Shimin hurriedly summoned Wei Zheng and the others. How did the discussion last night go? Do you think this contract can be signed? As Li Shimin's voice fell, everyone in the hall couldn't wait to talk about it. Your Majesty, let me tell you, as for this matter, we need to endure it with Jinla. At the very least, we have to wait until they can't wait any longer. No, old man Fong, this matter can't be delayed any longer. If this drags on, everything will be over. The retired emperor's birthday is coming soon. If we can perfectly resolve this matter before the birthday, wouldn't the conflict between the emperor and the retired emperor be completely resolved? That's inappropriate. Fong Xianling waved his hand. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I thought about it last night and felt that there is something missing in this matter. We still haven't received confirmation from Tubo. If we agree to Jinla first, what if Tubo survives the drought? Li Shimin knew that there were objections. He smiled faintly and said, Actually, we have also thought about this matter. I didn't sleep at all last night, but I believe that Prime Minister Wei can give everyone a satisfactory answer. He didn't believe that Wei Zheng didn't ask about Wei Shiyu last night. Then he wouldn't be Wei Zheng. Hearing this, Wei Zheng stroked his beard. Unlike the excitement of the others, he was extremely calm now. I think this matter is feasible. Last night, my son also told me in detail about the conversation between Your Majesty and Brother Zhang Feng. To be honest, I also felt that there was something missing in the middle. As Duke Xing said, there was an important link missing. However, after thinking about it last night, I went to the secretarial office to check the list of tributes from Tubo and other countries this morning. Then I understood. This time, Tubo's tributes are dozens of times more abundant than before. I think they want to reduce the cost of this matter to the lowest during this birthday and then get the manufacturing method of the water wheel at the lowest price. Oh, hearing this, everyone was shocked. Li Shimin already knew about this. He waved his hand indifferently. Prime Minister Wei is right about this matter. Therefore, I have decided to summon Prince Jinla to Taiji Palace later. What do you all think? Everyone's doubts were cleared. Now, who dared to object? All of them bowed. Your Majesty, congratulations. Someone come. Fax Prince Jinla for an audience. You all also come with me to see this rare grand scene. Li Shimin was in a very good mood. Relatively speaking, he was still a little excited. Originally, these matters were supposed to be handled by the Crown Prince or the Supreme Court. However, this time, because of the importance of this matter, Li Shimin didn't announce it. Instead, he sent someone to inform the Taichung Temple, the Supreme Court, the Guanglu Temple, and the people of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. A moment later, the officials of the Honglu Temple, the Supreme Court, and the Taichung Temple personally explained the identity of Jinla. Then, the small yellow door hurriedly led the nervous Shiva into Taiji Palace. Along the way, Shiva's eyes stared straight at the heel of the small yellow door in front of him. He didn't even dare to look around. He didn't know the purpose of this summons, but he could guess a little. However, it was also because of this that Zhang Feng's identity became even more mysterious. After entering Taiji Palace, after passing through 3 large doors and countless crescent-shaped doorways, Shiva finally stopped in front of a magnificent house. The small yellow door lightly knocked on the door and said, Your Majesty, Prince Jinla, Lamar Shiva, requests an audience. Chapter 161. In the imperial study of Taiji Palace. How mysterious was it to Shiva and the entire Jinla before? But now, he was about to enter this palace. At this time, Shiva was a little nervous. Very nervous. His palms couldn't help sweating. The door was finally opened from the inside. Shiva slowly walked into the hall with a nervous heart that felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. The hall was not big, but it was no less luxurious than the palace of Jinla. There was at least one imperial study here, which was the study of the Tang emperors. If this place was already so magnificent, what would the hall be like? Shiva couldn't help but quietly raise his head and quickly glance at the hall. The hall was made of mahogany and gold-rimmed phoebe. The room was full of calligraphy and paintings that he couldn't understand. Presumably, These were all extremely precious paintings of the Tang dynasty. There were 5 officials sitting on both sides of the hall. Behind a table covered in yellow brocade sat a middle-aged man in yellow robes. He was looking at Shiva with a dignified expression. The moment Shiva glanced at him, he felt as if he had been seen through by that person. Was this the emperor of the Tang dynasty? This momentum, there was no time to think. Shiva entered the door and hurriedly kowtowed. Lama Shiva, the son of Lama Zuya, the king of Jinla, pays his respects to His Majesty the Tang emperors. Rise and take a seat. Li Shimon's voice was very faint. Shiva couldn't hear any other meaning from it, but he had a feeling. This summons seemed to have something to do with the tavern. Could it be that the conversation between him and Master Zhang was overheard by the Tang emperor? Or the person Master Zhang was talking about was His Majesty the Tang emperors? Then, who was Master Zhang? What kind of ability did he have? A little eunuch brought in a chair and placed it next to Cheng Yaojin. Shiva didn't dare to disobey. He could only sit beside the bearded Cheng Yaojin and wait quietly. Seeing this, Li Shimon chuckled and said, "Your Highness, this is your first time in the Tang dynasty. You don't have to be so cautious. I'm not a man-eating tiger, so relax." Shiva gave his thanks. Seeing him like this, Li Shimon didn't intend to say anything more and directly said, "Last night, I heard an interesting thing. Jinla seems to have a lot of treasures. But why is it that in the letter I received from your father, he said that you, Jinla, need the assistance of my Tang dynasty? What does that mean? It was really Master Zhang. What kind of charm did Master Zhang have? Even the emperor knows so much about it. Could it be, was it the legendary chamberlain of imperial insignia of Great Tang?" Shiva was aghast. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the Tang emperors, please listen to the details of this matter." He didn't intend to hide it anymore. Since the emperor knew, he was hiding it. If he angered the emperor, Jinla wouldn't be able to survive this winter. Now, because of the drought in Tubo, Jinla had been seriously affected. At this time, most of the people could only rely on fish in the sea and wild vegetables in the mountains to fill their stomachs. If they delayed any longer, winter would come, and Jinla would be exterminated. Your Majesty, please understand. Because of the drought in Tubo, Jinla often looted the rich land of our country. Now, most of our people can only rely on wild vegetables and fish to fill their stomachs. Your Majesty, the Tang emperors, please have mercy on us." Li Shimon smiled. If he hadn't gone to Zhangfeng yesterday and learned so much, he would have waved his hand and given a lot of money and food. "I know about this matter. Do you have anything to say about what happened yesterday?" "Your Majesty, please understand. Yesterday, Sister Wang and I went to Chang'an City to take a look at the magnificent scenery of Chang'an City. However, we inadvertently saw the front door of a small tavern. A handsome man was sitting in a strange chair and swaying. In front of him was a flagon that seemed to be made of iron. Wasn't it comfortable? Therefore, Sister Wang and I want to find out more about it." Then we saw Master Zhang. Hearing this, Wei Zheng and the others had a strange look on their faces. Seemed to be made of iron? What was that? Why didn't Brother Zhang Feng take it out? But among these people, only Zhang's son Wuji touched his nose and was calm. Li Shimon glanced at him and understood. He asked, "I've heard about the place you mentioned, but don't you want to talk about the treasure mountain?" Shiva was sweating profusely. "Your Majesty, please allow this humble subject to explain in detail." This humble subject didn't know about this before, but after Master Zhang's advice yesterday, this humble subject was enlightened. However, although these things are good, they are meaningless to our people. What we need is food. Wei Zheng narrowed his eyes and interrupted Shiva's words very mysteriously. He asked, "Your Majesty, you know the details. Your Majesty, what you want to know is, how are you going to deal with this matter? How to deal with it?" Did Shiva have a choice now? Last night, he thought that the person Master Zhang introduced might be a small businessman. But he didn't know that the person he introduced was the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Didn't he come here to see the emperor and then solve the famine problem? So what choice did he have now? Shiva prostrated himself excitedly and said, "Your Majesty, please establish an eternal trade with Junla and save our people. Chapter 162. What else could Shiva ask for? Last night, because of this matter, he didn't sleep at all. He discussed with Junla's delegation for the whole night, but in the end, they all hesitated. Because if it was an ordinary businessman, how could he have such a great method to solve the crisis in such a short time, and to ensure Junla's safety? But now, he only wanted to give everything that Master Zhang said yesterday to the Tang dynasty. He only wanted to let the people live a good life and be free from Tubo's bullying. Li Shimin, Wei Zheng, and the others looked at each other and smiled. It seemed that Brother Zhang Feng had arranged everything well. Li Shimin couldn't help but wave his hand and say, "This matter, just do as you and Brother Zhang Feng said. Someone will discuss the details with you later, but I want a guarantee. Can you make the decision?" He was most afraid of being deceived. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Feng, but he was afraid that a little crown prince would make a decision on his own. If King Jinla didn't recognize the document of the Tang dynasty when he returned, it would be a little troublesome. Although it was easy to send troops to attack, it would lose Li Shimin's dignity as an emperor. That was why Li Shimin asked. Shiva hurriedly swore, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. The goods you mentioned are useless if they can't be sold. Since His Majesty likes them, I believe that my father will definitely agree to this. Furthermore, before I came here, Father warned me that I must meet His Majesty and save Jinla. However, those stubborn rocks are everywhere in Jinla, especially the poisonous salt. That is something that has caused my Jinla headache for a long time. Now that the Tang dynasty needs it, how can I refuse? In that case, when the retired emperor's birthday is over, you can go back and bring back King Jinla's handwritten document. Then, I'll agree to this matter." Li Shimin waved his hand. This matter was finally settled. Although it was a bit of bullying, it could make money. What he lacked most now was money, although it was a little vulgar. However, money was needed everywhere in the Tang dynasty, and he was already struggling to make ends meet. If it weren't for the fact that he sold the water wheel blueprint for a little bit of money, it would still be a huge expense. Just as Li Shimin was about to leave, Shiwa hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I believe that there is no need to wait until the end of the birthday celebration. Last night, I have already ordered someone to send a message back to Jinla. I believe that before the birthday celebration, Father's handwritten letter will definitely arrive in Chang'an." "All right, that's great. Since that's the case, to express our sincerity, my Tang dynasty will immediately send a caravan to Jinla. If this goes smoothly, I will sign a 100-year trade agreement with Jinla. How about it?" "Thank you, Your Majesty." Shiva hurriedly bowed. Li Shimin waved his hand, and Shiva left in a hurry. A moment later, Li Shimin asked with a serious voice, "My dear ministers, what do you think of our business relationship with Jinla? I think it's feasible. If the problem of salt is solved, it will be an unprecedented feat for our Tang dynasty. Congratulations to Your Majesty. Congratulations to the Tang dynasty." Everyone cheered in unison. But then, Du Ruhei and Zhangsun Wuji looked at each other and said, "Your Majesty, although the matter with Jinla has basically been settled, once the trade agreement starts, the matter of money, I'm afraid that money is a big problem, but I think it should be enough for the time being. Moreover, this matter will be carried out in Chang, and it will definitely attract Tubo's attention. At that time, they won't dare to wait and see anymore. At that time, we can sit back and relax. However, the prerequisite is that before that, we have to shoulder the burden ourselves. This old official is a little worried. Why don't this old official go and ask Brother Zhang Feng?" Du Ruhui and Zhangsun Wuji said. When Zhangsun Wuji mentioned Zhang Feng, Li Shimin couldn't help but ask playfully, "Zhao Guogong, what does Brother Zhang Feng's pot look like? Have you seen it before?" "No. What pot?" "I don't know." Zhangsun Wuji played dumb in a very bored manner, and this caused everyone to twitch their lips. They wondered if they should go to Zhang Feng's tavern next time to find a treasure. After everyone left, Empress Zhangsun came out from the back door of the screen. She looked at Li Shimin and asked worriedly, "Second brother, isn't this a little inappropriate? Although I don't know much about state affairs, this matter is still unknown. Is it really as magical as Zhang Feng said? Are you so sure? Guanyin maid, do you think I still have a way out? Now, money is needed everywhere in the Tang dynasty, whether it's the military expenses at the border or other aspects. This salt is extraordinary. If I don't have it in my hands, I won't be at ease. What's more, Zhanla has a huge amount of salt. Haven't I mastered the art of making salt now? Then think about it. After this year and next year, the Tang dynasty will really enter an era that I dare not imagine. Isn't this what we want? Isn't this what all the people in the world want? Empress Zhang's son didn't say anything. Looking at Li Shimon's back, which was no longer tall and straight, she felt sad and couldn't help crying. Second brother, I understand. Chapter 163. Zhang Feng was very relaxed. During this period of time, Lao Li seemed to be very busy with Zhan La's matter. He was so busy that he didn't even pass on the news. But where was Chang'an City? It was right under the emperor's feet. Even the slightest movement of the grass in the wind would be closely watched. These simple people from Guangzhou were scared. They had enough of the precarious life and were tired of war. Therefore, the news that the imperial court had signed a trade agreement with Zhanla spread throughout Chang'an City as if it had grown wings. Zhang Feng, even if he didn't leave the tavern, he could still hear all the so-called gossip from the mouths of the children squatting at the entrance of the tavern. Looks like old Li's ability to get things done is not bad. He really knows how to get the Shangwan family involved. Not bad. He has a bright future. Zhang Feng sipped a mouthful of wine happily and fanned himself. Beside him, there were 3 dirty half-grown children who were rubbing his shoulders or rocking the recliner. That was a very comfortable life. As long as he was willing, he only needed to pay a copper coin for these children to massage his shoulders for a day until they dislocated his shoulders. Brother Zhang Feng, I have the latest news. The latest news from the Imperial Palace. At this moment, a topless child with snot bubbles on his nose ran over excitedly. A pair of straw sandals that couldn't be any worse had already been flung off to God knows where while running, and the straw rope of the other straw sandal had been dragged out for half a meter. Zhang Feng was interested. He squinted and asked, "Dog, what did you ask? If you really get the answer, I will not only give you 10 copper coins, but also give you an old piece of clothing." Hearing this, the dog was so excited that he was about to kneel down and kowtow. Zhang Feng kicked him and scolded jokingly, "Come on, don't do this. A man must remember that you can kneel to heaven and earth and your parents, but you must never bend your knees easily. This is the dignity of a man." Zhang Feng knew that this set of advanced words would not be understood by the children in this feudal era who could not even fill their stomachs. However, it did not matter. Hee. Although he had been kicked, Gozi was still laughing excitedly. His black teeth made Zhang Feng unable to look straight at him. When the 3 little fellows behind him heard that it was 10 copper coins, their eyes widened like copper coins. Seeing this, Gozi bared his teeth and waved his fist. "Brother Zhang Feng, I just heard from the eunuch who was washing the toilet in the pure fragrance workshop that someone from Zhan La's side came here yesterday. I heard that it was King Zhanla who personally came to the Tang dynasty to sign a contract. I heard from His Majesty that our good days are coming," Gozi said excitedly. It was as if they were looking at the beautiful scenery of a golden age. Hearing this, Zhang Feng nodded. He took out half a string of money and threw it to the dog. "Scram, scram, scram. Go take a bath for me. It stinks." There were at least 50 coins in half a string of money. In an instant, the 4 children smiled brightly like flowers. They thanked Zhang Feng gratefully and squatted on the ground to divide the coins one by one. After that, Gozi sucked his snot bubbles and stared at Zhang Feng with a silly smile. Zhang Feng pointed at the tavern with his palm leaf fan speechlessly. "Go. It's on the counter of the tavern. Go and get it yourself." Those were Lao Li's clothes. Zhang Feng did not mind giving them away. These were simple and poor children who were still slaves. Basically, Zhang Feng's source of information depended on them. As for these little fellows, they basically relied on Zhang Feng's leftovers and the money he gave them to feed their entire family. Regarding this, Zhang Feng did not have the slightest bit of psychological burden. He was a modern man. He could not bear to see people like this, especially these children. Basically, they were the same age as his younger brother in his previous life. Looking at them holding the money and running back happily, Zhang Feng smiled knowingly. "Brother, are you okay over there? Remember to take good care of Lao Tzu's parents." "Brother." The sudden call of brother made Zhang Feng tremble. He rubbed his eyes and looked over. Only then did he see Gozi holding the clothes in his hands and looking at him in shock. Zhang Feng's eyes moistened. Then he shouted impatiently, "What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for Lao Tzu to cook for you?" "No, brother, this clothes. If you take it to the pawn shop, it can be sold for at least 30 coins. Scram, scram, scram. That was thrown away by someone else. I said I'll give it to you, so I'll give it to you. Lao Tzu, I don't lack that money." Gozi left. However, he no longer had his usual cheeky smile. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders. When he turned the corner, he even knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Zhang Feng. "Brother, I, son Gozi, will repay your life-saving grace with my sister's life in the future." Although the money and the shabby clothes were really nothing to him, he still had a lot of money. But what he didn't know was that these youths that he had inadvertently saved out of boredom today, when he set foot on that land 10 years later, these youths had really risked their lives to save him from a pile of corpses. Among them, even though Gozi's lower body was chopped off, he still used his mouth and hands to save the unconscious Zhang Feng. Chapter 164. The small tavern was still as lonely as it was in the beginning. Rich people looked down on such a vulgar and dilapidated place, and poor people could not enter. On the contrary, the entrance of Zhang Feng's shop became a paradise for wild children. When they had nothing to do, these children would gather beside Zhang Feng and listen to his stories. They knew that Zhang Feng loved cleanliness, and it was summer now. Before these children came, they would go to the river outside the city to wash themselves clean before coming. They even wanted to peel off the layer of skin on their bodies. Sometimes when they caught some snakes in the wild, some wild game, or even a big turtle by the river, Zhang Feng would make a pot of tempting delicacies as if he was performing magic, and they would be able to get a delicious meal and a few copper coins. Sometimes, when Zhang Feng was happy, he would even reward them with an ingot of silver. Everyone did not fight for it, and just sat on the ground to share the spoils. The people of the Tang dynasty were also strange. Zhang Feng felt that it was very strange. Even if one of them caught a longworm, snake, in a large group of people, if you gave him money, he would share it equally with his friends. This kind of spirit made Zhang Feng very touched. Sometimes, when there was no information that Zhang Feng needed for a day, they would climb up the treetops or squat at the city gate. They would stare at the city gate with their eyes wide open to see if there were any high-ranking officials, nobles, or prostitutes. The bearded man came. Sometimes, when there was no information at all, these children would even squat in the corner and cry. Perhaps this was a kind of spirit. It was a spirit that modern society had forgotten. However, Zhang Feng did not care. No amount of gold could buy his happiness. Anyway, he was not worried about making money. With the money that Lao Li and the others gave him, plus the money that he robbed Prince Zhanla last time, even if he spent it in 8 lifetimes, he would not be able to spend it all. Therefore, he was also very generous. Business? Business? My ass. If it were not for Lao Li and the others, Lao Tzu would have closed the door and slept. Even if someone came because of his reputation, there was only one word. Get lost. Lao Tzu did not serve him. However, for this group of children, now, Zhang Feng was more like the king of children. These children surrounded Zhang Feng and relied on him for food. Zhang Feng knew this, but he didn't care. If he could help one person, he would help one person. It was too boring. Most importantly, it was too boring. Brother, big brother Zhang Feng, I have good news. Just as Zhang Feng was half awake from his daydream, a sturdy young man hurriedly ran up to him. Seeing that Zhang Feng had woken up with a start, Gozi was furious. He threw the cattail leaf fan in his hand to a skinny monkey next to him, then went up and hammered him. Damn it, can't you see that brother Zhang Feng is sleeping? Were you chased away by a ghost? F***, your mother. I'll kill you. Doggy. Zhang Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and ordered Go Zi to leave. That young man seemed to know that he had been too rash. Although his clothes were already tattered from the beating and were now in tatters, he still licked his lips and apologized. Zhang Feng was speechless. Was he such a lowly person? All right, tell me. What did you find out? Brother, I heard the night watchman say that the Emperor Emeritus's birthday is on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival. Tubo's people seem to want to ask the Emperor for help today. Oh, Tubo finally couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Feng curled the corner of his mouth slightly. This group of monkeys was very smart. They must have seen that the Tang dynasty had signed a trade contract with Jinla, so they couldn't take it anymore. But they couldn't take it anymore? If the Emperor wasn't an idiot, Tubo would definitely be cheated to death this time. Anything else? Zhang Feng asked with interest. No. By the way, I heard that Tuyuhan's people are also following behind. I don't know what they want to do. Zhang Feng nodded. Finally, he fumbled in his clothes and threw the most expensive silver ingot to Go Zi. He stared at him and said, Go and apologize to Zhu Zi. Why did you hit him? Today, you'll get half of your money as a punishment. Oh. Go Zi pursed his lips and didn't care. He waved his hand. In an instant, 8 half-grown children squatted on the ground and used the spindle on the ground to throw the silver ingot. Then, they divided the silver ingot bit by bit. In the end, they couldn't divide the silver ingot and ran away with Go Zi. They seemed to be going to the bank to exchange for copper coins. Looking at Go Zi's new straw sandals and new linen clothes, Zhang Feng yawned and turned over to continue watching. But a moment later, he was so hot that he rolled over and cursed. He went into the tavern while cursing. Damn kid, he's so greedy for money. Now that he has money, he doesn't care about Lao Tzu anymore. Although he was cursing, Zhang Feng didn't care at all. It was just 10 taels of silver. But even if he didn't care, someone else did. Just as Zhang Feng was about to close the door of the tavern, a smelly man like a black tower blocked the door with a plop. He asked in shock, Shopkeeper, did you lose this silver ingot? As he spoke, the iron-towering man's hands trembled as he lifted a piece of flattened silver ingot and some scattered pieces of silver high up in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng scratched his head. Who are you? Why do you have the silver ingot that I gave to Go Zi? If you dare to take it, believe it or not. Without waiting for him to finish, the man like an iron tower knelt on the ground and asked in a choked voice, Shopkeeper, did you really give this money to Zhu Zi? This was a simple Tang person. Zhang Feng hurriedly tried to help the man up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't help the man up. Zhang Feng was so angry that he pointed at the man and shouted, I gave it to him. What's wrong? Are you trying to extort money? No, benefactor. I am Zhu Zi's father. Previously, Zhu Zi brought back money from time to time. I didn't know where he got it from. Today, I finally know. But the money today is too much. I don't deserve it. Get lost. I gave this money to Zhu Zi and the others, not to you. If you don't want it, Lao Tzu won't give it to you. Get back to Zhu Zi. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will report you to the authorities and put you in jail. After saying that, Zhang Feng didn't even bother to close the door. He dragged the recliner and walked into the kitchen, ignoring the man. The man choked with sobs. His whole body trembled as he kowtowed a few times. Then, he gently wiped the place where he just knelt, closed the door, and left. Benefactor, thank you. Chapter 165. The man left. Zhang Feng didn't have much psychological burden. It was still the same sentence. This was a deal, a business deal. He thought it was worth it, and he would give as much money as he wanted. He never cared about money. This thing, he couldn't bring it with him when he was born, nor could he bring it with him when he died. If he didn't use it, what should he do? Throw it away? He wasn't stupid. Moreover, he knew that Zhu Zi's father was a man with a hard life. Although the news this time was useless, it was enough to hear about it. Moreover, he really couldn't bear to see this. He did all this for no other reason than to help as much as he could within his power. This was enough. As for what others said, he couldn't care less. Coming out of the kitchen, he prepared a big bowl of noodles, opened the door, squatted at the door of the small tavern, and ate it noisily. However, at this moment, a pair of dark little hands held an egg and held it in front of Zhang Feng. accompanied by the sound of swallowing saliva. She said charmingly, "Brother, Mother said that this egg is for you." Hmm? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He raised his head, sucked the noodles into his mouth, and looked carefully. An 8-year-old little girl wearing tattered clothes, and even some clothes that didn't cover her body, was looking at him timidly. Zhang Feng's nose twitched. How could he still eat? Looking at the egg, which was still warm, Zhang Zian smiled. Looking at the little girl, he asked, "What's your name?" "I don't have a name. My mother called me Steam Bun. She said that it's easy to raise." The woman's timid words made Zhang Fengji deeply shocked. Looking at a woman hiding in the dark, not far away, Zhang Feng touched Steamed Bun's head. Seeing that she was still staring at his bowl and swallowing saliva, Zhang Feng asked, "Steamed Bun, are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. Steamed Bun only had a bowl of porridge yesterday. Let's go. Brother will treat you to a big meal." Zhang Feng was speechless. What the hell was he talking about? He couldn't say anything. He threw the bowl away and carried the steamed bun into the tavern. Then he put her on a stool and said, "Don't run around. No matter who comes, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, or I will get angry." Oh, Steamed Bun seemed to be very scared. He looked timidly at the woman at the corner of the street outside the door and the grimacing youth. He sat quietly at the table and swallowed his saliva as he smelled the fragrance in the air. After a while, Zhang Feng came in with a big bowl of rice, a big bowl of braised pork, and a lot of scattered braised meat and other messy things. He put them on the table and said, "Steamed Bun, Big Brother will treat you to a meal. Eat quickly. If you can't finish it, you have to bring it back." She would not be able to finish the steamed buns, even if she was stuffed to death. However, he still took out everything that could be taken out of the store. Not for anything else, but to be happy. An egg. After the emperor listed chickens and ducks as important objects of protection, these things were very precious. How could ordinary people be willing to eat them? However, she still brought it over. In fact, he saw Zhu Zi, his father, and his mother. Although Zhu Zi's father pretended that nothing had happened and walked past him, his eyes could not fool Zhang Feng. She was Zhu Zi's sister. In a slave's family, the old hen that laid eggs was their lifeblood. They could not bear to part with it. Only this egg was the only gift they could give. Looking at the steamed bun wolfing down the food, Zhang Feng looked at her and smiled until he cried. Steamed Bun foolishly wiped his lips with the back of his pitch-black hand. He took out the egg from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Big Brother, you eat too. Big Brother is not hungry. Didn't you see that Big Brother just ate a big bowl? His stomach is so full that it flipped over." As he spoke, Steamed Bun forced the egg into Zhang Feng's hand. "Big Brother, eat it tonight, or eat it during the New Year. Steamed Bun has never eaten this before. I heard that this is very delicious. Okay, Big Brother will keep it for the New Year." Steamed Bun ate very quickly. Zhang Feng looked at Steamed Bun carefully. The hand holding the egg was so hot that it was trembling. He had been a loss before, but today he knew what he had to do. He had to set up a cooperative. If Laoli did not come tomorrow, Lao Tzu would beat the drum and look for him all over the city. Damn it, no one could stop Lao Tzu from setting up the cooperative this time. Even if the emperor came, Lao Tzu would not be able to get out. Zhang Feng was excited. He had mentioned the cooperative before. It seemed that Zhang Sun Wuji was very concerned about it. Even the emperor was very concerned about it. However, for some reason, there had been no movement. Perhaps it was preparing for Junla and the Emperor Emeritus Christmas? But Zhang Feng could not wait any longer. There were so many people hungry now. He could not bear it. He had to set up a cooperative. Otherwise, with the current economic situation of the Tang Dynasty, even if the Yu-8 Junla opened up a mutual exchange, it would be useless. No money. And in this way, would Tubo be a vegetarian? If you don't have money, others will take care of it for you. How would you make any money? Not only that, all the plans he had made before would be ruined. A single egg suddenly made Zhang Feng feel that something was wrong. Steamed Bun ate very quickly. As if she was afraid that she would disturb Zhang Feng by smacking her lips, she basically swallowed when eating. Her small face was red. Zhang Feng smiled and rubbed Steamed Bun's head. He watched her burp and put down the small bowl. Zhang Feng put down a full bowl of rice and a bowl of vegetables and roared, "Zhuzi, get over here." Chapter 166. Zhuzi heard this. He couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at his sister eating the meat bite by bite, he was greedy. His saliva was like water in a smelly ditch, flowing all over the floor. Seeing Zhang Feng shouting, he hurriedly ran to the door of the restaurant, but he refused to enter. "Brother Zhang Feng, hey your ass. Come, bring the food back for your sister. This food is rotten, it's useless." This, Zhuzi was stunned. Looking at the table full of delicious food, he stopped drooling. He thought that Zhang Feng was angry. He was about to scold his sister. "Steam bun, see how I'll deal with you when we get back. I only asked you to send an egg. How did you provoke brother Zhang Feng? Shut up. If you dare to talk, Lao Tzu will beat you to death." Zhang Feng scolded impatiently. "Steam bun is my sister now. If you dare to bully her, I'll break your leg. Take the food and go. Lao Tzu wants to take a nap." How could Zhuzi not know Zhang Feng's temper? He had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Once he decided on something, he wouldn't change it even if he died. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhuzi's parents, who were eavesdropping outside the door, hurriedly knelt in front of the restaurant and cried in grief. "Shopkeeper, we are your—" All right, get up, don't kneel. Lao Tzu isn't dead yet. I'm sleepy, let's go. Also, I'll acknowledge Steam Bun as my sister. Since you feel bad, then this meal will be my acknowledgement gift. Zhuzi, get the wine." Zhuzi laughed silly. Brother Zhang Feng actually wanted to acknowledge his sister as his sister. This was a blessing from the heavens. Zhuzi's parents kowtowed at the entrance of the restaurant again. Zhang Feng was speechless. "The two of you, are you trying to send me away? If you continue to kneel, I'll change my mind." "Zhuzi, Steam Bun, take the food away. Don't block my door. All right, take your wine too." Originally, Zhang Feng wanted to open a jar of wine or ask Huayu Zhuzi's father to drink a bowl of wine. But looking at his cowardly appearance, Zhang Feng was not in the mood and simply sent them off. "Take these as my payment for the eggs." As Zhuzi's father knelt down and closed the door for Zhang Feng held the egg and spoke slowly. After a while, it was quiet outside the door. Zhang Feng sighed deeply and stared at the egg in a daze. However, at this moment, creaking sounds could be heard. The door was pushed open. Zhang Feng habitually roared, "Mother of asterisk her, are you done yet? Ugh, Laoli, why are you here?" He was about to scold her. But when he turned around, it was actually Li Shimin, whom he had not seen for many days, who appeared at the door. Zhang Feng immediately shut his mouth. "What's wrong with you?" Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng speechlessly. He was scolded before he even entered the door. Although he knew that he was not being scolded, he was still speechless. Moreover, he had already seen the scene from the outside. Actually, he did not want to come just now. His nose was sour, and he wanted to turn around and leave. But when he thought of what happened over there, he had to bite the bullet and come in. He had to pretend that he did not see anything. Could he pretend that he did not see anything? No way. Those are his people. He also felt that it was very embarrassing to be an emperor in this position. But he felt that Zhang Feng's way of doing things was a little novel. He had asked these people before, and they were all slaves. In the eyes of ordinary people, these people were the lowest of the low. But Zhang Feng didn't have that many rules. Zhang Feng was too lazy to clean the table. He placed the egg on an exquisite wine jar and placed it high above the counter under the signboard. This scene could not help but make Li Shimin curious. "Brother Zhang Feng, this is not an egg. It's a favor." Zhang Feng's voice was very calm. "Laoli, do you know? This egg, do you know what it means to a slave family who can't even fill their stomachs? This egg is probably the cost of a day's worth of food for their entire family. But because of a little favor, they resolutely took it out and gave it to me. It was just to thank me for giving them a little wage." Li Shimin was silent. What could he say? What would he say now? Everything was because they were too poor. He also wanted everyone to be rich and no longer have to go hungry. But all of this was an extravagant hope. There was still a long way to go. "Brother Zhang Feng, I know what you're thinking. I know what you've done during this period of time. But as a businessman, the only thing I can do is to make sure that the people around me don't go hungry as long as it's within my power. Then, I'll bring good fortune to them. I know you don't like money, but you value money as much as your life. I know you're doing your best to help them, but look at Chang and City, then look at the Tang dynasty. Until recently, when I happened to see a few kids loitering in front of my shop, I realized that there are still people going hungry in this so-called prosperous era. So, I have decided. Zhang Feng's voice suddenly became louder. Laoli, are we brothers? Yes. Then, from today onwards, immediately go to Zhangsun Wuji and restart the cooperative plan. Li Shimin was shocked and hurriedly asked, Master Zhang, you can't do this? Now that everything is not ready. No, everything is ready. We only need one thing. Chapter 167. Li Shimin was silent. Before he came, in these few days, the trade between the Tang dynasty and Jinla had already begun. After King Jinla received the news, he rushed from Jinla to Chang, in city in 6 days, and signed a 100-year contract with him. Although Li Shimin wanted to sign the contract for a few 100 years in one go. However, he also knew that King Jinla was an old fox. If he spoke too harshly, it would make him suspicious. Therefore, he was only willing to sign a 50-year contract at first. However, King Jinla pestered him and finally settled on a 100-year contract. Just like that. The Ministry of Works did a detailed calculation on the list of goods brought by King Jinla this time. King Jinla had completely gone crazy. Or perhaps he was afraid of starvation. Almost all of Jinla's troops were mobilized to deliver the goods. If it weren't for King Jinla swearing and using himself as a hostage to guarantee that they were only here to deliver the goods, Li Shimin would have already sent his troops. And it was precisely because of King Jinla's madness. Li Shimin felt the pressure. The people from the Ministry of Works calculated for 2 days and 2 nights. The final amount was as high as 50 million taels of gold. This put Li Shimin in a difficult position. Now, he was so poor that he even had to scrimp when he could. He thought that he could struggle for a while with the 40 million taels of gold, but now, he was dumbfounded. He didn't even have enough money for the first batch of goods. If he didn't think of a way quickly, when people came and asked for money, he would be embarrassed. Not only would it be embarrassing, but King Jinla might also do something stupid in his anger. Money. When it was time to use it, he regretted not having enough. Fortunately, King Jinla wanted food, but Li Shimin also knew that there would be a locust plague next year. How could he be willing to give? After arguing for a long time, the final agreement was that the Dragon Boat Festival would be half money and half food. However, even so, Li Shimin's Dragon Boat Festival would not be peaceful. Seeing that his father's birthday was about to be celebrated, he encountered this problem again. He originally wanted to resolve the conflict during his father's birthday and use this matter to make his father happy. Now, it was already a blessing from the heavens that the old man was not sent away. In the end, Li Shimin avoided Tubo and Tuhan's request to see him and quietly left the palace to seek advice from Zhang Feng. But looking at it now, what kind of idea was this? Brother Zhang Feng, I know how you feel right now, but calm down first. Calm? I'm very calm. I've never been so calm. Zhang Feng was angry. Did this guy think that he was being impulsive? With a wave of his hand, he interrupted Li Shimin's nagging and said, Laoli, believe it or not, I know why you came to see me today. Believe it or not? I don't believe it. Li Shimin shook his head like a rattledrum. Fine. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Zhang Feng rolled up his sleeves and said, Actually, I didn't know why you're here. You're here because of Jinla's matter, right? And I also know that Jinla was anxious this time. For the first time, he gave you something that you couldn't eat, right? You don't have enough money. How did you know? Li Shimin's eyes were as wide as copper coins. Asked. He had never mentioned this matter before. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. How did I know? I know everything. Do you believe it or not? I don't believe it. Li Shimin curled his lips. Previously, he really believed that Zhang Feng had guessed it, but now he knew that this guy was definitely guessing. Otherwise, how could he know what happened in the palace when he was in the tavern? Zhang Feng's mood recovered at this time. He took a jar of the strongest wine from the counter, took out 2 big bowls, filled them, and handed them to Li Shimin, saying, This matter has spread like wildfire in Chang and city, and I was the one who instigated this matter. How could I not know? Let me tell you, King Jinla came to see the emperor this time, right? Don't say that Zhang's son Wuji didn't inform you about this matter. Did King Jinla go crazy and use the power of the whole country to bring all the people who could sell it? Li Shimin was stunned. How did you know? Hey, this is habitual thinking. Think about it. If you were afraid of being poor and suddenly someone said that the place where you sleep is full of treasures, wouldn't you want to tear down that piece of land and sell it to that person? It seems that this is the truth. Li Shimin's face slowly became dignified at this time. Everything was exactly as Zhang Feng said. Brother Zhang Feng, to tell you the truth, I also have a deal with Jinla, but this guy wants to sell Jinla to me. I don't have enough money now, and the contract has been signed. If I go back on my word, I'm afraid that I'll do something desperate. Li Shimin stopped pretending. He hurriedly asked, what should we do now? If this matter is messed up, King Jinla will say it to the emperor, and I will be completely finished. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin with some contempt. Now, you know how to be anxious? What were you doing earlier? Don't you know that haste makes waste? It's not that I'm anxious. It's that bastard King Jinla who cheated. Otherwise, who would know that he brought all the things he could sell? This time I'm in big trouble. King Jinla wants to show off his power to the Tang dynasty. No, there's still hope. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He pointed to the wine bowl. As long as you finish this bowl of wine, I'll tell you the way. Li Shimin glanced at the big bowl and smelled the pungent smell of wine. Before he drank it, his eyes were stung by the smell of wine. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This guy wanted to take revenge. That night, was it not enough that I personally put on clothes for him and made his bed for him? In this world, even the Empress didn't have such treatment. However, Li Shimin couldn't say it out loud. He said faintly, don't think that I don't know. You said it was a cooperative, didn't you? As soon as I came in, you wanted to trick me into drinking and get me drunk, right? Chapter 168. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng with disdain. Zhang Feng could not help but go crazy. Why did he suddenly become enlightened? This was not right. Zhang Feng was a little frustrated. Hey, who told you to drink? I see that you are addicted to alcohol every time you come, so I'll let you drink a little to relieve the heat. Why are you treating my good intentions as ill intent? How could Li Shimin believe him? He saw everything that Zhang Feng did just now. How could he not know what Zhang Feng was thinking? He was purely looking for someone to vent his anger on. As the ruler of a country, how could he not see through this? Forget it. I know you are upset, but don't be like this, okay? Come. I'm also in a bad mood. Let's drink together. All right. I will give you face and drink a bowl. Let's make it clear that this wine is on you. Lao Tzu has no money. Zhang Feng mumbled. He picked up the bowl of wine and took a big gulp. The spicy wine flowed down his throat like a knife, spreading from his mouth to his stomach. The burning sensation made Zhang Feng and Li Shimin's cheeks instantly red like blood. Good wine. Li Shimin patted the wine jar, his eyes flickering. This wine, when I drank it before, it was like water. Why is it so strong this time? Zhang Feng curled his lips. How could it not be strong? This was unblended raw wine. Drinking too much of it would kill him. He was also feeling depressed and wanted to find someone to vent his frustrations on. However, this time, Oli was too cunning. This time, he failed miserably. Zhang Feng took the opportunity to push the wine jar. This jar of wine was originally prepared for your father. Didn't you want to show your filial piety to your father? Take out this jar of wine at the birthday celebration. I guarantee that you will be in the limelight. Li Shimin's eyes widened. This wine would be in the limelight? This was something that could kill someone, all right? The wine of the Tang dynasty was generally drunk like water. From fermented glutinous rice, to grape wine, to flour wine and fruit wine, which kind of wine was so strong. The army was all gulping down wine and eating meat. This was the first time they drank it. If they drank it the way they did before, then a bowl of wine would be enough to send more than half of those old fellows away. Li Shimin waved his hands. No. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I'll pass on the wine. Zhang Feng pursed his lips. Let me tell you something about this wine. The bowl of wine you drank just now is equivalent to a jar of the best wine in the Tang dynasty. How much have you drunk? This is raw pulp without blending. You still say you didn't scam me? You're giving this to me? Li Shimon's eyes were red. Zhang Feng pursed his lips and ignored him. Actually, this wine was meant for you to show off at your birthday. I didn't say that you were going to drink it. What is this wine? It's a commodity. It's meant to let your father see something beyond his understanding. It's not meant for you to take it out and drink it. I'm taking it out today to show you the value of this wine. Although I don't know what kind of imperial wine the emperor drinks, I can guarantee that this thing is definitely dozens of grades better than the imperial wine. I was going to give you a dozen jars, enough for you to show off, but since you don't want it, I'll keep it for myself. I want it. Who said I don't want it? Li Shimon's eyes were red. He hurriedly hugged the wine jar in his arms and refused to let go. Zhang Feng only pursed his lips. Li Shimon sealed the wine and asked carefully, Brother Zhang, you're saying that this wine is a commodity to be used at the birthday? But if you don't drink it, are you going to take it out to show it off? And then push the matter of the cooperative to the public? Huh? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimon in surprise and looked him up and down. Not bad. You can draw inferences from one case. Not bad. You've improved, Lao Li. Although Li Shimon didn't know what he meant by drawing inferences from one case, he still enjoyed Zhang Feng's praise, although he felt a little uncomfortable. Li Shimon saw that Zhang Feng didn't speak, so he hurriedly asked, By the way, Brother Zhang, tell me about it. How should this cooperative be implemented? You should at least let me be prepared, right? When it came to business, Zhang Feng's expression became slightly dignified. This cooperative, as I told you before, is to stimulate economic recovery. It's a huge system. If it's used well, it's possible to benefit one party or even the entire Tang dynasty. But if it fails, Lao Li, you have to be prepared for failure. Losing your head would be a light punishment. Zhang Feng was very direct. Li Shimon also knew the importance of it. He sighed and said, I saw what you did outside just now. Do you think I don't want them to have clothes to wear and food to eat? I want to, but my ability is limited. If the cooperative is really as powerful as you said, then even if I have to be smashed to pieces, I will push it out. Moreover, I believe that many people, especially those rich businessmen and officials, will like to see this. After all, a lot of land in the Tang dynasty is in their hands. For example, Lord Zhang's son. I heard that the land in his hands is at least 1,000 mu. So, when you talked about the cooperative last time, I already had this idea. Chapter 169. The economy of the Tang dynasty was basically in the hands of the government, which caused many people to have no land to farm, thus creating such a vicious cycle. Li Shimon also wanted a change, but such a reform was easier said than done. The Tang dynasty was poor. What reward could he give to the meritorious officials? Other than land, what else could he give? Nothing. He suddenly realized that he, Li Shimon, was a pauper, penniless. Last time, when Zhang Feng mentioned the cooperative, Li Shimon could not help but see a glimmer of hope. However, he considered many factors, including the Tuhun incident and the Jinla incident, so he had to suppress it. But now, it had reached the point where he had no choice but to reveal it. He had no money. Li Shimon was poor. Now, after paying the money to Jinla, he had no money at all. How terrible was this for an empire? Lao Li, don't be so pessimistic. I know what you're thinking, but if the emperor doesn't say anything, no matter how good you and I are, we can't shake this dragon. Cooperative? Now you know why I asked you to cooperate with Lord Zhang's son, right? Without the support of the government, do you think a businessman like you dares to do such a thing? Your head will be chopped off in minutes. Li Shimon was silent. The status of a businessman was very low. When they met the government, they had to greet them, or they would be beaten. Not to mention such a big move. If it were a normal businessman who would dare to do such a thing, they would have been *king in prison to enjoy their lives. This was the status of a businessman. At this time, he also understood why Zhang Feng kept urging him to cooperate with the government. He would rather ask for less money and profits. Even if he withdrew his investment at the right time, he would still contact the government. If you don't have any connections with the government, what do you want to do? You're just daydreaming. Thinking of this, Li Shimon asked, Brother Zhang Feng, What do you think the emperor will do? What'll he do? Zhang Feng stroked his chin. Originally, we didn't dare to talk about this matter. This is something that could cost us our lives. You'd better tell your men to keep their mouths shut. I don't want to lose my head. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows. He nodded. He knew that Zhang Feng was talking about Wei Shuyu. This brat, I'll transfer him away from my side some other day. This troublemaker. Don't worry. Those who can come out with me are all my children and nephews. You can rest assured. Hearing this, Zhang Feng lowered his voice and said to Li Shimin, Actually, this is nothing. I believe that if King Zhenla is not a fool, he will definitely make the Tang dynasty suffer this time. Why? I heard that the emperor has already resolved this matter. It doesn't seem to be as difficult as you said, right? Not that difficult. Zhang Feng smiled. Let me tell you, I reckon that the emperor's treasury has long run out of money. Think about it. How many years has it been since the Tang dynasty was founded? How can there be any money left after years of war? This time, I reckon that the current emperor is also holding on, right? After today, I believe that King Zhenla will make a big move, and Tubo will also make a big move. Li Shimin was shocked. How can Tubo make trouble? Did you see something? Zhang Feng smiled and did not answer him. Instead, he continued. TSK, Zhenla is such a fat piece of meat. Who wouldn't covet it? Besides, Zhenla and Tubo are only separated by a wall. How can he not know about Zhenla's big move? And Zhenla might also know. So this time, he directly emptied the Tang dynasty to raise some funds for Zhenla. Moreover, Zhenla has another plan. As Zhang Feng spoke, his eyes could not help but narrow. Li Shimin was really anxious. If he had known, he would have met Tubo's envoy early this morning. But it was too late now. Brother Zhang, you are Lao Li's brother. Just tell me, how should we deal with this matter? Why are you so anxious? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin doubtfully and said, The emperor is not in a hurry. You are just a commoner. Why are you in a hurry? How could he not be anxious? How could Li Shimin not be anxious? He was standing next to Zhang Feng. Now he wished he could pull this bastard's ear and tell him that he was Li Shimin. Just tell me, if something goes wrong, I'll use all my belongings on Zhenla. If something goes wrong, I'll die. Okay, since you're in such a hurry, I'll tell you about it. But you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone about this. This is really a state secret. For this matter, we have to start from the drought in Tubo. The drought in Tubo is far more serious than you think. In addition to the incident with the water wheel, I believe that Tubo is in chaos now. The only reason it hasn't exploded yet is because he's deliberately suppressing it. Are you saying that Tubo and Tiuhan are biding their time to see what the Tang dynasty will do next? Li Shimin narrowed his eyes slightly and suppressed the wisdom in his eyes. Yes, Tubo came to the Tang dynasty this time because he really wanted to ask for help from the Tang dynasty. Think about it. What do you think a hungry dog will do when it sees its owner throwing a fat piece of meat to another dog? He will rob Zhenla. Chapter 170. At this moment, Li Shimin was a little scared. It was not because of other reasons. It was because the surrounding countries were too quiet. Even the two Jue, who had always been the most active, were observing during this period. They could see a little bit of something from the urgent documents. However, in this regard, the imperial court could only station at the border. There was no other way. This kind of strange atmosphere made Li Shimin feel a trace of uneasiness. He even felt that something big would happen at the retired emperor's birthday this time. However, he did not know what it was for the time being. He just faintly felt that it might have something to do with Tubo. After Tubo got the blueprint, as Zhang Feng expected, Tubo did a lot of publicity and then nothing happened. Even the secret agents of the Tang dynasty did not know what happened in the end. This strange situation had not been solved until now. This was what Li Shimin was worried about. Today, if Zhang Feng did not mention it, he would have been kept in the dark. Li Shimin could not help but ask hurriedly, Do you think Tubo will rob Zhenla's goods? Or will he? Do you think Tubo is stupid? Yesterday, I heard the group of children at the door say that they overheard the conversation of the palace maids in Hajian of the Pure Fragrance Workshop. They said that the envoys of Tubo and Tuyuhan went to the emperor yesterday, but for some reason, the emperor did not receive them. I guess the emperor should know about this and is thinking of a way now. If he doesn't think of a way, what are you laughing about? Li Shimin was so anxious that he was about to go crazy. Seeing Zhang Feng chuckling in the middle of his sentence, he felt unwell. Zhang Feng stared at the wine bowl and said to himself, Tubo has a purpose for enduring until now. Even a fool can see it, let alone the emperor. I think the emperor should also be thinking of a way, right? Laoli, I advise you to quickly think of a way to sell the things in your hands. If the emperor really did not think of this, then what will happen? Why don't you tell me everything in one breath? Li Shimin was so anxious that he wanted to climb the wall. Suddenly, Li Shimin's eyes flashed with surprise. Do you mean that Tubo will rob the Tang dynasty's goods after they leave Chang'an? Isn't it obvious? If His Majesty doesn't deal with this matter immediately, then this matter will definitely happen. Furthermore, I'm guessing that Tubo's appetite is definitely not that small. Think about it. If you wanted to snatch it, what would you do? Where are we going to strike? Li Shimin frowned as he paced back and forth in the tavern. Zhang Feng didn't rush him and instead drank his wine leisurely. He wanted to see if old Li's brain was really enlightened. It was such a simple question. As a businessman, if he couldn't think of it, then he really had a problem. Such a big business would be finished sooner or later. After an unknown amount of time, Li Shimin racked his brains for a long time. Suddenly, he thought of a place. Lingnan. You're talking about Lingnan, right? Smart. You finally learned something from me. Not bad, not bad. You have 10% of my ability. However, their appetite isn't that small. Think again. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and stared into the distance. He murmured, could it be that you mean they want to connect with Lingnan and rob the goods that Jinla is transporting to Chang and the goods that Jinla is transporting to Chang'an? You're finally enlightened. Zhang Feng got up and walked unsteadily to Li Shimin's side and patted him on the shoulder. This is a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. If His Majesty can't think of this, I think it's best for you to immediately throw out the goods in your hands. Otherwise, an enraged King Jinla might not dare to do anything to His Majesty, but I think that he definitely won't let you off. Li Shimin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. However, he couldn't figure out one thing. As far as I know, Lingnan has always been submissive to the Tang dynasty. I even heard that General Feng Ying is stationed there. Are you suspecting that His Majesty is not using people well? No. On the contrary, it's precisely because His Majesty has controlled Lingnan so well that there are no loopholes. Therefore, when we leave Lingnan, the brigade will lower their vigilance. Thus, there will be problems there. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin with a half-smile and said, Laoli, if I were Tubo's man, where do you think I would make a move? You mean Jianan Road? Smart. Indeed, there's an Eagle Beak Cliff in Jianan Road. It's connected to the Tang dynasty in the east and Tubo in the west. After Eagle Beak Cliff, there's the endless Jinla jungle. Moreover, Tubo often plunders Jinla, so they must know the terrain of Jianan Road like the back of their hand. However, there's a flaw in your plan. Li Shimin put his hands behind his back and looked very serious. Jianan Road was heavily garrisoned. How could there be a problem there? However, Zhang Feng mentioned that Tubo was good at hiding and the terrain of Jianan Road was very complicated. Therefore, Zhang Feng's words didn't make sense. However, Zhang Feng's meaning was obviously not here. Could it be? A hint of excitement flashed through Li Shimin's mind, and he hurriedly asked, Brother Zhang Feng, you mean to have His Majesty set up an ambush in Jianan Road, seize the opportunity to intercept the goods from both sides, and eat them all? Chapter 171. Snatch my ass. Laoli, I've been talking for a long time. Do you think I'm asking you to rob? Tubo can't wait for you to rob. If you rob, no matter who it is, as long as it's someone from the Tang dynasty, it will definitely arouse Jinla's anger. Although Jinla is not afraid, there's a fierce tiger beside Jinla. If this fierce tiger wants to protect its cub, and India intervenes in this matter, once they join forces with Tubo, then you have a pig's brain. Zhang Feng pointed at the pale-faced Li Shimin and roared. He was exasperated at Li Shimin's failure to live up to his expectations. After wasting so much saliva on cooperation, This guy only thought of snatching? Snatch your ass. You little thing. Aren't you afraid of being scalded to death? Tubo has been planning for this for a long time. He's just waiting for you to fall into his trap. Why are you still digging into it now? Are you stupid? Zhang Feng was furious. He waved his hand and did not expect Li Shimin to understand. He touched his chin and thought for a while. How about this? You listen to me. Get out of here immediately. Go back and immediately sell all the materials related to Jinla. I believe that those rich businessmen in Chang and are all envious. This is a good opportunity. Also, tell Zhang Sun about the cooperative right away. Regardless of whether he cares about it or not, all of your trading companies must act immediately. At the very least, you must establish the model of the cooperative before this incident happens. Gather all the finances. After this incident, you, Lao Li, may become the richest man in Chang, and in an instant. Li Shimin was already dumbfounded. He stared at Zhang Feng with his eyes wide open. Zhang Feng was now looking at Li Shimin angrily. He kicked Li Shimin's butt and said, "Why aren't you getting out of here? Are you waiting to be beheaded or lose your family fortune? Don't King drag me down." Only then did Li Shimin react. When he walked to the door, Li Shimin stopped and said, "Brother Zhang, I plan to send my good-for-nothing sons to you. It doesn't matter. You can just use them as an assistant. Okay?" Zhang Feng exploded. "So, you really think I'm a charity hall? If all your sons were like you, wouldn't I have a headache? I still want to eat and wait for death and peace." Seeing that Zhang Feng did not agree, Li Shimin cupped his fists and left in a hurry. Zhang Feng felt that something was wrong, but he scratched his head and couldn't figure it out. In the end, he lay on the recliner and fell asleep. Li Shimin's face was very gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Wei Shuyu was so shocked that she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She just silently lowered her head and followed Li Shimin. But when they walked out of the alley, Li Shimin suddenly stopped and said, "Pass down my order. Wei Zheng, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Cheng Yao Jin, and Li Jing, as long as they are not dead, go to the imperial study immediately to wait for the order." Wei Shuyu was shocked. She hurriedly cupped her fists and said, "Yes, your majesty." This matter was too big. Li Shimin had a faint feeling that something was wrong with the Turks before, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. On the other hand, the matter of Tubo this time made him neglected. All his goals were on the Turks. But if it wasn't for Zhang Feng's reminder, he wouldn't have known until now. This matter seemed to be very good, but once there was a trace of negligence, it would be disastrous. Finally, he knew why Zhang Feng wanted him to set up the cooperative. Although it was a business matter, Li Shimin felt that this cooperative must be set up. On the one hand, the Tang dynasty was indeed out of money. If the Turks found out the truth, they would definitely invade at this time. This was what Li Shimin had been paying attention to all along. There was another aspect. It was to strictly prevent Tubo from robbing them halfway. Whether it was Zhenla, Tubo, or the Turks, these three forces seemed to have no connection at all. But with Zhang Feng's suggestion, were these three forces really not connected? No. In fact, Zhang Feng had seen through it and also mentioned it. But he was worried that there were spies around Li Shimin, or people who didn't keep their mouths shut. If this was leaked out, it would be a disaster that would destroy the entire clan. Behind all this, the Turks were behind it. But he didn't understand the real intention of the Tang dynasty, nor did he know the actual situation of the Tang dynasty. So, he joined forces with Tubo to pressure King Jinla, forcing him to use the entire country's strength to exchange all the resources sent by Nunyan. This was a difficult problem to begin with, not to mention that King Jinla came so quickly. As for the Crown Prince of Jinla, it was just a coincidence that he met Zhang Feng and triggered this matter. If it wasn't for Zhang Feng tricking the silly Prince Jinla, then Li Shimin felt a chill down his spine when he thought about this matter. "Jinla, you're really tired of living. Do you really think that I, Li Shimin, am a fool?" Li Shimin was furious. He felt that he had been fooled. He should have noticed the Turks long ago. When had the Turks ever been obedient? Never. If there was even the slightest problem with the Tang dynasty, they wouldn't let go of the chance to take advantage of it. Not to mention that the Turks were also in trouble now. Li Shimin looked at the swaying sedan chair and slammed his fist on the soft couch. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Turks, it's time to settle our scores." Chapter 172. Li Shimin was very angry. So much so that his face was gloomy all the way. He even turned a deaf ear to Crown Prince Li Chengqian's report about Tubo. As soon as he entered the palace, he rushed into the imperial study angrily, without changing his clothes. However, the moment he entered the imperial study, the coldness on his face suddenly disappeared. He became calm like an ancient well. This caused the eyes of the 6 people waiting here to flicker with a trace of hesitation. Then they hurriedly bowed and said, "We welcome your majesty." Li Shimin waved his big sleeve and said, "Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, have you received any information about the Turks recently?" Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, for the time being, the Turks have not detected any abnormalities in Yuzhou. Even the secret agents and our spies disguised as merchants have not detected any abnormalities. On the contrary, I heard that a large number of cattle and sheep have died innocently. Tuli has sent the tribes to drive the cattle and sheep to other places. Your Majesty, the garrison in Longyu Road has reported that Xieli has not done anything recently. Even the garrison patrolling the border has been reduced." Hearing this, Li Shimin was surprised and asked, "Have you noticed how many garrison troops have been reduced? Previously, there were 130,000 troops stationed at the border. 5 days ago, I heard that the garrison troops have been reduced by 30,000. It is said that they have gone back to deal with the famine in the tribes." Xieli famine. Withdraw 30,000 troops? Tuli's military is abnormal? No, there is something wrong. Li Jing, I ask you, has there been any abnormalities in Yuzhou recently? Recently, everything in Yuzhou has been normal. However, General Cheng just said that the garrison in Longyu Road has been reduced. I just noticed that there seems to be some Turk garrison troops in Yuzhou. Your Majesty, did something happen? Could it be that Tuli and Xieliwan go south? Everyone also heard that something was wrong. In addition to the warning from Wei Shuyu, who had just informed them, the emperor was unusually furious after coming out of the small tavern. Could it be? Li Shimin ignored them. He stood on the map on the side of the study and carefully observed. Something was wrong. Could it be that little brother Zhang Feng was thinking too much? There was nothing unusual about the Turks. Could it be Tubo? Thinking of this, Li Shimin asked again, Zhang Sun Wuji, present. Did any of Tubo's spies find anything? Is there any unusual activity in their army? Zhang Sun Wuji thought for a while, but didn't say anything. Wei Zheng hurriedly replied, replying to Your Majesty, this subject received a report from Jianan Circuit 2 hours ago. Jianan Dao. Li Shimin's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly asked, say what? For days ago, there were signs that the Tubo army was secretly gathering. A farmer who was walking around said that a small group of Tubo people had entered Jinla and then disappeared. Tubo. What a Tubo? Li Shimin's fist slammed hard on the map. His fist even broke through the surface. Everyone hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, what happened? Li Shimin paused for half a day before he came back to his senses. He said, today, I went to the small tavern. Brother Zhang Feng, with just a few street children, in a few days' time, he was able to gather some gossip from the eunuchs and palace maids of the pure, fragrant square and summarize a major event. I really don't know. Are my court raising pigs? Seeing that Li Shimin was angry, everyone hurriedly prostrated themselves on the ground. This subject is terrified. The temperature in the imperial study suddenly dropped. It was supposed to be summer, but everyone felt that it was as cold as winter. Li Shimin threw a tantrum and then said, the Turks have secretly joined forces with Tubo to launch an attack on the Tang dynasty. Coincidentally, the Prince of Jinla met little brother Zhang Feng. Little brother Zhang Feng took the opportunity of the meeting of the 100 tribes to dig up this matter. What? Everyone was shocked. Thus, everyone thought of what the emperor had just asked in the border issue. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies. Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead 100,000 troops to destroy the bastards of Tubo. While we're at it, We'll make a trip to Old Man Shelley's territory and take his head." Cheng Yao Jin was furious. Li Jing was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He knelt down and asked for orders. This was a slap in the face. They didn't even notice it under their noses. What was this? This was mocking them. However, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "This matter doesn't need to be so troublesome for the time being. There's still room for negotiation. Is your Majesty talking about King Jinla? Does little brother Zhang Feng have a backup plan?" Fang Xianling asked in a trembling voice. "But if we don't send troops to deter them, won't it help the Turks to become arrogant? If that's the case, won't my negotiations with Tubo be even more disadvantageous?" "Your Majesty, please understand. Your Majesty." Wei Jing bowed and interrupted Du Ruhui. "Your Majesty, could it be that King Jinla mobilized the entire country to send the first batch of goods of the Tang dynasty to test us? Doesn't that mean that this matter has been a trap from the beginning? I think that if that's the case, Your Majesty, please take back the order and cut off the trade with Jinla. Jinla's ambition is not to be pitted." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly asked for orders. "Your Majesty, please take back the order and expel Jinla." Chapter 173. In fact, Li Shimin had also thought about this. However, after thinking about it, he finally rejected this idea. This way, the effect would be the same. Moreover, if this trade was really cut off, wouldn't King Jinla's 300,000 troops instantly invade the Tang dynasty? This was an army of 300,000. I was too careless. Li Shimin felt waves of dizziness. "Brother Zhang Feng, you've really given us a difficult problem. Once it's dealt with, the Tang dynasty will really be able to suppress the surrounding areas. However, if it's not controlled well, it'll be like shooting yourself in the foot." Li Shimin knew Zhang Feng's intention. If it was a small business transaction, or if Li Shimin was really a businessman, then the threat caused by the whole thing to Li Shimin was next to nothing. At most, he would go to jail. At most, he would lose his head. However, he was different. He was Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Although Zhang Feng had inadvertently found out about this matter and wanted to find the problem from this clue, once this problem was revealed, Li Shimin really couldn't bear it. Li Shimin couldn't help but rub his aching head. "When I first learned about this matter, I indeed had the same thought as you. However, have you ever thought that this is a series of traps? Even without King Jinla's interference, think about it. How will this birthday celebration be? Why has Tubo been suppressing this matter? Why has the Turks been deliberately hiding the snow disaster? Until now, apart from the snow disaster, why has Brother Zhang Feng guessed that there will be a famine in the grassland after the snow disaster? Have you ever thought about these questions? I also just remember that the Turks are planning a huge conspiracy, and Zhang Feng just happened to inadvertently tear open a hole in their plan, causing a trace of a flaw to appear in their originally perfect and impeccable plan." Li Shimin couldn't help but close his eyes. He didn't dare to think about this conspiracy. Once Tuli and Shelley joined forces with Tubo and Tuhan to launch an attack at the same time, could the Tang dynasty really stop them? Obviously, they couldn't stop them. The Turks were good at deceit, and now they were connected to India. In this case, the situation of Tubo's drought was worth thinking about. At this time, everyone's expression was extremely solemn. Zhang Sun Wuji stood up and asked, "Your Majesty, since Brother Zhang Feng saw the clue, does he have a plan to deal with this matter?" Everyone slapped their heads. Only then, they thought of Zhang Feng. That's right. Damn it. Since Brother Zhang Feng could see this, it meant that he already had a plan to deal with it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called Zhang Feng. This guy couldn't be judged by common sense. Since he was able to say such words, and the emperor was angry, but not anxious, it seemed that there was still room to turn this matter around. "Your Majesty, does Brother Zhang Feng mean that he has a way to deal with this before the birthday?" The birthday is a key point in this matter. Zhang Feng didn't say much because of his concerns, but how can I not know what he means? His meaning is very clear. This birthday is the turning point of the whole thing. Either we live or we die. There's no other way. Live or we die. So serious? The few old foxes were now a little confused. Zhang Sun Wuji start the cooperative immediately. Carry out secret experiments in several states near Chang. This must be done in the shortest time possible. Cooperative. This, Zhang Sun Wuji was dumbfounded. Your Majesty, isn't it a little? Li Shimin shook his head. No, this is the right time. That King Jinla made a second batch of goods before the first batch was delivered. All of you know of this, and you also know of the Great Tang's current situation. Once the second batch of goods arrives, how will we have any money left? This is a test by Tubo and India against the Tang dynasty. Because of the blueprint and the rapid relief of the drought in Longyu, they can't see the situation clearly. Originally, Brother Zhang Feng and I thought that this natural disaster seemed to be an advantageous condition to clamp down on the situation in the surrounding areas. But I was still a little afraid. If I didn't doubt Brother Zhang Feng's words and spread the chicken and duck in all aspects in Longyu, perhaps the wealth we have now would be enough to deal with this crisis. But we've all underestimated them. Longyu Dao's confusing barrier made it impossible for them to see through it. Moreover, the Tufan Empire's action was to collaborate with the Turkic Khaganate in India. This is rather unexpected. Thus, this is actually a test of our Great Tang's wealth. Li Shimin's eyes were full of killing intent. The first time King Lai sent out all his troops, it was the first test of the Tang dynasty. In this, I finally understood from Zhang Feng why they sent out 300,000 troops. This is an opportunity for them. But I think that since they dared to come, this is also an opportunity for the Tang dynasty to fully carry out the plan. Li Shimin clenched his fist and slammed it on the map. This time, I will not let them return. Chapter 174. Was the emperor finally going to make his move? At this moment, no one was more excited than Cheng Yaojin. The absence of war for the past 2 years had tortured his bones to the point of rusting. Your Majesty, this old general is willing to lead my men. Forget it. Li Shimin waved his hand. This time, it's not about who has the bigger fist that will win this war. This is a war without gunpowder. Li Shimin thought for a moment and said, since you want to fight, then I order you to immediately arrange for your subordinates to secretly mobilize 50,000 elite troops, and you province to mobilize 50,000 as well. Both sides will attack the south. At the same time, join forces with the other prefectures to transfer their elite troops and immediately hide in Jiannan Road. Why? Cheng Yaojin scratched his head, a little confused. On the other hand, Wei Zheng and the others were deep in thought. Li Shimin was not angry. If Cheng Yaojin could understand these things from these words, he would not be Cheng Yaojin. Then, Li Shimin would have to give Cheng Yaojin a plaque. Yaojin, can't you see this? Jinla came because he was pressured by Tubo and India. 300,000 soldiers using King Jinla as a hostage to transport goods. You really didn't think of anything? Li Shimin asked patiently. Cheng Yaojin sniffled, unmoved. Li Shimin felt like playing the lute to a pig. Why did King Jinla come to Chang'an? I ask you. I know that. He's here to deliver goods. This guy is greedy. Cheng Yaojin patted his chest and said disdainfully. Li Shimin asked again. Then what kind of business do you think needs the emperor of a country to personally escort it? What do you think if Khan Xieli comes to Chang'an? When Cheng Yaojin heard this, his eyeballs almost popped out. So, this bastard is thinking of sending his entire army to Chang. And then if there's even the slightest hint of something wrong, he'll start an uprising? Mother of Asterisker, Lao Tzu is going to tear him apart right now. Cheng Yaojin was furious. Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly stopped Cheng Yaojin and said, Old Hey, slow down. This matter still needs Shang Jue. Don't be impulsive. Listen to His Majesty's arrangements. What kind of arrangement is there? They're already bullying us. I can't tolerate it. Cheng Yaojin stiffened his neck. His face flushed red. Li Shimin was also angry. He scolded, Old Hey, be quiet. Otherwise, I will throw you in jail. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin shrunk his neck, snorted a few times, and said no more. Li Shimin seemed to be plotting, but also seemed to be talking to himself. This time, King Jinla actually came for 3 reasons. The first is to ensure his safety. Why? Everyone was confused. Li Shimin waved his hand, motioning for everyone to be quiet. This matter is actually not hard to imagine. Tubo often robbed Jinla, and so did India. Jinla could only swallow their anger. Didn't Wei Zhang say it just now? Tubo people entered Jinla from the dense forest outside Jiannan Road, and then King Jinla came to the Tang dynasty. Do you believe that King Jinla came after receiving a message from Crown Prince Jinla? Wrong. Because, think about it, there's actually no poisonous salt or seafood that we need in the goods this time. It's just their ordinary goods. Think about it carefully. What do these goods look like? Wei Zhang's eyes were filled with shock. Like fleeing? Li Shimin nodded. At this moment, everyone was finally overwhelmed with shock. Fleeing? How could they send out all their troops? Could it be that they wanted to take the opportunity to act when they were seeking protection? However, with such a small number of troops and a long journey, they were not familiar with the battlefield. What kind of combat power could they have? There were also many old, weak women and children among them. It was more like they were fleeing. Could it be they were afraid of some kind of threat, so they were preparing to flee to the Tang dynasty? When they thought of this, everyone was not stupid. They instantly understood the cause and effect of the matter. Tubo's intentions were really vicious. Poor King Jinla. When he arrived in Chang, and there were people from Tubo watching him, he did not dare to say anything. Therefore, he could only use himself as a hostage. Instead of saying that he lived in the East Palace, it was better to say that he requested to be placed under house arrest. Their intention. Now, do you all understand? This is only one of the reasons. The second reason is that they can use this to test the real situation of the Tang dynasty. I lost the first time. When Jinla's army of 300,000 entered the Tang dynasty, I did not notice anything, nor did I realize anything else. This has already caused Tubo and the other countries to have the intention to make their next move. If I had taken a tougher stance back then, I might have been able to stop them from entering the Tang dynasty. Then Tubo's plan would have been delayed and would not have exploded so quickly. The third reason is the most vicious place in Tubo. You all have heard that Longyu and Yuzhou have lost a lot of Turkic troops. Why is that? Coupled with the abnormal situation in Jiannan Circuit, now you all know why I deployed so many troops there, right? Li Shimin looked at Cheng Yaojin as he said the last sentence. At this moment, if Cheng Yaojin still did not understand, he would really be a pig. Chapter 175. The temperature in the Imperial study suddenly dropped a little. Cheng Yaojin was furious. Wei Zhang and the others also looked gloomy at this time. It was too vicious. The Turks really deserved to be punished. They didn't expect that the Turks had already carried out a series of operations against the Tang dynasty when they were preparing to set a trap for them. What was this? This was a slap in the face. Most importantly, even if they knew now, they couldn't fight with the Turks with real swords and spears. The Turks now had the initiative. This was the most important thing. If not for Zhang Feng's suggestion of this cooperative model, the Turks would have already noticed the flaws in Zhang La's first trade. Time passed little by little. Li Shimin made some more arrangements. However, just as everyone was about to leave the Imperial study, little Gizi gently knocked on the door of the Imperial study. Your Majesty, King Zhenla requests an audience. Now, Li Shimin looked at the pitch-black night sky. His eyes could not help but flicker. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Let him in. Imperial Garden, Qiangla Pavilion. These two things must be carried out at the same time tonight. The cooperative must be carried out as soon as possible, and it must not cause panic like stockpiling grain. Otherwise, I'll punish you for both crimes. Also, Old Hay, you should keep the matter of Jiannan's circuit a secret. Tell others that it's a routine patrol. I'll give you a secret order to cover it up. Your Majesty, Old General." "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Li Jing and Cheng Yaojin no longer called themselves as officials. This was because, although this was a secret mission, it was also a military operation. Military operations should be carried out according to etiquette. Being an official in the court and a general outside the court was the Tang dynasty. This was Li Shimin's command of his generals. He dismissed everyone. A palace maid quickly changed Li Shimin's bright yellow casual clothes. At this time, the seriousness on his face was gone. Instead, he looked a little excited. The Imperial Garden was not far away. After exiting the back door of the Imperial study and walking along a winding corridor for about 300 feet, they arrived. At this moment, there were already songstresses dancing in the air. On the second floor of the Cheong Pavilion, they were like butterflies fluttering in the light. Below the attic, rows of golden guards looked solemnly at a short and fat man with a dark complexion who was waiting at the foot of the Jade Tower. The man wasn't fat. Instead, he looked rather sturdy. However, she was not as tall as the palace maids, not to mention the Jinwu guards. She was only as tall as Wei Shuyu's chest. This person's expression was calm, and he didn't show any dissatisfaction because of his height. Just like that, he quietly stood below the Jade Tower with a guard, looking straight ahead. This person was King Zhen. Lali Shimon's entourage was very large. Rows of palace maids held up dragon head lanterns, illuminating the entire corridor. Before they arrived, they heard Gizi shout at the top of his voice, "The Emperor has arrived." Hua! Immediately, all the golden guards, with their modeo in their hands, hit the Mingguang armor in front of their chests, and their bodies stood straight. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The songstress on the Jade Tower also knelt on the ground at this moment. King Zhen Lalama Zoya smiled heartily, bowed slightly, and said, "Your Majesty, King Tang." Li Shimin smiled casually. "Ha ha ha, King Zhen La, quickly rise. Have you been living comfortably in the palace recently?" "Good. Very good. This is the best place I've ever lived in. Compared to Your Majesty King Tang's palace, my house is similar to that cow shed." "Ha ha, King Zhen La must be joking. Please, it's rare for the weather to be good tonight. Men, bring my imperial wine. I want to accompany King Lama Zoya and not return until I'm drunk." The weather was good? Wei Shiyu glanced suspiciously at the dark sky. Now, it was just short of thunder and rain, right? The sky was dark like an ugly linen cloth. Where did the weather come from? However, even though Wei Shiyu was complaining, he also knew where his duty lay. Last time, he told his father about what happened in the tavern without permission. Although the emperor didn't say anything, Wei Shiyu, who was guarding outside the door, was really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Since then, the emperor didn't seem to like him very much. Hearing that bastardly Chengxian say that the emperor seemed to be dissatisfied with him, but for the sake of his father, he escaped a disaster. Wei Shiyu couldn't help but be frightened. At this time, seeing Li Shimin, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He was trembling with fear, for fear that he would be beaten if he didn't do a good job. Under Wei Shuyu's evasive eyes, Li Shimin glanced at him and walked up the Jade Tower with King Zhen La's arm around his shoulder, as if they had not seen each other for many years. However, looking from behind, it was as if the emperor was holding King Zhen La with his armpit. It was awkward. In the Jade Tower, the music sounded again. After the guests sat down, Li Shimin picked up the glass cup and said, "Brother Zhuya, come on, let's toast to the friendship between the Tang dynasty and Zhen La." Hearing this, King Zhen La's eyes flashed and he laughed and said, "Come on, it should be me, King Jingtang." The two of them pushed each other for a long time. In the end, they drank the wine, but they just drank it. However, because of this, the topic began to unfold. King Zhenla surveyed his surroundings, his gaze drifting about unsteadily. "King Tang, I have a presumptuous request for you this time." Li Shimin's eyes flashed. He waved his hand lightly. In an instant, a group of men in black hiding in the dark quickly lurked out. Chapter 176. The singer's voice became louder. Li Shimin smiled and said, "King Zhuya, you can speak freely. This is my harem. Even a fly can't enter without my permission." Hearing that, King Zhen La finally relaxed. At this moment, his back, which had been stiff from the collapse, was completely relaxed. This prince knows that the goods this time have somewhat embarrassed King Tang, as well as the 300,000 people. Although this prince does not know, this prince also knows that there will be a lot of criticism in the imperial court. However, this was not the intention of this prince. Li Shimin waved his hand lightly. "I know all these." "What? You know?" "How?" "This. King Zhen's tanned face could not help but flash with shock, but it disappeared in a flash. King Tang could even kill his white horse in the Wei River Alliance. How could he not know these things? King Zhen could not help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, he came to see Li Shimin tonight. Otherwise, he would definitely be destroyed in King Tang's anger this time. Before the Crown Prince came to Chang'an, I saw a letter sent by Sansan Gampo's men. Li Shimin's eyes flashed. He did not say anything, but he was already extremely shocked in his heart. Sansan Gampo, I have his handwritten letter here. Your Highness, please have a look. King Zhenla was also a tactful person. Seeing that Li Shimin did not speak, he simply took out the letter from his arms. But Li Shimin shook his head slightly. I trust you. King Zhenla did not say anything. He just cupped his fists gratefully. Then he said, this time, I didn't come to the Tang dynasty. I originally wanted to refuse, but the people from India also came. I couldn't handle it. One Tufan is already too much for this humble prince to handle. Now that India is here, this humble prince has no choice but to comply. I don't know where they got the news from, but they know that this humble king wants to trade with Great Tang. So they had this humble king transport all the goods that could be sold to Great Tang to test his majesty. Seeing that Li Shimin did not show any emotion, King Zhenla said again, I also know that things are not that simple, so I took this opportunity to bring all the goods I could bring out. This way they can't threaten me. This will require His Majesty King Tang's assistance. You're too kind. As a neighbor, I will definitely help my friends when they are in trouble. But what do you mean by bringing all the goods you could bring out? Could it be that you can't stay here any longer? Sigh. King Zhenla sighed, took a big gulp of wine, and said, India has already sent out more than 3,000 scouts. Tubo seems to be preparing to amass troops in Jianan. This time, whether I succeed or not, I can't hide it anymore. So, you scattered 300,000 troops in the Tang dynasty, disguised them as businessmen, and then took the opportunity to attack at a certain time? Usurped Chang'an. Li Shimin was a little playful. King Zhenla's attitude was a little shaky. You're dishonest. In that case, Li Shimin had to knock some sense into him. I already knew about what you said when you entered the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, how could I let your 300,000 troops enter the country? Moreover, I also know about the matter regarding Tufan. So, why did you come here tonight? King Zhenla did not expect that the Tang dynasty already knew all this. The chips he had prepared before seemed to be in vain. He hurriedly got up, bowed, and said, How can I not know the seriousness of the matter? This humble prince's visit tonight is to express my sincerity. This humble prince also knows my own weight. Therefore, on one hand, this humble prince is here to inform your majesty of the conspiracy between Tubo and India. On the other hand, it is for the sake of mutual exchange in the future. King Zhenla, you don't have to do this. After this matter is over, I won't make things difficult for you. But while this matter is going on, I hope that your people will suffer a little. I understand. After talking about serious matters, the two of them continued to drink wine and enjoy the wonderful dance as if the crisis just now did not exist. At this moment, a large plate of roasted golden mutton was suddenly brought to the Cheong pavilion by a palace maid. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, King Zhenla, come and try this delicacy. I've long heard that King Tang's mutton is famous all over the world. I'm so lucky today. King Zhenla did not refuse. He cupped his fists and began to eat. While eating, Li Shimin asked casually, I heard that King Zhenla's second batch of goods will pass through Jianan Road in a few days. I wonder if the goods this time are what I need? Don't worry. To show my sincerity, I won't take a single cent of the goods this time. Ha! Good. Thank you very much, King Zhenla. Li Shimin did not call King Zhenla by his full name, because at this time, the matter had been explained. He wanted to tell King Zhenla that although the matter between them had been clarified and Zhenla had avoided the crisis, Li Shimin was very dissatisfied because of the concealment. After the two of them toasted for a while, Li Shimin got up and left. At the moment of leaving, Li Shimin suddenly said, When are your people going to escort the goods back to the city? 3 days later. Then replace them with mine? Yes. And now, the first stage of Tubo's probing has passed. Although Jinla is helping the evildoers, he has revealed everything tonight. This is a good thing for Second Brother. Second Brother can wholeheartedly solve the problem of Tubo. The root of the problem is still Tubo's drought. But I feel that at this time, we should give them a little warning. What kind of warning? Li Shimon's eyes flashed as he asked. He knew the key point of this matter. As long as they firmly controlled Tubo and Tuyuan, the Turkic people's desire to join forces and invade the south would collapse. Moreover, as long as the cooperative was established, as long as there was a steady stream of economic recovery, they would naturally not have to worry about their probing. After all, none of them could afford to waste time. Now, as long as they dealt with Tubo, would the Turkic people in India be able to cause a ripple? No. Under the situation of being exhausted, everyone knew that it was a military taboo. Moreover, Shui Yinta, who was watching the Turkic people, did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, why would he need to join forces with other countries? After thinking through all this, Li Shimon's expression could not help but soften. He could not help but smile bitterly. In the end, the Tang dynasty is still short of money. If the country is rich and the people are strong, who would dare to act rashly? Second Brother, there's no need to worry too much. No one dares to carelessly start this war. Just as Zhang Feng said, whoever starts this war will be the country that will perish. What they're doing now is simply putting pressure on the Great Tang. Oh, tell me about it. Hearing this, Li Shimon's interest was aroused. He wanted to see who dared to put pressure on the Tang dynasty. Tubo. Except for Tubo, there is no one else. Second Brother, have you forgotten the last negotiation? They dared to cause trouble in Chong and City. Do you think they will let it go this time? Last time, Second Brother, you asked them for 40 million gold. They went back and advertised vigorously, but they could not produce it. Obviously, they have realized that they have fallen into a trap. Second Brother, what do you think you will do if you are in their shoes? Li Shimon put his arms around Empress Zhangsuan's slender waist. Guanyin maid, you are really my good wife. Empress Zhangsun blushed and said coquettishly, Second Brother, don't be happy first. There is still one thing that needs to be done. What is it? A show of force. Chapter 178. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. In a quiet palace, the crisp sound of a warhorse's hooves tore through the silence of the night. As soon as the warhorse came out of Li Shimon's stable, it hurriedly held up a token, passed through various large and small doors, and disappeared into the darkness of Chong and City. On the outer wall of Honlu Temple, 3 men in sheepskin shirts narrowed their eyes and stared at the galloping horse thoughtfully. Brother Sok, why did this horse go out at this time? Did something go wrong with our plan? In the darkness, a burly man looked at Chong and City in the distance and asked a thin man beside him. The man was very thin, but his arms were unusually long. His palms were also unusual. They were twice the size of an adult's, like a palm leaf fan. The man narrowed his triangular eyes and glanced at Chong and City. Then, like an ape, he climbed between the houses of Honlu Temple. After a while, he appeared in a room with an oil lamp still on. After a while, the other 2 men returned to the room. One of them was a burly man with a sallow face. He had a horn dagger at his waist and a large wine sack hanging from his neck. He was a Turkic. The other man was a Tubo man named Sok. He wore similar clothes, but his headdress was different from Sok's. He was a Tuyuhan expert named Gokopi. At this time, Sok was playing with a dagger in his hand. This matter may have nothing to do with our plan. If there's nothing else, back it. I hope you can keep your mouth shut. You should know how serious this matter is. Although we're not sure if the people of the Tang dynasty can start a war, if we push them too far, we'll be in trouble. You worry too much. Didn't Jinla, that dog-fart King Jinla, flee to the Great Tang in fear? I think if King Jinla is not a fool, his army of 300,000 must be here to take a share of the Tang dynasty. 300,000? Gecko Pai laughed disdainfully. He's such a coward. I think if the emperor of the Tang dynasty knew about this, the first person he would kill would be his father. Otherwise, why would he be grounded by Li Shimin? Don't ever mention this again. Sok glanced at the two of them with a cold expression. If anything goes wrong, I believe that your Khan and the Mun King will tear your tendons and skin you alive. When the two of them heard this, they awkwardly stopped mentioning this matter. I don't know what the higher-ups have arranged. Why are they so cautious about the Tang dynasty? Wouldn't it be easy for the four of us to conquer the Tang dynasty? At this moment, a young man in a purple robe silently appeared in the room through the window. When the people saw this person, they hurriedly bowed. Little Prince. The young man lay on the chair with his legs on the table and asked, "What's the horse that just went out for? Did you find out?" "I haven't found out yet." The three of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. Even their bodies couldn't help shaking. The young man in the purple robe looked at them playfully. "Forget it. It's not important. I've already dealt with the person. He's a messenger who went to Longyu Road to deliver a letter. The dog emperor wants to eat locust eggs in the middle of the night. He's really stupid. Okay, you can leave now. Continue to monitor every movement in the imperial city. Don't touch King Jinla for the time being. Now the security there is tight. Even I can't get in." Yes. What could they say? What else could they say? At this time, they had no choice but to agree. This person was Xieli's eldest son, the future Khan of the Turks. How could they dare to offend him? They left embarrassedly. However, they didn't know that they were in the Tang dynasty, and they were in the deepest part of the Tang dynasty, the Honglu Temple, which was specially used to receive foreign guests. Their every move and everything that happened just now had been secretly recorded in a small notebook by the palace experts hiding in the dark. As for the person who just went out, he was a prisoner on death row. He was just a puzzle sent to them. If Li Shimin couldn't even think of this, he wouldn't be Li Shimin. After a while, in Li Shimin's bedroom, Wei Shiyu knocked on the door of Li Shimin's room. "Your Majesty, it's done. It's just as your Majesty expected." Li Shimin didn't even open the door. He looked at Zhang Feng's calligraphy and wrote something on a piece of rice paper. Hearing this, Li Shimin's expression didn't change. He said lightly, "Send an order. Keep a close watch on the Honglu Temple. Their every move must be reported at any time. Even if their servants go out, where they go, and who they come into contact with, they must be reported to me as soon as possible." Wei Shiyu was silent for a moment. She asked, "Your Majesty, what if they go out in the middle of the night?" Li Shimin said lightly, "Kill them." "Yes, Your Majesty. Also, the people who go to Longyu can set off now. Let the people in Longyu chop the water wheel. There's no need to hide this matter. It's best to let the whole world know." Wei Shiyu trembled all over. She hurriedly accepted the order. "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 179. Tonight was destined to be a restless night in Chang'an City. The night watchman had just struck the gong. Groups of men in black rushed out from the depths of the palace. They were densely packed. The gambling house was still shrouded in smoke. There were oil lamps, the stench of sweat, the stench of feet, the sourness of wine, and piles of vomit. One could even find a few fresh or rotten broken fingers in the corner. This was a gambling house. The gambling house of the Tang dynasty. It was a cancer of society. But even the government could not eradicate it completely. There were always people licking the blood on the tip of the knife. This included a gambling house set up by the Turks in the corner of the East Market of Chang'an City. Even the patrolling soldiers could not touch the darkness here. In the darkness, a group of strong men in night-walking clothes flashed into the gambling house through the secret door. In the hustle and bustle, the man held a straw in his mouth as soon as he entered. When the steward saw the straw, he hurriedly stepped aside and opened the curtain behind him to let the man in. In this room, a dim oil lamp was burning. The room was extremely simple. There were no unnecessary decorations. There was a table, a chair, and a bed. That was all. But when the man entered the room, he lifted the bed board skillfully. There was a dim light and a faint smoke curling in the air. The man listened quietly for 10 breaths. When he found that no one had entered, he jumped into the cave. Along the stairs, the man turned left and turned again. Then, he entered a spacious underground room that looked like a yurt. The room was very large, and cracks could be seen all over the pale yellow walls. It was obvious that this secret room had been here for many years. In the room, The sound of a woman's unrestrained laughter could be heard, as well as the sound of rough breathing. The man did not look up. As soon as he entered, he knelt on one knee and waited quietly. In front of him, there were 3 small rooms with no doors on a large red sandalwood bed. On the bed, he could vaguely see at least 10 women on the bed, and he could also vaguely see a few muscular men among them. The man's appearance did not attract the slightest bit of attention. It was as if he was air. A moment later, a bare-chested, burly man with a scar on his face came out from behind the curtain. The man reported in a low voice. Reporting to Chief, the young Khan has sent a letter. The man heard this. His expression changed, and he waved his hand, ordering all the women to enter a dark hut at the back of the room. At this time, the burly man asked, "Little Khan, what are your orders?" The little Khan asked the leader to seize the time to stock up on provisions. The little Khan predicted that there might be changes at any time, so he asked the leader to temporarily close the gambling house to avoid attracting the attention of the Tang dynasty's government. Close the gambling house. That's easy for him to say. Then why didn't he pay for me? If I don't have money, how am I supposed to buy food? The brawny man shouted angrily. He smashed the rosewood bed railings with his palm. You tell the little Khan. Now I have prepared 500 dawn of food and stored it in a safe place outside the city to facilitate movement. There are also 3,000 dawn of food. It is estimated that in a few days, it will be transported out of the city. Ask him to find a caravan to transport it to the grassland. As for Lao Tzu's gambling house, he can't care about it. Get lost. Zhang Feng did not sleep well. He did not know why. It was so quiet that he could hear a mouse running next door. He did not know what was wrong with the room these days. It was so noisy in the middle of the night, and he did not know if there was something wrong with his bed or if he was hallucinating. He could always hear women's coquettish complaints by chance. This was terrible. As soon as he heard this voice, he went crazy. Was he sick? At this time, Zhang Feng grabbed his hair and sat cross-legged on the bed, thinking hard about whether he should find a doctor to take a look. This was obviously not right. Previously, when he said that he was thinking about women, it would not be a hallucination, right? But now, damn it, once it was past midnight, that guy was so noisy that he was about to go crazy. No, damn it. Was there something wrong with holding it in? Or was there really something wrong with the room opposite? Zhang Feng was shocked. Could it be that someone opened a brothel next door? This kind of thing had happened before. In order to attract business, merchants would often open temporary brothels in Chong and city in the middle of the night in some unoccupied shops. However, Zhang Feng had read about this in the unofficial history books. He also heard about it from the old man who wrote at the corner of the street. At that time, the old man's eyes were no longer cloudy. It was as if he was talking about his glorious past. Something's not right. Zhang Feng finally exploded when he heard a woman's coquettish complaint. He hid in the corner and listened without even turning on the lights. The walls of the ancient times, especially the walls of the houses, were made with an inexhaustible amount of mud. In addition, mice were diligently digging holes every day. Basically, as long as one squatted in the corner of the wall, one could hear the conversation of the neighbors through the mouse hole. However, when Zhang Feng put his ear to the mouse hole, he really heard that something was not right. It was actually a gambling den opposite. Damn it, how could this be? However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that there was someone outside the window. In the night, a figure was standing quietly outside the window. His ear was pressed against the paper window, listening to the movement. Zhang Feng was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he really hoped that the dam system would be activated at this time. However, things did not go as he wished. Zhang Feng could only pretend to be asleep. He squatted in the corner and snored softly. After hearing the snoring, the person outside the window slowly left. At this moment, he and the person outside were only separated by a thin piece of paper window. Damn it! After the person left, Zhang Feng took a deep breath. He subconsciously pressed his eyes against the window and looked outside. In the moonlit night, a person dressed in night clothes was slowly disappearing into the night. Night-walking clothes? Did he need night-walking clothes to enter a gambling den? Chapter 180. That night, Zhang Feng slept very badly. So much so that when the sun was high up in the sky, he still had panda eyes and mosquito kisses all over his face. He was snoring loudly in the shadow under the crooked tree. So much so that Guzzi and the others came. Seeing that there was no business to be done, they covered Zhang Feng's face with a lotus leaf and left. Gulp, gulp. After some time, Zhang Feng was so hot that he almost stopped breathing. Then, he woke up amidst the protest of his stomach. What entered his eyes was a large patch of green, which almost made Zhang Feng think that he had transmigrated again. After pondering for a long time, he realized that this thing was just a lotus leaf. Zhang Feng was so angry that he cursed Guzzi and said that he was going to murder him. It also attracted a few patrolling guards. After confirming that this was a farce, the guards left with a strange expression. There was no choice. It was useless to say anything now. The most important thing was to worship the temple of the five viscera first. He yelled. The boss of a dumpling stall across the street brought a big bowl of dumplings over. He didn't even want the money and left. How could Zhang Feng be willing? While the two of them were arguing, the man who bought the dumplings became anxious. He grabbed Zhang Feng's collar and asked, "Are you going to eat it or not?" Zhang Feng was terrified. He raised his hands in surrender. Only then did the man put him on the ground in satisfaction. The Tang people were so simple. The name of a good person was useful. Even if you went out to eat, you didn't need to bring money at all. If you dare to mention money, the boss of the stall would either hold a kitchen knife, a rolling pin, or a fist as big as a sandbag to greet you. What a cute and simple person. Zhang Feng squatted on the ground, holding the big bowl and sucking the dumplings. A bowl of dumplings finally stopped his stomach from making a fuss. Zhang Feng had nothing to do again. He moved the stool to a shady place. Seeing the daughter of the boss of the dumplings staring at him, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Xiaoya, come over here." "Oh." The little girl responded in a crisp voice and then ran over eagerly. Usually, when Zhang Feng was bored to death, he would find some children to play with him in the shop. What kind of games? They were competing to see who could eat faster. Moreover, all the children were fascinated by the big mouth game that he invented. Xiaoya was only 8 or 9 years old. Because she was malnourished, her hair was still yellow like straw. She wasn't afraid when she saw Zhang Feng. She asked, "Brother, are we going to play the game of Big Mouth? Brother Guzzi and the others aren't here." No. Look at this." As he spoke, Zhang Feng took out a piece of silver from his bosom and said, "Big Brother isn't feeling well today. Help Big Brother fan me, and Big Brother will give you money. Okay?" "No. Big Brother is a good person. Daddy won't let me take your money." As she spoke, the little girl didn't even look at the pitch-black silver in Zhang Feng's hand that was full of teeth marks. That was awkward. Zhang Feng scratched his head. "Then, help Big Brother fan me. When Big Brother is better, I'll give you braised pork. Okay?" "Okay." The deal was quickly reached. Zhang Feng lay on the recliner happily. The little girl started fanning with all her might. Although her little clothes were already drenched, at the thought of being able to eat delicious braised pork with her mother at night, Xiaoya held back her strength and started fanning with all her might. In fact, Xiaoya's father had already seen it, but he pretended not to see it. Zhang Feng was a good person. That was something that everyone on this street knew. However, Zhang Feng also had a nickname, Slacker, the super lazy kind. Moreover, he was a prodigal. He didn't run the shop properly and only knew how to sleep all day. Not to mention that, no one knew where he got the money from. Every day, he would take out a handful of money and give it away. This also made the neighbors sigh secretly. He was a good person. However, he was a poor man. At the age of 20, he didn't join the army, nor did he go to the Imperial College. All he did was sleep all day, and he was a F***king bachelor. As a man, Boss Hun saw the heavy dark circles under Zhang Feng's eyes at a glance. He was missing a woman. Alas, such a good boy. Is there something wrong with his body or something? At the thought of this, Boss Hun Dun endured the pain and went to the winery next door to buy 2 tails of wine. Then, he walked slowly to Zhang Feng's side. "Little brother, you're still sleeping there." Seeing that Xiaoya's father was here, how could Zhang Feng still be sleepy? "Hey, brother, You're not guarding the stall? Hey, what's there to guard? There's no one here. Besides, I have a problem with that guy. Even if I leave it on the street, no one will want it. It's all because I'm popular. Brother, he smiled honestly and said, Feng, I see that you have dark circles under your eyes these days. Could it be that you didn't sleep well? If there's something wrong with your body, go see a doctor. Although I don't have money, I'm familiar with all the neighbors on this street. I know a doctor who specializes in men's diseases. Why don't you find? Zhang Feng's face instantly darkened. Brother, fine, I'm all right. There's no problem. Although he said so, Zhang Feng still felt a little guilty. Damn, he was hallucinating. But he was sure that there was nothing wrong with him. It was embarrassing to say this in front of Xiaoya. Seeing that Mr. He was carrying a bamboo bottle of wine, he pulled Mr. He into the store. Brother we've known each other for more than half a year, but you haven't tasted my cooking. Today, I'll let you have a taste. Let's talk while eating. Mister. He was flattered and waved his hand repeatedly. But he couldn't resist Zhang Feng's persuasion. Just now, he seemed to have pushed Zhang Feng into a corner. Now, Mr. He was holding his collar, but his face was red and he couldn't pull it up. Finally, Mr. He compromised. Okay, let's go in. I have something important to tell you. Chapter 181. There wasn't anything good in the shop. Zhang Feng simply removed a leg of lamb and washed it in a big pot. Then, he set up a firewood and burned it. A moment later, the fragrance of meat wafted in the air. Old He and his daughter, Xiaoya, widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. Poor people basically relied on squatting in the wild to eat meat. If they could get it, it would be enough to last them for half a month. If they couldn't, they would go to the river to try their luck and see if they could catch a fish to satisfy their cravings. As for pork and mutton, they didn't even dare to think about it. Usually, the wild rabbits around Chong and were extinct. The bigger ones hid in the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Therefore, for the commoners, they were still considered lucky. At least they could start a small business and feed their family. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they might be able to see some meat during the new year. Only Zhang Feng didn't care about their status. Sometimes, when he was happy, he would give Xiaoya a piece of meat and say that it had gone bad and couldn't be eaten anymore. However, Oldie knew that it wouldn't be a problem to keep it for at least a month. Even if it went bad, it would be boiled in water and eaten together with the soup. How could there be any smell of rancidity? In the end, Oldie could only sigh that Zhang Feng was a prodigal. The dishes are here. Just as Oldie's imagination was running wild, Zhang Feng shouted and came out with a big tray. There weren't many dishes. 5 plates. 1 plate of hand-shredded lamb. The other plate was cut into pieces and dipped in vinegar. There were also a few stir-fried dishes and a big bowl of rice. When Xiaoya saw the meat, she pounced on it. Oldie was so anxious that he grabbed Xiaoya's yellow braid and was about to hit her. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped Old He. Hey, she's a child. Let her eat. We don't have much, but we have a lot of meat. Don't let the child suffer. Oldie choked. He patted Zhang Feng's shoulder hard. Fengzi, I know you're a good person. In this world, there aren't many living bodhisattvas like you. But Fengzi, I want to ask you something. You have to answer me honestly. Zhang Feng saw that uncle he was being so cautious, so he put down the piece of meat that Xiaoyu was fighting for and asked, Tell me, let me ask you, are you... As he spoke, he glanced at Zhang Feng's crotch. Zhang Feng immediately exploded. Old He Wei saying, Zhang Feng, am upright and honest. I'm a man, not a castrate. That's good. Old Ho patted his chest, picked up the bowl of wine, and gulped it down in one gulp. 2 taels of wine in a bamboo flask was not much, but Zhang Feng had a lot of good wine. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of wine. He was a little embarrassed to take out his wine, but it would be inappropriate if he didn't bring anything when he came to talk to him. Zhang Feng didn't mind his wine. He finished a bowl of it. Seeing that there was no more wine, he turned around and took 2 jars from the counter. Old He, let's drink to our heart's content today. If you have something to say, say it. Brother, if you don't want to take a look, I'll show you. As he spoke, Zhang Feng was about to unbuckle his belt. However, Old Ho pulled him back. I believe you, but if you don't find a wife like this, it's not a good idea either. You spend money like water every day. This is not good. Yes, you have a wife to do the housework for you. What do you mean? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. It seemed that Old He's purpose for coming here today was not pure. I know you don't like people like us, but it's not good for the neighbors to see you like this. 20 years old and not marrying is disrespectful to your ancestors. I can't watch you go on like this. There are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants is the worst. You're not young anymore. I've been looking on the streets during this period of time and really found a young lady from a big family. She looks very similar to the singers at the entrance of Tsiyun restaurant. Nod your head. If you like her, we'll find a matchmaker. Fine, fine, fine. Old He brother, we're not in a hurry. We're only 20 years old. Zhang Feng was going crazy. They were matchmakers. Why were Lao Li and the others like this? Even Old He was like this? Was he such an eyesore? Old He cannot take it anymore. He stretched out his rough hand and pointed at Zhang Feng's eyes, saying, look at your eyes. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? You're already like this. Why don't you find a wife? How about this? If you don't like her, you can go to Tsuyun restaurant to vent your anger. It's not good to keep holding it in. I heard that the prostitutes there only earn $1 a night. This bit of money is nothing to you, right? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Tsuyun restaurant? You want Lao Tzu to go there? Zhang Feng was a little suspicious. Old He had some ulterior motives. Old He, to be honest, I haven't been sleeping well these days. It's not because of anything else. Every night, there will be a squeaking sound coming from the old house next door. It's like a brothel. I feel like I'm living in a brothel. Old He, who used to live next door, is it haunted? This has caused me to be unable to sleep for the entire night. Hearing that, Old He finally understood. So this was the reason for this boy's troubles? Old He could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. During this period of time, I've always seen a group of bearded men coming in and out. A few of them were eating dumplings at my stall and spoke Turkic. Turkic? Chapter 182. When Zhang Feng heard that, he immediately felt that something was wrong. No wonder. That's what I thought. Usually, the house next door was like a haunted house. Why did it suddenly become like this? Zhang Feng couldn't help but come forward and ask, Old He, I just found out that there was someone next door in the middle of the night a few days ago. Do you think the person next door was here before or recently? Old He scratched his head, picked up a lamb bone, and said while chewing, now that you mention it, I also thought of it. This house used to belong to a rich family. I don't know what happened, but they broke the law and were chased out of Chang'an City. No one has lived here for about 5 years. However, about half a month ago, there was a black man who smelled of rank odor in front of this house. He even squatted there for a long time. Then, he saw people carrying out large carts of soil from time to time. Oh right, Gozi and the others even dug out a few copper coins from the soil. I heard that the pile of soil under the old willow tree by the Qingshui River outside Chang and City was from this house. There weren't many people. I even saw some Huzi and Huzi. They all went in when the sky was dark. All right. Old He patted his head and scratched his sweat towel with his big, oily hand. He said, one night, I went to a funeral banquet. I had nothing to do at night, so I brought food to my wife. I also saw a Turkic man wearing jewelry go in. I was drunk at that time, so I didn't pay attention to it. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. He said that it was unintentional. But Zhang Feng was shocked. Damn it. What was this? This damn Turkic man was acting like a spy beside Lao Tzu. Damn it. How could this be? Damn it. Seeing Zhang Feng's gloomy face, Old He didn't say anything. Old He stopped talking and went forward to ask, what's wrong? Have you been there before? What do you mean? Old He glanced at Zhang Feng meaningfully. So what if I've been there? I'm a man. What's the big deal about playing around? You really haven't been there? Old He asked in a low voice. Zhang Feng's head was as white as a rattledrum. No, never been there. Why would I go there? If I want to go, I'll go to those big gambling houses. That would be more in line with our identity. But Old He, have you heard what's inside? Why does it always open after the curfew? This doesn't make sense. There was something strange about this gambling house. Generally, the gambling houses in Chang and City were set up by the government. There were also black market merchants, but basically, they were all registered in the government office. However, the one next to his was obviously not the case. Which legitimate casino would open in the middle of the night? This isn't right. You don't know? Seeing Zhang Feng like this, Old Ho confirmed that he didn't go next door. He then drank a bowl of wine and said, "Here. It seems like you haven't been there before. I'm relieved. You don't know, but a butcher from Ping and Fong went in a few days ago. On the second day, someone found that 3 of his fingers were missing. And I heard that not only did he lose his shop overnight, but he also owed a huge debt. That gambling house is set up for the rich. Many rich people in the city have visited it before. I heard that the gambling house doesn't accept much money. Instead, it has a special liking for food. Sai, what kind of world is this? The owner of the gambling house doesn't like money, but wants food instead. Although the price of food in Chong and city is unusually high recently, it doesn't make sense to play like this, right? If the government finds out about this, he'll be beheaded sooner or later. But even so, there are still people who want to die. Do you know why? He asked Zhang Feng with a sly face. Zhang Feng's face was extremely gloomy. He pursed his lips. He was extremely disgusted with Zhang Feng, who didn't know anything. There's a woman in there. I heard from the butcher that there's a cave under the gambling house. The decoration there is similar to that of a palace. And there are a dozen or so ladies and women from the Central Plains. They're so beautiful that they look like they came out of a painting. They're even prettier than the top hostesses in Chong and city's top Tsuyun restaurant. You know Tsuyun restaurant, right? It was said that the top hostess, Big Shot, was only good enough to serve tea and water wherever she went. TSK. I don't know which rich family owns it. If you lose money, not only will you chop off your fingers, but you'll also have to pay your debt with food. If you win, you'll get a free night's sleep. That's... Oldie seemed to be drunk. He spoke eloquently, as if it was one of the biggest regrets of his life that he had never been in there. However, Zhang Feng didn't think so when he heard it. Now, everyone in Chong and city knew that the imperial palace had issued an imperial edict. Whoever dared to embezzle food would have his or her entire family executed. However, the mysterious man next door not only wanted to store food, but he also seemed to be dragging all the rich families in Chong and city into the water. That was interesting. The Turks. Moreover, they were stirring up trouble here at such a sensitive time. This was a big move. No wonder Lao Tzu could hear that voice every day. F***CK Zhang Feng secretly spat. He looked at Old He and said, "Old He, do you believe me?" "Yes." "Then don't do anything for now. I'll pay for the losses. I think it won't be peaceful here in the near future."